everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences, and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock because maybe you may not know about the Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with the real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with the real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more about what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose Next.js, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I am here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what does mean is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name is Nathaniel and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send a text in the time it takes me to do this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the Video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
After having a long series of events yesterday, we are back with more energy and more enthusiasm for the second day of Cityjs India 2022. In first place, I would like to again thank all our speakers for coming over and giving us such a group of a list of wonderful talks over 2 days. So we almost had 9 talks yesterday, and the rest of the speakers are lined up for the day, excited to meet you all from different places. And also that we would like to extend our sincere thanks to all our sponsors. Our Platinum sponsor, Story, our Gold sponsors, Vonage, Twilio, Auth0, AWS, Dheeraj Gandhi College of Technology, who is also our organizing partner and venue host. We would like to thank all our silver sponsors, BenQ and Cloudinary. A special mention and thanks to our bronze sponsors, Press, Pact, Manin, JavaScript Weekly, DAZN, GitHub Squad, GitHub. Along with them, we also have community partners with us. So thanks to all our community partners, Women Who Code, Halfstack, DevPost, Mandrid.js, CodeBar, Elastic, JS London, JS Monthly London, JS League, GDG, Angular Kenya, Young African Devs, EdiHub, Mozilla Tamil Nadu, Women in Tech India, JS Bangalore, Turing Community, and Cloud Artisans. Yes, we have quite a lot of sponsors and community partners joined us to make this event a bigger success. With all these thanks, it's almost time to start our next day. MC's team is ready with their scripts. Our institutional partners, the faculty members, and all the student coordinators are ready with all the things that are to be coming up. And our AV team was already in their place, and that's why you are seeing me on screen. What's next? To all the great people who have joined us today, I would like to give you a brief introduction about our day. So Cityjs Conference was an initiative within London's Js Community Conference, organized from the community for the community. Starting from in-person events in London, we then expanded during the pandemic by hosting virtual events with international speakers and sponsors connecting tech communities around the world. This year, to include diverse audience, we decided to give away diversity scholarships in form of free tickets to different people with eligibility criteria. We are now a hybrid style of event with conferences in different continents aiming to support and promote the local communities. This World Series include conferences from India, London, Brazil, Greece, and Singapore. The Cityjs India will be the first event in the World Online Series and is taking place online for the global community and also in person for the local community. Along with the event, like with the conference that we are having, we also added a cringe event hackathon, which will be held in the month of March. This is a 48 hours long hackathon with different students from different colleges are competing against each other with real world problems. We do have 2 excellent sponsors for the hackathon, BenQ and Wikimedia Foundation. BenQ has given away 3 eye care monitors and 2 BenQ screen bar monitor lights for the hackathon winners. And also that we have paper presentations which will be published in the journals in the upcoming months. Along with this conference, we do have certain competitions which takes place and gives the winners a chance to win a new MacBook or an Amazon gift card, a pack, ebook, etc. Looking into how we are operating, it is seen that we do use a platform Veto, which is interactive tool for our audience to speak with our speakers. So this acts as a QA platform where you can post your questions, and of course, our speakers are more active and more happy to answer you guys online. We would also give you a thanks, give you a glimpse of the thanks from all our speakers who received the swags from their places. So they are so there to join us, and we also received immense of from different people around India, also on how excited they are to see Cityjs India coming up with brighter colors. With this, I would like to request you all to make some noise, let the world know Cityjs has started its series and we are having something very exciting in the way. It's time for our next set of talks to begin. Stay tuned for the first talk of the day, Pavan Santosh. Thank you.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow. Until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors, and supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic Code Stream, where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
Code Bar, a charity that facilitates the growth of a diverse tech community by running free programming workshops for minority group members.
We started in London in October 2013 out of pure frustration with the lack of diversity in tech. When we looked at what events were happening in London, we noticed that there were none for people who were absolutely beginners, someone who had potentially never written a line of code before, but was really keen to learn it.
In 2013, we have grown the Code Bar family and now have 31 chapters around the world. We have workshops happening in London, Berlin, Barcelona, Helsinki, Oslo, New York, Sydney, and now virtual workshops. And have taught over 12,500 minority group members to learn to code.
With the virtual program that CodeBar has extended during the pandemic, you can attend a CodeBar workshop as a student or as a coach from anywhere in the world.
Our workshops are different to normal events in that it is not the teacher and class format. When students sign up, we ask what they are working on. We then pair them with a student who is working on the same thing. We then assign them a coach who has that skill set. Essentially, it's lots of small groups, pair programming.
If you're looking to learn to code in a safe and collaborative environment but have never written a line of code before, that's fine. When you sign up, you can tick a box that says, I'm a complete beginner, I don't know what to learn. An organiser will have a chat with you and figure out what you'd like to learn, and then pair you up with someone else on that same topic.
Attending CodeBar as a student provided the structure that I needed to learn and improve my skills. Now, as a coach, I'm really happy that I can share my knowledge and contribute to the community that was so supportive and valuable to me.
Being an organiser at CodeBar has brought me a lot of joy. Watching students grow and seeing them come to the realisation that their goal of becoming a developer is achievable is a wonderful thing to see.
If you're interested in signing up, please go to codebar.io and sign up for one of our many workshops.
Or if you're interested in starting a CodeBar in your city, please drop us an email at hello@codebar.io and one of our team will get back to you as soon as possible.
Bye.
Bye.
Where would you be in your engineering career if you could get actionable career advice at every stage of your career, 10x your network of peers and mentors, and have a supportive community that had your back? At Turing, we believe developers are the foundation of technology. That's why we're building the Turing community, to bring developers like you together and eliminate barriers to growth. The Turing community offers a host of experiences, all organized for developers by developers. So in this remote-first world, you can improve your technical skills, English language, soft skills, leadership skills, and more.
I joined a soft skill workshop at Turing community, which has helped me communicate with my peers more effectively, and this will help me grow more quicker at my job.
Head to community.turing.com. Sign up and join our developer community to connect with others, grow your network, expand your skill set, and help each other build your dream careers. It's open to all, free, and takes less than a minute to get started. Let's build the most career-centric developer community in the world. Because when great minds come together, we can change the world.
Hi everybody, I'm Brandon. I'm founder and CEO of DevPost. We're fortunate to power the vast majority of software competitions, hackathons, that happen around the globe. There are two kinds: in-person software competitions when we're not in a pandemic, and virtual software competitions that usually last 6 to 8 weeks. And the value behind them, it's all about learning and improving your craft. Anything that you build, the intellectual property stays with you. It is not transferred to the sponsor of the competition. And you can earn really big prizes, many hundreds of thousands of dollars often. And in addition to that, exposure, meeting people, and again, having a time-boxed period where you can learn, improve your craft, and build something that you've been wanting to build. So when you get a chance, hope you go to devpost.com, check around, see what you can find. I would say the vast majority of competitions encourage and allow JavaScript, so it's a great opportunity to mess around with that. Thanks a lot. Have a great conference.
Hi everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there!
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the Zoho is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro front ends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies. And I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at the Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with the conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the Zone, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined the Zone was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen, so you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
The Zone is a tech-focused company, so even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro, so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. And so we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, And if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely, and you can never ask a stupid questions. And I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it, own it,
ship it.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences, and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock, because maybe you may not know about the Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with the real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with the real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more about what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose Next.js, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solutions. But I am here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what this means is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name is Nathaniel, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send a text in the time it takes me to do this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal, In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Luciano and I'm gonna be presenting a workshop at Cityjs this year called Introduction to Node.js Streams. So I don't know if you ever dealt with Node.js streams. They are one of my favorite topics, but also I found that it's one of the topics that most people tend to ignore and skip. And maybe that's just because the initial hurdle with it is just a little bit too much and it's kind of hard to understand what's going on, how to use them. There is a little bit of magic. So most people just try to get away from them and they never actually take advantage of this amazing feature of Node.js. So in this workshop, what I want to do is try to explore this topic in a very approachable way. I want to actually start from buffers and show how you can use buffer to actually deal with raw memory and binary stuff in Node.js. And then the concept that streams are just a sequence of buffer arriving to you at certain amount of time. And you can process them as you get the raw data. You don't need to get the full message. You can start to process the message as you get the small bits of data. So in this workshop, what we're going to do after that is try to explore the different types of streams. So we're going to look into writable, readable stream, transform streams, duplex streams. And then we're going to explore all the built-in streams that you can get already in the Node.js core. So from all the HTTP streams, encryption, compression. So you can actually get a feeling that even without building custom streams, you can leverage a lot of the utilities that are already available in the Node core libraries. After that, we're going to actually look into how you can combine different streams. One of the main features of streams is that you can easily pipe different types of stream and build data processing pipelines that are very memory efficient and fast. And then after that, we're going to try to close the workshop by building some small custom streams, so you can also have a feeling of what it takes to actually build your own custom stream with your own business logic. And finally, we're going to explore a comparison of the stream patterns and the stream models with async iterators, which seems very close topics, and they are actually interoperable, but there are some important differences to understand. I hope that's something that is interesting for you, and I hope to see you there at the workshop on the 22nd of March, Cityjs. Bye.
My name is Roy, and I'm a developer advocate and author from the Netherlands. I'll be hosting a workshop during Cityjs London 2022. The workshop will show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API for any data source. So no matter if you have a MySQL, Postgres, or REST API that you want to connect with GraphQL, I will have you covered. During this workshop, I'll show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API using JIS GraphQL schema design language. And at the end of this workshop, you'll be able to combine multiple data sources, whether it's a database or an existing API, into one unified GraphQL API. So make sure to sign up for my workshop, and I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm an independent Node.js consultant and educator. I'll be hosting an online workshop as part of Cityjs London 2022. In my workshop, you'll learn how to confidently apply reliable validation tools and techniques in your Node.js applications. Request validation can help make your applications more stable, secure, and reliable, but implementing it can often feel messy and overwhelming. In my workshop, you'll learn why validation is an essential part of every Node.js application, how to create flexible validation rules, and make your applications more robust with schema-generated types. You'll also learn how to send back validation errors with an effective and standardized response format. And finally, you'll learn how to integrate all these validation techniques with any Node.js framework. It's going to be hands-on with live coding, exercises, and plenty of time for questions and discussion. Make sure you sign up for my workshop at the Cityjs conference on March 24th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow. Until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors, and supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic CodeStream. where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
all to the second day of Cityjs India Conference 2022. The first talk is going to be delivered by Pawan Santosh on building communities, trust, retention, and culture. Pawan Santosh is a Wikimedian, writer, and Telugu digital media activist. He works for Quora as a community manager, Telugu. He worked with Wikimedia movement in several positions and roles, including working on Global Movement Strategy 2030. He is deeply passionate about improving the state of Indian languages on the digital front and working for better online communities. The stage is over to Pawan.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So today I'm going to share my presentation on building online communities. This is Pawan Santosh Surampudi. Just a second. So I'm Pawan Santosh Surampudi. So I work for Quora Quora, and I'm a community manager for Quora in Telugu. Yes, I have. Thanks for inviting me to this talk and providing me opportunity to share my experience in building online communities. Just a second. Is everything okay? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So I have an experience of working inside on online communities as a member and also a community leader and also a person who builds and manages community in different roles and in different capacities for almost like 8 years or 10 years for now. So right from 2012 and 2013, I am working with communities in Wikimedia world in India. And in 2015, I started working with the Center for Internet Society. So I would like to emphasis on three things in this talk. So first one is culture, second one is trust, and third one is retention. I definitely believe as a community builder or community manager and community person, I believe these three things are like key for any recipe regarding communities, online communities. So I would like to little explain more about my experience in different types of communities and how I dealt with these three things in general. So I have an experience in different types of communities and different types of setups. For an example, Wikimedia community. When I used to work with Wikipedia and Wikimedia world, Wikimedia community. Wikimedia is a different kind of community. If some of you might not know how Wikimedia world works, so you all see the Wikipedia, you all read Wikipedia. But the thing is, the whole content was created by volunteers, people who consider themselves as a community members of that Wikipedia. So for example, if you read English Wikipedia, almost everything was written by a volunteer who is spending their volunteer time in their comfort of their home. That's one thing. And here comes the interesting part. So people who are volunteering volunteering to write content also will volunteer to moderate the content. That the whole content is moderated by Wikipedians. That's the second thing. Third one is like they actually create policies, impose policies, and also they actually look at things like harassment on community, all of those things. And this is on Wikipedia front. But when it comes to the global movement of Wikimedia movement, so there are different kinds of projects. So one is Wikipedia, another one is Wikisource. There are such kind of projects, and there are hundreds of language communities inside Wikimedia. So all of these communities, they are different in their own sense, but they have common understanding about how Wikimedia projects should function and all of those things. It is almost like a separate world. The whole Wikimedia is a different world. 99% of the activity is done by volunteers. And then I work for Quora. So Quora, you know that even in Quora, generally people share their knowledge and grow world's knowledge in Quora. So if Wikipedia is place for objective knowledge, Quora is also place for subjective and objective knowledge too. So anyone can come to Quora and write an answer or add a question or create a space and share their knowledge and read experiences of other people and grow their understanding about the world day by day. Quora actually works in a different fashion. Wikipedia is like a non-profit. Quora is for profit. That's the whole thing with Quora, and I'm working as a community manager in Quora for Quora in Telugu. This is a different set of experience. And I also worked for an organization called Center for Internet and Society from 2015 to 2019. Center for Internet and Society has a project called Access to Knowledge. I used to work for Access to Knowledge project. In this Access to Knowledge project, their aim is to improve and catalyze Wikimedia communities in India. So they always think about improving Wikimedia communities in India, growing more in the number, more in the content, more in the quality, all of those things. But the thing is, this is not part of Wikipedia communities, or this is also not part of Wikimedia Foundation. This is a separate entity which is getting funded by Wikimedia Foundation with a limited mandate. This is a completely different kind of experience to work with. And the fourth one I am working and I used to work is digital Telugu. So you all know that all of our languages, Indian languages and many languages in the world have a lot of gap when it comes to things that are already there in English. So there are many things in English which are not there in Telugu and other languages. So digital Telugu movement is to improve, try to support people who wanted to build more of like digital content on Telugu, tools in Telugu, and in principle it is to improve Telugu on digital space. A thing about this is like there is no such entity called digital Telugu. This is all about free volunteerism. So for example, there is no specific avenue, or there is no specific trust, there is nothing. There is no company which can claim that I am working for digital Telugu as a whole. So here it is like completely your own choice, your own volunteer idea, coming together with few people like a band of like ragtags. So we come together and try different things, create Twitter trends for every now and then, and try to be like a pressure group that will work in favor of Telugu. For example, if some organizations are not providing services in Telugu, then we'll try to put a pressure on them to provide services in Telugu, because there are several customers who easily understand Telugu. That's one thing. The other thing is like they actually promote Quora in Telugu, Wikipedia in Telugu, all of these platforms along with blogs, everything. So the point is there is no central organization that can claim that we are working for digital Telugu. So this is a completely different structure altogether. So from Wikipedia, Quora, Center for Internet and Society to digital Telugu, I worked in a different setups. And these are all having different kinds of communities, different ways of dealing with community. But there is one thing. There are common themes, because everyone is trying to work with humans. So of course, so we are all trying to bring few people together on certain aims, or you can call it as like mission, and try to work in a better way. And more importantly, all of these things work online. So these are all online. These are all working on online communities. So there are several themes. I found out that there are. I can tell some stories that will be helpful for the people. I can give my experience regarding how to deal with some of the issues that may arise. So this is my background, and this is the reason why I can be of a little help in explaining these things. Then let us directly jump to presentation about specific things. So first thing is like, I definitely after an experience, I seriously find that culture is the most important thing that you can ever build a community. So if you are building a community, in a way, there will be a culture everywhere. So in every community, in every place, there will be a inherent culture. So, but the thing is, you need to take care of some things in that culture, or else it will turn into a toxic culture. You don't want your community to turn into toxic. In a toxic community, you almost it is almost like gives a negative experience to people. It will discourage people from doing some things. It will also encourage people who have not so mission aligned interests. So there will be a mission for every community. For example, if you think of a coders community, so some coding community, for example, coding community's mission can be something like improving coding capacities of their volunteers, their members, improving coding capacities of their members, and helping them to crack some of the problems, technological problems, and do some advances in something that can be a that can be a plan for one of the coding communities. If you come to Wikipedia, Wikipedia says that they wanted to grow, they wanted to improve world's knowledge in a free manner. So free world's knowledge. So there are different ideas behind all of these communities. So if culture is toxic, then people who don't have those ideas and people who are not inclined to those ideas will take over the whole community and try to use the community's inherent power for their personal benefits, not for the benefits of greater good, or not for the benefits of why this community exists in the first place. So you want to improve a good culture and not a toxic culture. In that case, you need to be very careful. For example, I have given, I'm taking the theme of a cultivation. So if you are cultivating thing, if you are if you are growing some vegetables in your home, then you need to be very careful about many things like, is it getting adequate water? Is it getting adequate sunlight? And are there some forces which will destroy the whole thing? For example, like pests and all of those things, right? So culture takes care of majorly not getting into pests and improving it from the roots. So what are the, as per my understanding, these three are major things. First one is building block.
There's something on in front of your presentation. It says, can you click it on your screen? Because the slides are not visible below. Okay, carry on.
Now?
Yeah, all good.
Yeah. So is this visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to tell three things are very important. First one is respect. Respect is a building block for any online community. Second one is decision making in right hands. Third one is I need to stress more on inclusion. So let us go one by one, and I'm not going to tell you things from a theoretical perspective. I have little practical knowledge about all of these things. I have seen places where one thing is not working. For example, communities don't have respect among themselves and almost withered away. And I know communities are places where decision making is in wrong hands and the whole thing went wrong. I'm not going to give examples because they are negative examples. I'm not going to pinpoint some of the communities because it might hurt the feelings of people who tried hard to build those communities. But what I would like to stress is that this is all coming from my personal experience in this field. So the first one is respect is the building block. As you can see, generally in any communication, respect should be the major thing. If you are communicating with someone, you need to have an ounce of respect, or else everything will go wrong. But the point here is why I'm bringing it here very specifically, because this is an online space. Right now, so there are different ways when we communicate with other people on online space. First one is like text-based, mostly like sending messages or writing things on somewhere like Wikipedia or Quora. So in Wikipedia, there will be discussion page. In those discussion page, community members, so every page of Wikipedia will also have a discussion page. For example, if you think there is a Wikipedia article for India, there will be a discussion page attached to that article. This discussion page helps community members to discuss among themselves about that page. For example, if someone came and vandalized the India page, then community members will revert the whole thing and they will somehow have a discussion among themselves. Or else if they think there is something inappropriate, someone wrote inappropriate, then they will have a discussion on the discussion page. That is like forever. So that discussion page will remain like that. And in Quora, for example, there will be comments. In comments, people will discuss about things. For example, if you write some answer about your, so for example, if you are from Chennai, you wrote how things work in Chennai or all of those things. Someone may agree with you, someone will disagree with you and all, and that will come into the comments. So majority of online discussions happen in text. The problem with the text is that you don't know what they actually mean. So for example, there are different nuances. So when I'm speaking to you directly, you know I'm speaking serious or I'm speaking witty or funny. What might be my intention because of my face? They say face is index of mind. So you don't need even words. Just because of an expression, you can understand what the other person is saying. But the problem with online text-based conversations is you don't know what they're actually up to. For example, they might be doing it very funny on lighter note, but when you are reading in your mind, you think that they're doing something. They mean something else. So, for example, someone said that, okay, you are so knowledgeable. You have a great understanding about this. I believe you have a great understanding about this. It can be read in two ways. First way is that straightforward. They said they appreciated you. The second way is that they are like being witty and they are trying to say you are not so knowledgeable, but you are speaking about the topic without proper understanding. People can read in both ways. I have seen instances where people are completely misreading what is the person actually wanted to tell. This happens every time. So you need to understand, and as a community builder or community person who is building a community, one should understand that people will read in a different levels, different styles. So what to do? People should respect little more, even more. So if you have a habit of giving a respect to other person in one way, you should think twice and be even more respectful on online space. That should be the rule of thumb, because if you are not hyper respectful, people might not get what you wanted to say. People might not understand you are respectful enough. So you need to be careful about that thing. That's the first point I want to stress. Second one is disagree with respect. Often people do argue. That's a very normal thing. Discussions, arguments, and disagreements are building blocks of any conversation. So sometimes disagreements are like beautiful. For example, we have great disagreements in Indian history. For example, like Mahatma Gandhi is on one extreme, and Subhash Chandra Bose is on the other extreme. Both of them wanted to have free India, but Gandhi told that it is possible from non-violence. Subhash Chandra Bose told that violence is the only way. Give me the blood, I will give you the freedom. That's the whole point of his own But the point is, there needs to be so that's an example. So a person, both of the persons might have same goals, but they will have different ideas, different ways of dealing with it. So disagreement is like not a bad thing, but the point is you need to have respect with to other person. You are actually disagreeing with the point, not with the person. That should be conveyed. There is a beautiful word which says that let us agree to disagree. So after 10 or 15 comments, if things are not settling down, and if both of you are repeating same things, then you should understand you need to disagree that you need to agree that both of you have disagreements and you need to move on, because most of our ideologies, most of our understandings stem from our personal experiences. So I have a different experience. I born and brought up in a village and a small city, small town. People who live in cities might have a different life, walk of life. They might come to a different conclusion in same point. But so disagreement is okay until you respect the other person. The third one is that there needs to be an etiquette. The whole point of having respect is until unless you have a specific etiquette written, you are not going to achieve anything. So I strongly recommend every online community to create a small etiquette. It should not be, it might be just 3 lines, or it can be like 4 pages. But the whole point is you need to have an etiquette. You need to communicate it properly to your community members and get them on board when when you are bringing them into your community. So, and second point in the culture that I am very important and keen about is decision making should be in right hands. So what is this? There is something called skin in the game. So for example, if a person in the community feels that he is not having a say in the community, then he generally tends to leave the community. That's one thing that generally happens. The more devastating, the more wrong thing is like, so for example, let me give you this example. There can be a book club, online book club. So idea behind online book club is bringing together a few people and helping them to discuss about books they are reading and create some, so have some fun around the whole thing. So for example, if some person who is having strong political motives takes the whole decision into his hands, then he starts giving books or he starts proposing books that are only affiliated to his political ideology. He will not allow any other book to be discussed in that book club. So the whole purpose of having a fun will become something like a ideology driven nonsense. So people will start quarreling about among each other by while they are having discussion, and people start creating negative impression about one another. And the whole point of book club, having a fun place and having a place to encourage people to read, turn to be something so toxic that people don't even come together from the next time. This is not the point that we wanted to have. So this is not something that we wanted to have. So the initial thing is like there should be a specific skin in the game. Decision making should be in the hands of the person who almost embodies the mission of the whole point. So for example, mission of the whole book club is to have a fun-loving book reading club. So the person should be fun-loving and book-reading person. He should not be someone who is not fun-loving, who don't have more interest on books, but something else. I just gave example from books, example about books because it is little non-controversial. But I have seen in Wikimedia world examples of people who are not so interested in Wikipedia, not even having a good understanding about Wikipedia, but coming into Wikimedia world and trying to create some power hubs for themselves and going forward in their careers and all, but not contributing anything to Wikipedia, in turn actually creating hassles and issues in Wikimedia communities. All of these things actually really happened. So you don't want to do all of those things. So make sure that decision making is in right hands. So the next one is like in culture, the final one is like stress on inclusion. Once upon like 4 or 5 years back, I'm very keen on conducting sessions for women, bringing more women on board in Wikipedia. Like in 2018 or 2017, I used to conduct workshops for women in certain place in Hyderabad, especially during Sunday morning 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock or something like that, and having a lunch and dispersing back to our own places. This is the whole idea we have. And we used to conduct these workshops. But I have very low turnout. One day, one of my friends, who is also a woman and a housewife, she told that the people who are organizing the whole event is men, right? And I said, yes, that's the whole reason why women are not coming. Not because it is being organized by men, but because schedule is prepared by men. They are not in, you guys don't know how our Sundays look like. So if we are like, so she said that if she is a working woman, she has only Sunday to take rest and also feed the remaining people in the home, and she need to do all the things that they wanted to do on the Sunday, and like cook too much and do all the nonsense stuff that she don't want to do. Her Sunday is so busy if she is a working woman. And she told if she is a housewife, again her Sunday is so busy because the same thing, everyone want to take rest and she don't have rest on the same day. You are conducting a session on morning 11 o'clock and no woman will come out in morning 11 o'clock at that point of time. That's the whole idea, she told. What is the problem here is that we don't have diversity in leadership role, or else we would have easily understood that this is not going to work for women. And later, I started conducting sessions on working day afternoons online, not on a place. Then those sessions are like highly successful. Like one session on Monday afternoon, one session on Thursday afternoon. I used to conduct those sessions. So this is a simple point that I don't understand because I'm not a woman and I don't understand the whole point of inclusivity. So I specifically stress on inclusion. Have more women, have more people from different walks of life, different cultures, different castes, all of those things. That is really going to work for your community better. So moving on to next one. So we right now completed the whole point of culture. Now I'm coming back to retention, the very important and very nonsense subject. Sorry to put it in that manner. Like this is like a real headache for a community builder. So the point is, you bring 100 people to your community and you train them. Finally, 30 people or 40 people were trying to be your community members and they are doing things. And you understand that community is cherishing all of those things. But after a few months, you see people decline. You only finally find that again 5 members who were initial part of the whole group are remaining in the whole group. So you go to colleges and you conduct workshops for college students, and there are hundreds of people initially signed up and very enthusiastic and interesting. After one week or 10 days, you will see the reduction in the number. After 3 months, you see no result at all. That is like a nightmare for a community manager or community builder. I face this all time. Everyone who is building a community face this all time. People slip away from communities. So how to work with it? So working on retention, you need to again understand 3 major things. First one is no to harassment. Second one is value the contributions. Third one is understand volunteerism, the spirit of volunteers. So coming to the part of first things first, no to harassment. You think that you bring 100 people, 200 people, but you don't understand there is an inherent harassing nature in some of your organizers or among the people whom you bought, and you don't check the whole point, and people feel threatened, people feel bad, and people even feel that why should I come to this place and work so hard in my volunteer time, and at the end of the day what I'm getting? Just a harassment. People are not valuing my work, all of those things, so they slip away. So people even quit the jobs just because they are facing a lot of harassment. Then why won't they slip away from a volunteer position if they face harassment? So this is like harassment is almost, it is in air. You don't understand that people are getting harassed, and it definitely harms the whole community. So how to deal with the harassment? It is a difficult thing. But I will give you three major tips. First one, understand various forms of harassment. People who are harassing will definitely say, I'm not here to harass, I'm not harassing. So this is just I'm just talking to him, he is becoming like that, she is becoming like that, all of those things. But there are studies which actually pointed out various forms of harassment, various ways of going wrong ways, and all of those things. So you need to initially understand what are the different forms of harassment, how people will get harassed, all of those things. A simple comment on someone's background may turn them completely off. That comment seems very harmless for the person who is actually making that comment, but it is a serious harassment for the other person. We should understand the whole point of it. Harassment will be in different forms. One will be non-verbal. Second one will be like verbal, like in written form or in vocal form. Third one will be in actions also. So in action, for example, if you are, if someone is doing something, you are only nitpicking in their work and finding out all the faults in their work and not even giving a small encouragement, then it amounts to a harassment. After some certain point of time, you need to help them out on their problems, you need to help them out on their issues, all of those things. And that can be one way of looking into it. And there are some forms of harassment. For example, people will bring unnecessary aspects into something and create it a hassle, all of those things. But the whole point is you go and read about various forms of harassment. It is there online. You can read those things, and there are books written, all of those things. And then you need to build awareness among your community members. You need to write those things down. This is no, this is no, this should not be done, this should not be done. There should be a specific agenda. There should be a definitive principles about what amounts to a harassment, at least on a higher level. If you write it down and if you try to build awareness among your community members, at least people who don't know themselves as persons who are like harassing remaining people because they don't know the point will get to know it. Because no one wants to be a person who is harassing the others. No one wants to be a troll. They tend to be doing it because of their, not no one, but many of the people don't want to be a troll. So they tend to do it because they don't know it. The third one is like, there will be real bad players. For example, let us take like, there are 10 people. 3 people might not know they are doing something wrong, creating some form of harassment to other people. And like 6 people definitely are like falling for victim. So they are like taking the whole harassment. But there will be definitely one person who know what he's doing or what she's doing, and they continue doing it because inherently they are like bad players. Identify those bad players and impose bans and keep them away from your community because it's not working for you. It is not going to work for your community. In Wikimedia world, there is a process to ban people from editing Wikipedia articles because of their behavior and because bullying and being a bad player and all. In every online space, there is a mechanism to block people, especially bad players. So have something in your community. So another important aspect for the retention is value to the contributions. So this is very simple. Ask anyone to do something. They will ask, what will I get? Not directly, at least indirectly. So there needs to be some kind of incentive. It is not always in the money form. In generally a volunteer setup, you cannot spend too much of money. That's fine. In some online communities, you cannot spend money at all. That's also fine. But there should be there are hundreds of different ways to recognize other people's contributions and give value to their contributions. I'm giving few examples here. So there is awards and rewards system. In Quora, we have this system of recognizing top raters. So top rater program is to give a badge to a person who is writing very well. There are some certain standards they will be falling into and all, and that will be publicly announced, and person will take a pride in it. And the people who are remaining people who are looking up to them, they will also understand what kind of writers can be a top writer, what are the skills that we can develop, all of those things. There will be positive reinforcement on some of the things that you wanted to be in your community. So that is the award system. And of course, reward system is like some communities conduct competitions among their community members. For example, in Wikimedia Commons is a place for free photos. So if you have a photo and if you have taken a picture of something which is like valuable, you can contribute it to Wikimedia Commons. So to encourage more and more people who are taking quality pictures, they have this process of having competitions. One of the competitions name is like Wiki Loves Monuments. It is happening everywhere, every time every year in the world. And you need to take a picture of monument, very good picture of your monument, and upload it to Wikimedia Commons, and then you will be into a competition, you will win a prize, all of those things. In the process, you will become a kind of community member. You will learn things, you will learn better things, like what are the photos that will be useful for a Wikimedia community, how you can upload those photos, all of these things. This is a reward system. But there is another small third system that will also help. That's like a token of gratitude kind of thing. There is this thing in community also. So for example, if someone has done something remarkable, you don't need to give an award, you don't need to give a reward. You just need to acknowledge it publicly. So one of your community members did a fantastic job. Then send some postcard to them. Like you can print a small postcard. It costs almost nothing. You can send that postcard to them and say thank you. Even better, there are some websites where you can create greetings. You can create greetings for people. Don't let the other person know initially, and create a beautiful greeting for free, and let all of other community members sign in that greeting and send that virtual greeting to the person. He will be very happy. In Wikimedia, we have the system of giving other community members like a small token of gratitude kind of thing. You will have some a picture, and you will give it to the other person virtually, and you will say some nice words to them and encourage the other person. And in every of these places, there are thanks. You can send thanks. You can do all of those things. That is one way of valuing the person's contribution. And the second one is like, if your community is making some money, share the revenue with the person, with the contributors. This is also a powerful way. People will feel that they are earning something and also doing something larger good. I can give you an example of YouTube program where they share the ad revenue. And in Quora, we also have, especially in Quora in English, we also have the ways to share the revenue with the contributors. And there are many other places where revenue is being shared. So if you have revenue, definitely share it with your community members. That's a very nice way to value their contributions. And the third and most important and most neglected one is invest in the skills. So you have a community, you have some money, or you don't have some money, for example. Bring people or experts from other walks of the world. For example, if you are in a coding community, everyone is doing something and all of those things, then create a certificate program in collaboration with some relevant coding platforms. I seriously don't know how coding things work and how coding communities work, but I'm giving an example. So in collaboration with some certification and all, give a free certification program for your community members. Or else, even better, even easier, bring someone whom these community members feel like legend in their field, and bring them, request them, and bring them and train these people on the certain skills. And at the end of the day, give a way to recognize the skills these people learned, like give a certificate or give a recommendation on LinkedIn. Do all of those things, then people will feel that their skills are improving and their contributions are valued. These are only three ways. There are hundreds of ways to do these things. I cannot list all of those things. You need to be very creative and think of your community's expectations, how to make them feel valued in the community. So understand volunteerism. That's very important, because people are volunteers. They don't need to. So for example, we in Wikimedia world, we found that a pattern. So generally, people who are below 18, below 20, like 18, 19 or somewhere around 20, they become Wikipedians and they become very active initially because they are in their college. We don't often find it out, but our college days, we have a lot of energy and a lot of time. We don't recognize it in general until unless you are going to some colleges like IIT or IIM, some premier institutions. You do have a lot of time. These people come to Wikipedia or any other places. People who wanted to be productive, they come to Wikipedia or some places. They find the place fun and they start contributing like anything. Like they spend a lot of time in contributing to that place. Slowly, they become an employee by 25, 26 to 23. And they're serious in their career and their job. This slowly starts going away from the community. They get married and they will be more into their family life and also professional life. They will go away from the community until their late 30s. They will have kids, they will grow kids, and they will be away from community and completely disappear from the whole community. Don't think that they have gone completely. They will come back when? By 40s, people will find time again. We found out, this is a study, this is out of a study. I'm not saying it just because of my personal observation. So by 40s, they come back again. They contribute in the same manner they used to contribute in 20s. So the whole point of what I'm trying to make out is like, volunteers are also people. They are also having their own personal life. Understand the boundaries of volunteerism. Don't push people from, so don't try to knock their door every time and say, you are gone away, why don't you come back? And don't push them too much. That will result in a negative connotation about the whole platform or whole community. So let them have their own time. Respect their space and avoid burnouts. Like some people who don't understand their limitations, they will try to take more responsibilities every time. As a leader, as a community builder, you should understand this person might burn out, and you should let them know that you don't need to take so much of this time, and be mindful of your personal time and stop them somewhere. That is also your responsibility. Give them their own time and take things easy, make things easy for them. And responsibility for versus volunteer spirit, it is also a contentious point, because people think that they are volunteers and they take a small responsibility in a leadership role or something, and they almost do nothing because they think that they are volunteers, they don't want to commit time. So the point is, they are volunteers, right? That's perfect. But if they are taking a responsibility, they are responsible for carrying out some things. Like, let them understand that they need to spend this much of time in the whole process. For example, when I contested for Wikimedia Foundation's Board of Trustees, they are very clear that role is so demanding, and that is almost like a second job. People who are okay with it will join. People who are not okay should not even contest for the elections in the first place. And the third one is, say no to baggage. Don't harass people for not being active like last year. You don't know what is happening in their life. You don't know what is their personal loss. You don't know what is their personal pressures. Everyone's life is their own personal thing. So be at your boundaries. And finally, most important thing in the community building is trust. You should have your community trust. So there are three important things here also. I am just going to three of these things very lightly. First one is assume good faith. If someone has done something, even if it is a mistake, for the first minute, you assume that they are doing it in a good faith. If someone created some mess, don't think that it is their fault and they are doing it for a wrong reason or something. People do honest mistakes. That's the learning process. You should understand the point and assume good faith on the part of the other person. That's the first one. Second one is, there is no war communication. No communication is war communication. Communicate as much as possible. Every minutes that you have discussed, there should have a communication. You should share the minutes. You should share the discussions. You should share the ideas. And the whole point is be on war communication side than lesser of communications, because communication gap is the major roadblock in any trust building activity. And the final one is be clear and transparent. If you are doing something, say it, we are doing for this reason. Sometimes what happens is organizations have something in their mind, or management has something in their mind, and then they roll out a survey because they already came to a conclusion to do something, and this consultation or this survey seems like completely nonsense for the people who are participating in that survey, especially community members. They feel like they are not valued and trust will be breached. So if you are going for a consultation, go with an open mind. Whatever the result, take the result and do and implement it. If you have already taken a decision, then inform the decision to the community and say, we have taken this decision based on these things, and this is a decision. Don't go for a consultation when you have already taken a decision. So this is the third and final thing. Here
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock because maybe you may not know about a Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with the real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with the real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more about what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose Next.js, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I am here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what does mean is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send a text in the time it takes me to do this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the Video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
Q&A session. So, Pawan, we have a question for you. Is there any difference you have felt on reaching the audience with regional and common language?
So the main sorry.
So, hi everyone, we are back with the Q&A session. So, Pawan, we have a question for you.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed something. So, the point. Can you repeat the question? Sorry for that.
Yeah, sure. So, is there any difference you have felt on reaching the audience with the regional language and a common language?
By the common language, I guess it is like you are referring to English, and by regional language, it is like Telugu and other languages.
No, a regional and compared with the non-regional languages.
Like English and Telugu, right? So, for example, English and Telugu. Let us say English and Telugu. So, major difference is like when I reach out to people in my regional language, I'm more comfortable in reaching out to them, and they're more comfortable in understanding the nuances and the proverbs that I speak. They understand that the cultural context. They understand that. That's the whole point. And it is very easy because both of you are in the same level and same wavelength. When you are speaking in English as a non-native language speaker, and the other people also might be non-native language speakers, so then there might be a little disconnect in understanding the basic context and some of the technical terms that you are speaking. So little you need to be extra careful in speaking things in your non-native language, like a common language like English and all, English or Hindi. That's the major difference I have seen. That's the first one. Second one is like more people who speak English come from a different class. So that's the only second reason, second point. But generally, this is the first one. This is the whole point I wanted to.
Yeah, okay. We thank you, Pawan, for your session and answering questions patiently. So that's it for from the QS side. Thanks for your session. Looking forward to connect with you on more events. Thank you and bye. Over to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And on to the next talk, we have Vishwa, who is an API developer for developer tools at Zoho. He's a Mozilla rep. He started the Mozilla TN community. He has also created multiple YouTube videos and detailed blog posts on web extension development. He loves programming and backend development. Vishwa's talk is going to be about the tastiest JavaScript stack, the Jam stack, and how to build delicious websites with it. Please welcome Vishwa.
So, hey all. Hey all, welcome to the Jamstack session. So basically I was working as a backend developer at Zoho. I started learning what is Jamstack in general, or wanted to get started with front-end development. I read a book by Amplify team and it was so inspiring to me. I want to share that journey with you all guys. So Jamstack is not something very new to this world. We have been doing it for a long time, but we were not naming it back then. Now we are having a beautiful name called as a Jamstack, where we are using a lot of modern build tools to build our websites. Then we are pre-rendering our HTML and pushing it to the CDNs, content delivery networks. So users can interact with those networks and get the HTML page loaded faster. And then we are using APIs for most of the cases to interact with the website. Say for example, when you are going to any blog post in hashnode.com, you will be seeing the content is loaded first, and then asynchronously the comments are getting loaded and the emojis are getting loaded. For the reaction post for that is getting loaded. So those things are currently done via APIs instead of preloading from the server side. So traditionally what happened is we will be having the database at the back, and then we will be having the server, and then maybe cache, and then our users will be interacting these servers. So traditionally when you are think yourself as an author for a WordPress blog, you will be interacting with the WordPress engine, the server, and then you will be writing the articles. From that WordPress engine, it will be going to the MySQL database. Then consider myself as a reader. If I want to read your article, I'll be requesting to your server, and then that server in turn talks with the MySQL database, gets the content, and then it generates the HTML, and then it shares to my browser. The main problem with this type of setup is it was too monolithic and tightly coupled. So migrating from one version to the another version was difficult. We had to take care of a lot of things in terms of security. Say we have to upgrade the MySQL version, then we are using some extensions for our MySQL, for our WordPress, then we are going to upgrade those also. And another main thing what happened was, when there are so many huge requests for creating the HTML format which can be viewable in our browser, is going to take immense time, and we have to vertically scale our system across. Say we have to increase the size of our MySQL database, and then have to increase the memory of our servers and so on. So those websites were not faster, and it was not giving a good experience to both the authors and also the readers. From readers' point of view, if the website is going to load faster, then we are going to read the content faster, and we are going to move to the next one. So that was the main problem we had. So what is Jamstack for me? So anything where the HTML content is pre-rendered instead of depending on particular server when the user has requested, those websites are called as Jamstack for me. So basically what we do is we take the HTML code before the user comes and requests for the HTML code and keep it at a place, and then when a user requests it, we will be sharing the HTML code either statically or dynamically. So we will be going through 3 examples where we will be having different types of approaches for building a website. So if you have get started with the web development, you might be taught how to build a HTML based website. You will be taught to write the CSS code or JS code. So from my point of view, that is the first interaction everyone had with the Jamstack. What we do there is we write the HTML code in our machine, and then we'll be pushing it or viewing it in our browser. So here I have shared you the example where I have deployed it in the GitHub pages. So what I do here is I write the HTML code in my machine, and then I will be pushing the plain HTML code to the GitHub. In the GitHub, I have enabled the GitHub pages settings. So what GitHub does is it checks whether it is the pure HTML code or whether it has to build something. I mean, build in the sense it has to convert some sort of other file format to the HTML file format. So if it is going to be a pure static website, then it is going to directly push it to the CDNs. The main advantage with this system is it is much easier to build this particular system and push it to the CDN. And when a user requests that code, it can be pushed from the CDN and it can be viewed there. So the sample website, what I have developed is just a welcome page for the Cityjs conf. So for this particular website, I will be sharing you the HTML code here. So what I have done is I have 2 HTML files. One is called index.html and another one is called page2.html. So index.html is the first page which runs when I am going to this particular website, and from there I am going to the page2.html. So in the index.html, I have simply written the plain HTML tags, the header tag, head tag, body tag, h1, h3, and div tag. And then the page2.html also, similarly, I have written the basic HTML tags. So as I mentioned in this slide, I wrote the code in my machine. I pushed it to my GitHub repository. So GitHub checks whether it is a pure static code. So it contains only HTML files and no other things for generating the build. So this pure HTML code is pushed to the CDN. So when I visit the particular website, what happens is it goes to the nearest CDN. Say for example, GitHub has server in India. It goes there and fetches the HTML file. So in our case, index.html file first and view it in my browser. So this is the first interaction each and everyone got started with the Jamstack websites. So what are the pros and cons with this type of websites? From my view, it is very easy to develop, right? We can just write plain HTML code and we can easily find the error if we do anything else. And also, it will be much easier for building smaller websites. Say I'm going to build a website to tell about me. or about my team at my office, it is much easier. It is going to have some 4 or 5 pages and little bit of CSS for designing the page. So it is much easier for that. But when it goes to somewhat bigger websites, say for blog, I cannot keep on writing this, copying and pasting the same HTML code at each and every day. Right? So some easy websites can be built using this pre-written HTML code. But when we go to the little bit complex websites, it is going to be a little difficult for us. So here, next what we have is something called as types of rendering. So as I mentioned before, previously everything used to get rendered on the server side. Server side in the sense when the user requests, the HTML code is rendered in the server and it is getting published to the user browser. So this is not in the scope of Jamstack, so we are skipping it now. We have another type of server-side rendering or called static build-time rendering. So what we do is we write .view files. For example, I am using Vue.js. What we do is we write the .view files, and then we will be having a command called npm run dev, and we will be using the webpack. With that, we will be changing the .view files to the HTML file, and then we'll be publishing it to our websites or CDNs. And then we have another thing called client-side rendering, where we will be changing from one page to the another page or manipulating the DOM using the JavaScript or JavaScript APIs. So these are the 3 types of rendering. So first rendering, we are going to skip it as it is not part of the Jamstack. We'll be discussing what are these 2, static build-time rendering and the client rendering, in the later stage. So I have given you the code where we can check it in our Git pod. So Git pod is basically looks like VS Code. So I will share you how the code is there. You can visit this URL and you'll be coming to the Git pod space, and there you can edit the code and try it in your own self. So before the Git pod instance spins up, I will be sharing what are the folder structures we have in our particular demo. So basically, blog post is the folder which is created by me to store the blog post what I am going to write. Say I will be writing each and every blog post in the markdown format, AMD file, and that I will be saving it in the blog post folder. Then I have the second folder called components. So I will be having in our case right now we have something called a postcard component, which we will be reusing it in our index.html page. Maybe at some other pages also we will be using it. So those things, the common code which can be rendered, I will be keeping it in the components page. And then I will be having the library lib folder basically, where I will be having a utility JavaScript methods. Say I will be comparing the dates, and then I'll be getting all the files from blog post folder. Those little functions, I have kept it inside the JS in the lib folder. And then pages is the important folder in our Next.js application. So I will be discussing it in detail. So here I will be having what are the pages we have to come. So we'll be having index.html page, we'll be having about.html page. So those pages are saved inside the pages folder. And then public, we'll be having the static contents like images, and then maybe we can also have the CSS, but generally we used to have a styles folder and we'll be pushing the CSS there. So yeah. So what I have mentioned, the folder structure, blog post components, libs. So these two are the blog posts which I have written for this demo, and this is the post component which I will be using it. So I can generate the card-like post view, and in utils I have the methods. I will be explaining what are the methods available in the utils file, and then we have pages and the public sales folder. So up next, I will share in detail what is the pages folder. So inside the pages folder, we have index.html, which translates to index.html page. Sorry, index.js, which translates to index.html page. So index page is the first page which gets loaded when our website gets loaded. After that, I have app.js where this particular application gets loaded. And then there are two folders, API.js and post.js. So in this demo, we are not going to use the API folder. We are going to use the post folders. So basically, what does the API folder means? When you have something website/API/some endpoint. So here I have hello.js. So if my website URL is something like website name/API/hello, it will be returning the JSON file format like John Dio. And then I want the post in such a way that my website name/post name. So when I want to have this basic load balancer details, I mean the post, what it comes something like website URL/post/basic load balancer. That's it. So if you can see it here clearly, you will be having the file name in the square brackets. So when we are enclosing it in the square brackets, basically it means it is a dynamic file. So now for this post, it will be something like basic-offload-balancer.js. For next post, it will be something like proxy-vs reverse proxy.js. So all these things will be having the same template. So we are merging it as so we are having a single file with the dynamic generation. So let's break down this dynamic select.js file, what it does. So what we are doing here is we are going to get what are all the paths we are going to have for this particular blog, and then we are going to return what are the contents we have for each and every blog post. The first method we have, this particular method is given by next.js, and this is also get static properties is also given by next.js. So we have to stick with that. So in this particular method, what we are doing is we are getting all the post path, and then we are returning from this particular folder. So this particular method get all post slugs is written by us. So it will be inside the utils file. So in the utils file, first we are reading what are all the posts available in the blog post folder. Then we are just going to remove .md. It is up to you to have the path, dynamic path which you want. So basically, to avoid the collision, what I am doing is, what are the file name I have it here, I am reusing for my post path also. So I will be getting all these posts, and then I am replacing the .md with the empty string. So the output will be something like basics-offload balancer. And for the second one, it will be like so. When you are going to create another file with the same name, it is not going to allow you. So we won't be having any issue. Sorry. So we have got the path here, and we are going to return it from this particular folder. This particular method. Then we are going to send each and every path which you have got here, and then we are going to convert what is the contents we are going to render. Say for example, we have this file called basic-load under -balancer.md. So we'll be reading this whole file, and then we are using a package from the npm package called gray matter. In that, we are going to send the whole file, and it returns it as two formats. So when you have a whole file, let's assume this is the whole file. When you send it to the gray matter package, it will be sending it as a JSON with the two segments. So first segment is the content. So whatever is below the front matter, it will be considered as content. And the above inside these dashed lines, it will be considered as a front matter. We will be getting it here. So what we have now is we got the content, we got the front matter. So this particular thing, title slug, is called as front matter. In our blog post, we have something called title, cover image, date, and a small description of the post. So we got it here, and we are returning it from this particular method. So once it gets returned, it will be coming to the main function, which is called as post page function. Here we are going to just define how our page should look like. Say I'm going to have the go back button at the top, and then I'm going to have the title, and then the posted date and the cover image. So the whole content I am just inserting in the post body class. Yeah. So this is the rendered HTML page which will be getting. So we have mentioned go back at the top. So we have a go back here, and then we have our H1. So our title is here, and then we have something called the posted date. So when you see here, the posted date is there, and then we have the cover image and the post content. So the image is a bit bigger. I have not optimized it, and I have not set the CSS properly. So and then we have the content here. So this is the flow, what happens in the dynamic page. So I will just walk through again. So we have something called as two posts here: basic load balancer and proxy versus reverse proxy. So first thing, we are getting all the paths. So we will be getting the basic -off-load balancer and the proxy vs reverse proxy. And then for each and every file, what we are getting is we are getting the contents into two different sections. So we are getting front matter. So whatever is inside this dashed lines, we call it as front matter. Okay, sorry. And then the rest of the things are content. After that, from this method, we are sending it for each and every file. We have it here. Then here it comes to the post page, which is the main method. There we are rendering how our page look like, how it should look like. So we have the go back at the top, title, and then so on. So we have basically created each and every blog post which we want, and then we are going to create the index.html. Here what we are doing is, again we are getting show the code. So again, we are getting all the all the files, and from there again we are reading. We are getting the front matter. From that, we are comparing what are two dates, and we are returning the post based on the descending order of the date creation. So if you go back here, this is the post which is created at the latest, and then it was created earlier. So based on the descending order, we are getting the posts here. So one of the main thing what I am doing here is each and every box which you see here is a postcard component. So I have written it as a post here. When you take a look at the components, I have post.js. There I have mentioned what are the contents we should get here. So when you see here, we are sending the contents post. So we have front matter here and slug here. So we are returning it here to this method, and then in post components page, what we are getting is the JSON object with the front matter and the slug. We are just creating a div here, and we are just pushing it as a index.html file. The same thing can be written in the index.html file also, but it is better to have the code segregated. So this is the process what we are doing, and then basically what happens is we have something called package.json. So package.json is here. What we do is whenever we want to build the website, we do it as npm run dev. So here we have mentioned what we have to do when the run method is invoked. Dev method is invoked. We are internally building the next dev method. So similarly, we have something called as a build method. These are the two things we'll be using mostly. So when it comes to the build method, we are internally calling the next.js build method, and the next.js knew what are the files available here, the structure available here, and it will be generating the final build which has to be deployed. So I will go to the Vercel. So I have already logged into my Vercel using the GitHub. So when I go to my projects, it has already pulled all my GitHub repositories. So this particular example, what I am using is in the JSConf next block. So I write it as 3 and just click deploy. It will be internally calling the npm run build method, which creates the next build method, which internally calls the next build method. So okay, so it will take a couple of minutes to get deployed in the Vercel. So until then we will check what are the things we are happening here. So what I do here right now is I write my markdown files alone. So the markdown files is .md files, which is under the blog post. I write my markdown files. I push it to my GitHub. So internally, when I push it to my GitHub, Vercel either by GitHub triage or Vercel pull way, the build is triggered. So when the changes are done, the build gets triggered. So when the build gets triggered, it runs the npm run build, which runs the next next build. So once the build is done, Vercel push to its CDN. Vercel will be having a lot of CDN. So around 170 nodes or something are there. I'm not sure the exact numbers. So it pushes to the CDN. There, when the article writer, viewer wants to see the article, when they open it in their website, it will be fetching from the CDN and it will be rendered in their website. So what is the advantage we have? Here we are not going to render the page each and every time whenever a user requests. Previously, when we are doing it in the WordPress, the traditional WordPress, whenever a user requests, it will be regenerating again and again. So the amount of machine capacity which needed now is minimized. So basically, the virtual should be having the high power machine to create the build, and the CDNs basically save the plain file which can be sent normally without any processing. So it can also be a slightly lower version one. So all the request goes to the CDNs instead of going to the GitHub where the source is present. Previously, if there is any bug in the WordPress engine, what happens is the database can also be corrupted. So now we don't know whether it is hosted in the GitHub or it can be in the GitLab or it can be anywhere, any content management system. So the attack of the source is reduced, and then the time the page gets served is faster. So due to this pre-rendering logic, we are able to serve resources and also the time and give the better experience to our readers. So these type of pre-rendering, during the build time pre-rendering and pushing it to the CDNs are mostly used for systems like the blogs or where the websites are heavily dependent on SEO. Say if you are going to have a website, something like Facebook, we are not going to use these things. Maybe for certain parts we'll be using, but not for all the parts. So yeah. So it got deployed. So this is the Vercel deployed website of ours. So basically what we are doing is we were writing our code in the Git pod, and then we are pushing it. I have integrated my Git pod and GitHub. I was pushing it to my GitHub, and then I was deploying it to my Vercel account. So this is easier to get started basically. So next, so when we are building the complex SaaS-based applications, say we have something called as Zoho Forms, for example, one of my favorite product, but I don't work there. So we have something called as Zoho Forms, or even we can take an example for Facebook. So for the Facebook, what they can do is they will be generating whole HTML during the build time. But when you go to the feed, it is not going to be static, right? So the same feed what I am seeing is not going to be seen by my friends. I will be having different set of friends also. My friends will be having different set of friends. So what they do is they build a whole HTML, CSS, and JS, pre-render it and push it to the CDN. Whenever a user visits to that pages, the HTML gets downloaded, and repetitively CSS and JS gets downloaded. So when the JS comes in, it knew for this particular click or page, we have to fetch some data. So at that time, some feed API will be pulled from the Facebook server and displayed in your machine, in your browser. So by this way, again, we are not going to recreate the HTML again and again when the user is going to request our services. So it is also to some extent effectively reducing our load in the app servers. So yeah. So this can be used. The build time plus API data fetching can be used in the complex websites or SaaS business generally. So most of the things we don't do the SEO, right? Say for a blog post, we want it to come to the Google search. But when it comes to the dashboard of our spending, it is our private data. We don't want to commit to the Google search. So those type of things can be built here. So I would strongly suggest you guys to check out this Jamstack book by Netlify team. I was basically a backend developer, but now whatever website I see, say for example hashnode.com, and there were a startup called peerlist.com. So whatever website I see nowadays, I tend to think in a Jamstack way. So it breaks down any complexity of building a website or a SaaS business. And then I have also given the source code of the 2 examples we have used. So you can check it out there. Okay. So, yeah, do we have any questions?
Hi everyone! Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there!
I love sport. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro front ends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies, and I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company, is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at the Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in DAZN before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with DAZN, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined DAZN was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen, so you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
DAZN is a tech-focused company, so even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro, so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. And so we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely, and you can never ask a stupid questions, and I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it, own it,
ship it.
Vishwa, for the Q&A session. Vishwa, are you there? Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start with the first question that we have. What are some options other than Next.js that I can use for building my Jamstack website?
So I would suggest to go with Vue.js. Maybe I am biased. Or there is something called Next, Nuxt.js for static websites. So okay, the favorite one with which I started is like when you see the GitHub pages, you have something called Jekyll. So if you're going for this pure static websites, I would suggest to go with Jekyll also. So these are my options, maybe.
I think I'm going to personally add Gatsby too, which has been a good option. In my opinion.
I have not.
But yeah, okay. Okay, anyways, let's move on to the next question.
Yeah, Hugo is good.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what is the best place to host my Jamstack website?
Okay, I am biased with. Okay, I have. I'm biased with Netlify and Versal. Cloudflare also has got good, decent options, I can say. And they give a lot of other components too at the back. So maybe Cloudflare is going to catch up these days. So first Versal for me, next Netlify, third surely Cloudflare.
Okay, so on to the next question. Can I use a content management system with Jamstack?
Yeah, I think Storyblock is there, I guess. So you can use it. So there are vendors. I don't remember exact name on how to pronounce that, but there are someone called Storyblock. So you should be comfortable using that also.
Okay, so the next question is there any reason to not use Jamstack and use some other tech stack with a backend?
Sorry, with the backend.
Like in general, is there any reason to not use Jamstack?
Okay, so say for these viewing experience in Zoom, right? There is no use of having the Jamstack based static element. Say, for example, the HTML is going to be very minimal here. So maybe applications for such applications, there is no need to use Jamstack. The HTML CSS is going to be very minimal. The core part is in the video streaming. So in these places, I would not suggest using Jamstack at all.
Okay, so that was all the questions. Thanks for the Q&A session, Vishwa. And
thanks, Yash.
Now,
thanks, team.
Yep. Now we are going to be seeing some sponsor things, and then we will be moving to our talk, to the next talk by Santosh.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences, and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock, because maybe you may not know about a Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with the real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more at what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose Next.js, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I am here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what this means is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send a text in the time it takes me to do this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code. I have imported the Twilio library, and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event, and like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the Video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
We have Santosh Yadav. Santosh is a software consultant and co-founder of This Is Learning, a Google developer expert for Angular, a GitHub star, an Auth0 ambassador, author of NGX Builder Package, a part of Nest.js add-ons core team. He runs This Is Tech Talks talk show, where he invites industry experts to discuss different technologies. He also loves contributing to Angular and NGRX. I personally have known him for a while now, and he's such a humble man. He contributes to open source so much, and he's such an amazing inspiration for me. So that's a huge introduction, and that's a lot about Santosh. And I think this is just not enough about him. So for this talk, Santosh is going to show us how to optimize our Angular app like a pro. He will be covering how to optimize the bundle size, how to use RxJS and state management libraries, and how to create tree-shakeable libraries with NX and Angular CLI. Please welcome on stage, Santosh.
Hey Yash, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and let me share my screen. Can you see it?
Yep, I can see it.
Yeah, okay. Hey everyone, good morning from Germany, Hamburg, and I'm really excited to deliver my first talk at Cityjs conference. And when Iris reached out to me about this conference, I was like, let's do it. Why not? I mean, we are doing it for the first time in India, and really excited to be here with all these amazing speakers and a lot of talks still to come. So let's go ahead and see. I mean, of course, I don't have anything to tell you about my introduction. Yash already covered everything. But yeah, I'm a JD for Angular, and that's why I'm talking about Angular. And here we will be talking about how you can optimize your Angular app, because one of the major concern, right? So Angular developers working on Angular app, and once they hit roadblock or some performance issues, they keep wondering how to do it. So some part of the talk is actually inspired by the optimization which I have done for my clients, and that will be the part of it. So in case you have any questions post talk, or you want to connect with me, of course you can go to Twitter or LinkedIn. It's Santosh Yadav Dev. You can find it on the internet as well, and same account is on GitHub also. So let's go ahead and get started. And first thing first, optimizing an Angular app or any app, like optimization is not a small task. It is a continuous task. So of course you will struggle a little bit. If you are scared of errors, don't be. So one good thing about Angular is whenever something fails, it will tell you. So if you're let's say optimizing or you're refactoring some code and something breaks, most of the time you will be able to catch that error during your build time or even during your development time, right? So when you do ng stuff, so don't be scared of the errors. That's the first thing I will tell you. And also, optimization is not a one-time task, right? So most of the application which we work on, just because of timelines, we focus more on delivering tasks, not the optimization part. And we don't do it until unless there is a complaint, right? So make sure that you are following all these practices which I'm going to tell you, so you don't hit that roadblock and then you have to go ahead and figure out, okay, what's the issue now? And also, I would suggest not every week, but at least once in a month, try to actually put some time aside to actually go ahead and see how your application is behaving, how your bundle size is growing. If you can implement or you can add it with your CI pipeline, that would be really great. I will give you some hints how you can do that, and keep revisiting it. It's not like performance is never a one-time thing. You have to revisit it again and again to make sure that your application behaves in same way as it was behaving 1 month ago. Because believe me, even a single PR can do a lot of damage to your perf side of your application, and you will not even notice us, because of course we work on development environment and we are not the actual product users, right? And once it goes live, we figure out, okay, there are a lot of issues which is going on. So let's go ahead and get started with the first trick, which is I'm sure most of you know. So use trackby with ng4. A lot of applications which I have seen is, of course, developer wants to deliver fast and they skip trackby. Don't do this. In case you are using ng4, go ahead and use trackby. It will only like improve the performance of your application, and you should have it. So make it default. I mean, make some probably lint rules in your application that, okay, in case I have ng4, we should have trackby. One other or one extra optimization which we can do, which is not required for, I think, a minimum size app. In case you have a large size application, you can also replace ng4 with something known as rx4. So there is a library or an Angular library called rx4. I'm not going to go into more detail about rx4 because it's a huge library, and there are already talks by Michael Hiltaki, who is the creator of RX Angular, and you can probably visit his talks because it's more about optimizing, like in case you have a large application. I mean, probably you will never need it in 90% of the application, but in case you have a very large application and you are hitting that performance bottleneck, go ahead and see RX Angular as well, which has a replacement for ng4, which is called RX4, which will also optimize your templates even more. So first thing, track by with ng4, or in case you have a large application, lot of components, go ahead and see RX Angular and replace your ng4 with RX4. And they also have a directive, so they also have another directive called RxLet. So you can combine RxLet and RX4 and you can get extra optimization for your templates. On push change detection, let me tell you, before you actually go ahead and move into or start doing on push change detection, it is good to have, and you should have it from day one. In case you don't, it doesn't matter. For most of the application, default change detection is really fast. You may never need on push change detection. It's good to have, a good practice to have. But in case you already have an application where you don't have on push change detection applied for all the components, don't be scared right now. So don't think that, okay, I have done something wrong. It's not. It's absolutely fine. Small to medium application, I think you will never find any issue using on push change detection. It's only in case you have a lot of applications, a lot of interaction going on within the components, where you will hit the bottleneck. So what you can do, or how on push change detection works, right? So in Angular, whenever you do some action, what happens? So let's say this is your component tree, and you do some action here, BC component. What will happen is, by default, Angular will go ahead and check entire tree. So even though you are making some action in here, it will go ahead and check for changes in all the component, even in A component, AC component, everything will be checked. Once you move on to on push change detection, Angular will check, okay, where the actually operation was performed. For example, let's say it was performed on AC component, which has some changes. Let's say it's a child component of A component, right? So only A component and AC component will be like changed, or in case, let's say A component shares something, they are not related here, but in case they are not, A component will not be changed, and only this component AC and A component. That's it. That's what change detection will check. Okay, these components have done. There is some changes, and that's it. Other components will not be touched. Now, how to move on to on push change detection strategy? There are multiple ways you can do it. You can use NGRX, which is for state management, and you can move everything to observables, and you will be able to subscribe to all the observables using NGRX. Another approach is, let's say you already have NGRX. There are a few more solutions which I'll suggest you. There is something called as NGRX Component Store. In case you are not able to, let's say now there are two scenarios. You may already have NGRX Store inside your application, and let's say you are hitting some performance bottleneck now, and you don't have NGRX Store. What you will do? So one challenge which I have seen is introducing NGRX into an existing code base, which is of course a little bit challenging. There is another solution called NGRX Component Store, which you can use to introduce state management into an existing application. It's a good solution. Again, RX Angular also comes with RX Angular Store, which you can also use for introducing state management for your component. So NGRX Component Store and RX Angular Store, they both are, RX Angular State, they both are solution for introducing state management or to your components. It's not for entire application. So what you can do is you can keep introducing state management for each and every component. So it's like you will be doing things incremental, which is always, I would say, in case you already have an application, it's always a good practice, right? So to do something which is incremental, introducing NGRX Store you will have to touch a lot of code, which is sometimes really scary because you have to go ahead and see how your entire application works. And most of the time, it's not like you are the only developer who is actually working on everything. So prefer NGX component store or RX Angular state in case you have existing application and you want to introduce state management and you want to convert your all components to on push. Next solution. So a lot of applications have like huge bundle size, right? So, but there will be a lot of parts of your application which you generally or user generally don't use. So you should have a lazy loading in place. Try to use it as much as possible. Why? You get separate feature bundles. So it's not like your user is downloading everything at once. They will be downloading only the part of the app they will be using. For example, let's say you have multiple routes available on your page, home, about us, login, and then inside login, you have dashboard, orders. So what you can do is all those can be lazy loaded. So the user who has even not logged in will not get the code for dashboard, right? Because of course he's not logged in right now. Or he will not get the code for orders because of course he's still visiting the homepage. So those code is like useless for him. You can load bundles on demand. It's not like it will be preloaded for you or pre-loaded for your users. So whenever the user clicks on, let's say, orders, dashboard, at that time, the extra code will be downloaded for him or the user, sorry. You can also reduce the code on first stuff because if you know not every country has good internet. I'm sure India has like now better infrastructure thanks to Jio introducing big plans for internet, and I think broadbands are really not that costly in most of the cities in India, and we have good bandwidth. But there are some countries where the bandwidth is not good, right? And you don't want to write your code only for India. Or even in India, there are multiple cities where internet is not that good. So remember that whenever you are writing code, you are not writing for yourself. Of course, we are all from tech background and we all enjoy using high bandwidth internet, but not everyone has that, right? You are using the code, you are writing the code for the end users who can be anyone, right? And that's why try to reduce your main bundle size so it can be downloaded faster. And there are some things which we'll see at last. So there are also other strategies. Of course, lazy loading is one, but you can also configure preloading. So there are multiple ways you can do that. So one solution is NGX Quick Link. What is preloading? Let me just tell you. So preloading is like in lazy loading, what you do is you download the bundles when you need it. In preloading, what we will do is once you configure preloading, your Angular will check if the user is active. If he is idle, the Angular will start downloading the chunks in background. So that's preloading. So figure out which strategy works best for you. Either is it lazy loading or preloading. So for preloading, you can also use NGX Quick Link. NGX Quick Link is something which will download the bundle. Let's say you have multiple URLs on your page or multiple routes. So home, dashboard, orders. So whenever user hovers above, let's say any of the route, Angular will start preloading that particular code base. So it will try to verify, see if you have actually user has hovered above this particular link, then it will download. So that's one solution which you can apply, NGX Quick Link. Another is you can also use guest parser. So in guest parser, I think it's a good solution in case you already have Google Analytics already available with you. So in guest parser, it uses actually machine learning. So in guest parser, it will see, okay, so if this user logged in, what is the history, right? So how this user actually visits this application, and it will try to identify, okay, which route should be lazy loaded next or loaded next. And based on of course, initially when you start, it will be probably most of the things will be preloaded by default. But as your data improves, it will try to figure out, okay, which route is used by this particular user. So those routes are already prefetched or preloaded for that particular user. So a good solution, just see if you already have Google Analytics in place in your application. Most of application does, because most of the Angular application is like commercial, and you'll be able to configure it with Core Analytics. So just use a check guest parser for Angular, and you'll be able to find the library. Avoid shared module. So this is one of the important thing here. Actually, in 2020, I started working for an organization, and then they had a huge shared module. I'm sure this is the code which most of the Angular developers can relate to, because this is a code which is in Angular material documentation. So we had so many modules similar to this. So I decided that, okay, now let's do a little bit study around this, if this is a good practice or not. So I created an application, and then I've, of course, ran some command to see how my application looks like. So when I started a new application, this is, you can see it has only one bundle, which is main bundle, and then the entire bundle size was 382 KB, which was fine. Then I started introducing more code. Here, I added more code to this, so it became 423 KB. And then I added more shared module. So here you can see with shared module, with everything in a single module, right? My application was 639 KB. And then what I did is, next step, which we already saw in this particular slide, lazy loading. So I decided to do lazy loading, and let's see how it behaves. So even with lazy loading, you can see there is one -es. I'm sure this is a little bit small, but there are multiple bundles, 1ES, 6ES, 7ES. So these are all lazy loaded chunks. Then what I did is I removed the shared module. So I removed this entire code base. And what I did is I created separate modules, or added this code, or added the imports into the module where it is needed. So for, let's say, example, I have, let's see this. Right, so I have multiple components here. So department, employee. So I removed this shared module. So this is my shared module, and then started adding only what is needed into its own module. So for example, if department has its own module, so, and it uses mat table and mat paginator. So I removed everything from shared and just added this to my module. That's it. And first thing, if you have this shared module, remove it from everywhere, and you will start getting error. And then add only the modules which is required, and you will save a lot of bytes from this exercise as well. But it is going to take time. So in case you already have a lot of shared module in your application right now, start with one, and then keep removing it. And of course, have a buy-in from your team that, okay, I'll be doing this practice, and we can actually reduce a lot of bundle size. So here you can see 705 KB with lazy loading and even shared module. Then I started removing shared module, and you can see I already lost 40 KB, or I reduced my bundle by 40 KB by doing a small exercise, right? So in case you have lot shared module, just start doing it today. Use strict mode from the day one. In case you are starting a new application, start with strict mode on. In case you don't, migrate like incrementally. So it's, let's say you have multiple libraries for your code base. Start with libraries. See which library you can do first. Start with the smaller one, and start doing or adding strict mode to that particular library. So because with strict mode, it generates less bundle size. And if you start a new application with strict mode, you may have seen something different, which I'll talk next. So always check what's in your bundle. This is really important, because I have figured a lot about how my application looks like, or why my application is really so slow, by just figuring out, okay, what's there in the code base. To do that, you can use Source Map Explorer, and it requires some manual steps. So to avoid that, what I did is I created a new package, which is called ngx builders analyze. You can just run this to command ng add ngx builders analyze, and then you can run your this command called ng run with your project name :analyze. So these two commands, and you will be set. You will get a report, something like this. So you'll get a similar report where you will be able to see, okay, what's going on in my application. And then let's talk about budgets. So this is what I was referring to when I said, okay, when you use strict mode, the budgets are already set to minimum. Here, sorry. Hello. Could you hear? Okay. Okay. So if you go to your angular.json file, right? So all the you will find something known as budgets. Also, you have, in case you are using NX, already an NX user, you may have projects.json, and you may find something called budgets. And here, there are multiple types which this budget has. So you have initial budget, you have any component style. So initial budget is what your initial app size would be. So you can see there is some stats. So it says 100 KB, which is maximum warning, and there is a maximum error, which is 150 KB. Similarly, for any component, you have 6 KB and maximum error is 10 KB. So let's talk about what the budget is. This is really important. Remember, I said you can also do or check your bundle size with every PR. This is where the budgets really come into the picture. So there are multiple types of budgets. So bundle. The first one, there are multiple, I will see all. So bundle is the size of the specific bundle. So in case you want to make sure that your bundle size does not go beyond this. So you can specify which bundle, and then you can specify maximum error, maximum warning. So maximum warning is, okay, at this stage, your build will give you a warning that, okay, you set it to 100 KB, but your bundle size is going above 100 KB, and it will tell you by how much. And then maximum error is, if it goes to this, above this, just break my build. And this is how you can keep your builds, or you can check your builds with every PR. So you can, of course, most of the application which we use has CI/CD in place, and you can set this settings. And so when you do ng build, it will check, okay, maximum error is 150 KB, but right now it goes to 160 KB. Your build will break, and you will get an error straight away. So what you can do is, don't try to increase it. This is one of the things which I have seen a lot of teams doing, that, okay, they hit the maximum error, and they increase it. Don't do that. Revisit the earlier slides. See if lazy loading is something which you can do, or see if you have some shared module introduced. See if the strict mode is on, or is it off. And revisit those, and then come to conclusion that we want to increase this size. Otherwise, don't touch it. And in a big team, in case you are leading a team, for example, have a check on this. That's take the ownership for this. That, okay, whenever the bundle size breaks, I will sit with the developer and we'll try to figure out what's going wrong, and not to increase the bundle size, or not to increase the settings every time my build breaks due to the bundle size. So, okay, the bundle is one. The initial size of the app. So this is something which will be the initial code which will be downloaded by your end user. So you can set this. You can set all script. So in angular.json, you have a script tag. So where you can define, okay, I want to load this script, and what happens is those scripts are actually bundled into your application. So you can also define the size that, okay, all the script size combined should not go beyond this much. Let's say 100 KB or 200 KB. You have all, it's like the entire size of your application, and you can set that to that, okay, my entire application size should not go beyond 2.5 MB. And that's the benchmark. And if it goes above, of course, you will revisit your app. Then you have any component style, where so whenever you, of course, create some components, of course, there will be some stylings which will be applied for each and every component. And this is where you can set, okay, this component should not go beyond, let's say, 6 KB of CSS. And you can set that. Any script where you will be able to define that, okay, I have a lot of scripts getting downloaded, and any of them should not go beyond 100 KB. So that's for each script, right? So there can be multiple scripts of 100 KB which can be downloaded. And it doesn't matter. So any file should not go beyond this much. That's the stat you have finally. Okay, so now you figured out, okay, you have your application, you figured out, okay, this is what is inside my code, and you figured out that my Angular libraries, which I created, is actually adding a lot of bundles or a lot of code to my final bundle. Now, how to do that? So this is something which is really useful for large apps. And I have seen in my last application, just by doing secondary entry points, I was able to reduce my bundle size by 1.5 MB. So it was, when I started, it was at around 5.8. And when I completed the entire migration, I mean, it was around 4 MB. So even more than 1.5 MB. So, and then I did another migration because there were multiple libraries to secondary entry points. And then we ended up 3.5 MB. So it's final 2 MB, which I reduced by just doing secondary entry points. So why to do secondary entry points is most of the Angular libraries, it's not your fault. Most of the Angular libraries by default have a single entry point. So it means if I keep adding the code to an Angular library, it will be, and whenever I import it, it will be like everything will be added to the bundle. That's by default, by design. So whenever you import, it will just keep adding the chunks to that particular module. So let's say if I create a library A and introduce or import it in my app.module, which is my main module, entire library A is part of my main module, which will be loaded when your application starts. By using secondary entry points, you will be able to only import what is needed. So in case you are already using Angular, you may know Angular material. So you ever noticed Angular material / mat table, or sorry, table / forms. So those are secondary entry points. So it tells you that, okay, if you are using forms, I will not add anything else to your bundle. I will just give you forms and related libraries. For example, if forms uses CDK or it uses label, so those will be added to your bundle, not the table or other components, right? So this is how you can configure secondary entry points by your own. So generally, to add secondary entry points, you just have to add a package.json into your folder. You have to have separate folders. In case you are using NX, it simplifies it. You can just run this command, NX generate library secondary entry point. This is a generator which NX already has, and you can give secondary name. Let me show you an example. I mean, so here, so I have multiple libraries here, and then this to-do shared has some code base, and then it has to-do list. So what I want to do is, I don't want to import everything. I want to import only to-do list. And I have already configured my secondary entry points. Let me show you the output, how it looks like. So you can actually do, let's say if I build NX build to-do shared, you will see that there are multiple entry points which will be built. So it says, okay, there is an entry point called NX lib demo / to-do shared / to-do list, similar to Angular material. So Angular / material / forms. And this is your, let's say, Angular forms, Angular material, the main package, which of course there is nothing inside this. But of course, you need an entry point, default entry points, and you cannot import anything from here. In case you have some code base by default, available into your SRC folder, that will be available. Otherwise, everything will be available as a separate package. So you don't end up importing everything. So very useful in case you have a large application. Always use US module. So if you remember Angular 10, Angular 10 introduced check for CommonJS modules, because CommonJS modules cannot be tree-shaped. So avoid using it, and you will get a warning in case you are using any CommonJS module inside your application. You will get a warning. You will be able to see, okay, you are using this CommonJS modules, and you can actually, if let's say you don't have any solution for that, you can actually add that into allowed CommonJS dependencies to avoid those warnings. And those warnings will be removed from your output, but just keep it so you know that, okay, these are all CommonJS modules we have, and you can replace it eventually in future. Important, of course, use CDN to serve assets. Don't try to put everything inside your application. So there are advantages, of course, of using CDN. So you have low network latency, high availability, and better analytics. So you know from where your users are trying to access the assets or trying to access your application, and it decreases your server load, right? So like all the CDNs are really smart. They know what is being used from where, and they have smart analytics also. So try to rely on them rather than using your own server for assets. This is important, and Angular took a step ahead, and now you will always get prod bundle by default. So if you are not aware, last release, the change was made because a lot of applications were using ng build, which used to do development build. And not many applications were actually using prod build. So Angular took a step and they said, okay, now we will do the prod build by default. So you don't have to worry about it, but use prod build by default and enable the zip minification on your server. Most of the servers are have this capability for zip minification. Use that. It reduces your the final bundle which will be served to user by 70 to 80%. Most of the server are able to do that. So let's say if you have prod bundle of 2.5 MB, probably you will be only serving around 600 KB to the user, which is okay, right? 600 KB is not that big. So there are a few more references which I want to share. There's one related to CSS, and of course there's second one which is related to shared material. Related to CSS, I will just add one more thing. Angular material now supports use and forward. Go ahead and use and forward. Don't use import. I have found some application where we were using import, and import has a downside that it will import everything into your code base, right? So if you, let's say, import a CSS into component A, component B, so it will be part of both. Use only uses if use only checks, okay, if it is not loaded, then I will load it, or it. And there is one more advantage that @use will remove all the private things which you have defined within CSS. So with new applications, I think starting Angular 11 or Angular 12, you'll be able to use @use and use that. Don't use import, which I've seen giving a lot of performance bottlenecks because of the huge bundle size they generate. So yes, that's it from my side. In case you have any questions, of course, feel free to connect with me on Twitter, LinkedIn, and we can discuss more about it.
Hello everyone, my name is Luciano and I'm gonna be presenting a workshop at Cityjs this year called Introduction to Node.js Streams. So I don't know if you ever dealt with Node.js streams. They are one of my favorite topics, but also I found that it's one of the topics that most people tend to ignore and skip. And maybe that's just because the initial hurdle with it is just a little bit too much and it's kind of hard to understand what's going on, how to use them. There is a little bit of magic. So most people just try to get away from them and they never actually take advantage of this amazing feature of Node.js. So in this workshop, what I want to do is try to explore this topic in a very approachable way. I want to actually start from buffers and show how you can use buffer to actually deal with raw memory and binary stuff in Node.js. And then the concept that streams are just a sequence of buffer arriving to you at certain amount of time. And you can process them as you get the raw data. You don't need to get the full message. You can start to process the message as you get the small bits of data. So in this workshop, what we're going to do after that is try to explore the different types of streams. So we're going to look into writable, readable stream, transform streams, duplex streams. And then we're going to explore all the built-in streams that you can get already in the Node.js core. So from all the HTTP streams, encryption, compression. So you can actually get a feeling that even without building custom streams, you can leverage a lot of the utility that are already available in the Node core libraries. After that, we're going to actually look into how you can combine different streams. One of the main features of streams is that you can easily pipe different types of stream and build data processing pipelines that are very memory efficient and fast. And then after that, we're going to try to close the workshop by building some small custom streams, so you can also have a feeling of what it takes to actually build your own custom stream with your own business logic. And finally, we're going to explore a comparison of the stream patterns with and the stream models with async iterators, which seems very close topics, and they are actually interoperable, but there are some important differences to understand. I hope that's something that is interesting for you, and I hope to see you there at the workshop on the 22nd of March, Cityjs. Bye.
My name is Roy, and I'm a developer advocate and author from the Netherlands. I'll be hosting a workshop during Cityjs London 2022. The workshop will show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API for any data source. So no matter if you have a MySQL, Postgres, or REST API that you want to connect with GraphQL, I will have you covered. During this workshop, I'll show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API using JIS GraphQL schema design language. And at the end of this workshop, you'll be able to combine multiple data sources, whether it's a database or an existing API, into one unified GraphQL API. So make sure to sign up for my workshop, and I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm an independent Node.js consultant and educator. I'll be hosting an online workshop as part of Cityjs London 2022. In my workshop, you'll learn how to confidently apply reliable validation tools and techniques in your Node.js applications. Request validation can help make your applications more stable, secure, and reliable, but implementing it can often feel messy and overwhelming. In my workshop, you'll learn why validation is an essential part of every Node.js application, how to create flexible validation rules, and make your applications more robust with schema-generated types. You'll also learn how to send back validation errors with an effective and standardized response format. And finally, you'll learn how to integrate all these validation techniques with any Node.js framework. It's going to be hands-on with live coding, exercises, and plenty of time for questions and discussion. Make sure you sign up for my workshop at the Cityjs conference on March 24th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Here with Santosh, and we are going to have a Q&A. So, hello Santosh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, nice. So the first question comes from YouTube. Should I use a preloading strategy?
Okay, so let me tell you this. I mean, so for using preloading strategy, I think you have to figure out why you should be using preloading strategy, right? So it's useful in case, let's say, you have your lazy loaded bundles, but they're big. So let's say you have a lazy loaded bundle of like 300 or 400 KB, and you think your users will be idle for some time, because it actually loads your bundle in background, and when your user is idle. So if your application is something where your users are not idle anytime, preloading strategy would be like really bad strategy, because of course it will end up lazy loading, right? Nothing is, because your user is never idle. But you can figure out with it if it works with Google Analytics. I mean, the another approach, which is Guess.js, if that is something which you can use for your solution, because it will be using ML to see what will be used next. But it can also lead to lead to a blocker in case you have like low bandwidth, and then it starts loading everything because your user has visited all these things. So start with lazy loading, I would say. Don't start with preloading. Start with lazy loading and see if you are getting some issues, and then figure out which preloading strategy you want to use.
Okay, so next up we have this question. So optimizing the performance of an app is a slippery slope. No matter how hard I try, there's always something more I can squeeze to make the app faster. How do you determine when to stop optimizing your app?
Look, so it's like always you need the optimization, as I said, right? So it's not a one-day process. You have to do it over the period of time, and you have to always keep some side aside in your project backlog to revisit those. So don't try to fix everything at once, right? I mean, you will do it incrementally. Of course, there will be some areas you will identify. That's why you have most of the organization have this. What you can see, the processes in place, right? So you take some chunk and then you optimize it and then push it and see have all those checks in place. For example, you have lazy loading, you have budget in place. to make sure that you're not undoing what you have already done, right? So keep all these things in place, so you never go ahead and do the same thing again and again, but add it as a part of process. Keep some time in your Scrum. So I'm sure most of us follow Scrum. So keep some time aside and see, okay, this month probably we'll see this area, and next month probably we'll see this area, and see how we can improve it. Before your application goes live, I'm sure if you add it in as part of your process, you don't have to worry about most of the product, this performance issues once your application goes live.
Okay, so on to the next question. How do I know what maximum limit of budget I should set and use?
That's a good question. So you have to first determine how big your app is. Okay, so generally what I do when I start with a new application and I see there is no budget specified, I will add whatever at that point the budget is. So let's say I started today and the application is 3 years old, and it says, okay, my bundle is 5 MB. I will set it 5 MB because I don't want to go ahead and spill it, or go ahead and wait till it goes to 10 MB, right? So I will add it 5 MB, and then I'll say, okay, now we will put all these checks in place, that we have lazy loading, we have we don't have shared modules, and we'll start optimizing it and then start reducing it. It's not like, okay, you saw 5 MB and then you are, oh my god, it's 5 MB, now what to do? Don't do that. So set it to 5 MB at that point, and then, as I said, you have to do it over the time. So add it into your scrums. Okay, this month I'll revisit, let's say, shared module. I'll remove this particular shared module. I will revisit my styles. I will see what actually is part of my bundle, which is really important. So you should first figure out, set the bundle size, and then try to figure out what is in your app, which is where Source Map Explorer comes into picture. Revisit Source Map Explorer and see what is not required. And most of the things in using Source Map Explorer, it gives you a report, and where you will be able to see what is included in your main bundle, or what is included in your shared modules, or what is included in your lazy loaded modules, and revisit what are the modules which you need, and what are the modules you don't need. For example, I have seen this problem with Nginx Store, where developers end up including everything into app module, the entire store. You can actually split it into lazy loaded modules, but they don't. I mean, they actually include into a main module. So start doing that, start removing it, and see where they fit in. Secondary entry points. You get a lot of you get a lot of big libraries inside your application. Start using secondary entry points. You get a lot of common JS modules. So for example, you may have Moment.js, which is already 300 KB, and which will be included as part of your main bundle. Start replacing common JS module with the DataFNS or any other replacement you have. Similarly, in case you are using more common JS modules or common JS libraries, remove them. So start slow. Don't get scared that, okay, now I have already reached 5 MB. Now what? It's not end of the world.
Okay, that's a really, really insightful comment on the answer to the question. So the next question is, are there any CDNs that you recommend to use for improving performance of my application?
Sorry, what was that?
CDNs. Are there any CDNs that you recommend to use? Content delivery network.
Okay. Sorry. I mean, there are a lot of CDNs available. Probably choose one which fits for your requirement. So I don't have any preference. I mean, Netlify already does that for me, for example. So it actually optimizes all the images for me, and then I can use it. So figure out which is available for you and your company. Right? You won't be writing code for your own. You will be using for your company. So just check with them which CDN they have available.
Okay, so this question is a bit out of the way, but what VS Code theme are you using? It was so good.
Okay. So I use this one called Night Owl by Sarah Dressner.
Okay.
It's really good. I mean, I moved it. I started using it 3 years ago and never used another theme.
Oh, nice. Okay, so that was it. Thanks for your talk. It was really insightful, and all your answers were so good. And I really enjoyed the talk and listening to all your answers and your experience. So yeah, that's it. That's all the questions from my side. And now we will be moving to the next talk by Abhiram.
Thank you, Yash. Bye bye.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock because maybe you may not know about a Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with the real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more at what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose Next.js, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I am here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what this means is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send a text in the time it takes me to do this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the Video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
We have a very special talk, usage of JavaScript and Python web apps, and I'm looking forward to it since we have both these languages, battling it out, and it will be delivered by Abhiram. He's a machine learning engineer at O9 Solutions, a supply chain-based company in Bangalore, and he also likes to code in Python and all. Reads fiction and non-fiction short stories, and he also runs a book club called Broke Biblicals Bangalore in the city. So looking forward to the talk.
Hey, Sandy, thank you, Santosh. Hello, everyone. First of all, a great thanks to the Cityjs organizers, right, to Bhuwana and to the entire team who's been working tirelessly to get this all put together. Having conducted some conferences myself, I know how difficult a job this is. So this is, I don't take this lightly that you've put it all together so nicely and you've pulled it off. So kudos to you. And I'm going to share my screen now and I'll start the presentation. So the topic is using JS in Python. This is what the talk is going to be about. I'm Abhiram, Abhi can't draw on Twitter. So I'm a senior ML engineer at O9 Solutions. The bio is already done. I write code and short stories. I co-organize Python meetups at Bagpipers. It's a Bangalore-based Python user group. And I run a book club in Bangalore. Why did I stress on the fact that I run Python meetups in Bangalore? It is fully around Python, right? What I do is mostly in Python. I work using Python and R. So what am I doing in a JS conference, right? So when Bhuwana asked if I'd be interested to present in Cityjs, I was a little bit skeptical, mostly because I didn't think I knew enough to talk about JavaScript in a conference full of experts. And I still think that right now, as I'm talking, I'm pretty sure that this talk is not going to be at any level similar to what the other talks have already been at. But it is an important subject nonetheless to consider, because we are not at war in terms of languages. Sandy just said, he's excited to see the languages battle it out. I don't see it as a battle so much as a synergy. And as much as we are in our own little worlds where we try to specialize and use just one language, try to make up as much as we can using one language, and Python has given us a lot of that in spades. Like it is a versatile language. I am going to complement it a bit in a JS conference in that it is capable of doing everything from web apps to data science to machine learning and even messaging, real-time streaming, all of that, right? But it cannot be neglected. JavaScript cannot be neglected in the sense that the entire web runs on JavaScript. It is powered by JavaScript, and there are a lot of frameworks that are doing amazing work there, which we would be foolish not to be making use of, even in the Python world, even in any other language that we use. I don't think it should we should neglect the benefits of another language if they are vastly superior to something of our own areas of expertise. So the cons are that it is one more thing to learn. This is something that I was thinking about earlier this week, where a friend had said that, why do people use softwares like Stata when they can easily use Python or R? And I was thinking about this, and it felt very logical that, why don't people use Python and R? But then I realized it is one more thing for them to learn. Similarly, for someone who's a Python developer like me, JavaScript is one more thing for me to learn. If I have to make my UI a lot better and learn JavaScript in the process, that is one more thing for me to learn. But if I don't do it, all I'm left with is a moderate UI at best, and maybe I would have lost something by not going that extra mile, right? So that's where the pros come in handy. It's not a need, but it improves the overall experience considerably. And the second thing, while I was going through projects to put together for this talk, like some sample projects that I took up and pulled from the internet, basically just to go through it, because that's how you learn a new language, right? You go through what has already been done and build up as you go along. You take the most absolute basic projects, you see how it is written, and then you build components of your own, add your own little spices onto it, and that's how you learn a new language. So you should never be, afraid to explore something new. And that's what I've learned. And in that process, I learned that it helps you separate concerns between UI and business logic. I'll show you that in a bit. And it also allows for a broader usage of UI and UX capabilities. Like you have a lot of different widgets and frameworks that you can pull in if you allow for JavaScript to be part of your architecture. And now, so where can we use JavaScript in Python? So basically it is, it's mostly in web apps. And when we talk about web apps, we are talking about some titans in the web app scenario in Python, where Django, Flask are the reigning kings, and Streamlit and Dash and some more Mercury, all of these small frameworks are coming into the picture, and they are throwing their hat in the ring, and they are succeeding to a large extent. And JS can also be used in Jupyter notebooks. Where they can be used is the extensions that you see in Jupyter notebooks, and I'll show you a Jupyter notebook in case you've never seen it. The extensions that you see there can be modified, or you can add your own little extensions by using JavaScript. Now, you must have already noticed that in all of these avenues, if you had known only Python, you are missing out on so much. If you didn't know JavaScript, if you don't learn it, you are completely missing out on an avenue of, making your work easier by adding maybe one more button in a Jupyter notebook and pulling in some extra files from the cloud. There's so many possibilities. Okay, I'll tell you a little bit more in a bit. So moving forward, the typical Django app follows a model view template sort of architecture. It is not an MVC framework, it is an MVT framework, where the view is not the presentation layer, it is the business layer. So the model is where you store the data. The template becomes the view in an MVC framework, and the view is the business logic. The naming conventions are a bit weird, but this is how it is, and people who have been using Django for a while have gotten pretty used to the fact. What we don't make allowances for here is anything outside of this architecture, right? Because when we say template, we have a lot of room for adding HTML, CSS, and JavaScript here itself, and it becomes like an entire full-fledged but completely holistic model of saying UI, business logic, and everything. but it in the process, it mixes everything together. So there is no real separation. Okay, so that I'll show you just now. I'll be switching screens now, and I hope you can see the entire screen. If you can't, one of the organizers, please stop me. So can someone just pipe up and tell me if I'm audible so far? It's all right. You can tell me.
Yep.
All right, great. So I'm just going to show you the structure of the typical framework. So here I have a sample Django app, and I'll show you what it does as well. And this is the typical structure of a normal Django app. Okay, it has the application. This is the entire project. And when you spawn a new project and an application, you get a lot of things, like just cookie cut or bootstrapped right from the beginning, right? You get your views, URLs, models, all of them are there. Maybe not models, but all of them are already there to fill up. You can fill them up. The settings.py are there to configure. And the requirements.txt, it is there to let you add what all requirements are there for the Django app to function properly. And what this Django app is particularly doing is, I like to write small, tiny projects for myself. So this Django app basically generates a screen like this. Okay, it is a random Alan Watts quote generator. Alan Watts is a like a philosopher of the late 60s in the US, and he has some good quotes. You don't have to take them all seriously, but they are decent. So the point of this app is it just generates random Alan Watt quotes, and you can see that it is deployed on Heroku. Okay, now the thing to notice here, the thing of pertinence here, the thing of relevance here is that this is done completely using Django. I have not used much JavaScript here. It is using CSS and HTML. And in the balance, the entire thing has fallen into a structure like this. Within the template layer, there are 3 HTML files, and you can see they are all using something called Jinja templating. Okay, Jinja templating is our, what do you call it? It is our substitute for HTML. Okay, Jinja template is supported by Django, and this can be used to create nice little UIs. Okay, but there is a limit to what it can do. It cannot handle Ajax queries. It cannot, basically asynchronous communication is the bottleneck as far as this is concerned. Even there are workarounds in Django, but JavaScript can handle it a lot more elegantly. I'm not going to demo that, of course, but you'll have to take my word for it. Now I'll show you an app with a different sort of a paradigm where it is not completely only Django. The front end and the back end are completely bifurcated. Okay, so this is the structure that I just showed you. No, this is the structure here. This is the older structure, but the newer structure will look something like this. The back end and the front end are completely isolated, and the back end code will have only the business logic. Okay, and the front end code will have whatever JavaScript code that I have used here. Here I'm using a little bit of GraphQL to navigate the different paths, and I'm using Vue.js to display the UI elements. Now, bear in mind that I am new to all of this. Okay, I don't know Vue.js, I don't know React.js to the extent that a good JavaScript developer would. But in the time that I took to put this together, I've been able to pick up some stuff out of sheer necessity, right? So the point I'm getting to is, if I can do it out of necessity, someone who's a little bit more motivated should be able to do it a lot more easily and with a lot more features, right? This is going to be very basic, but you can probably do a lot more with this. Now I'll show you what this does. Now, first of all, I'll show you the code itself. This is the one. Okay, let's go from minimal to outward. So in the backend, as you can see, there is only Python specific code. When I started the application, I did not add any templates. My views also has pretty much nothing here because the view itself is delegate it somewhere else. Okay, so all I have here are models. The models are basically, this is a blog application. So the end result should look something like this. Not like this. I will run it and show you. Okay, the end result is a blog application which will list the blogs and blog entries that it has taken in as input. Okay, and it has all of these fields: title, subtitle, slug. The schema is where I fill in everything that is related to graph query to resolve posts by different sort of APIs that I will need when I'm making those queries. Okay, and the queries themselves are not necessarily made via graph APIs, graph queries, but they can be made from the UI itself, because the UI in turn calls the graph APIs in the backend. Right, and finally there is an admin page, which is how I'll be adding all of these entries in the Django app. And this is the backend, right? In the front end, I have a couple of UI elements, which is what will get displayed. Where is the source? Here it is. So there is a main.js. The main.js is what is pointing to the place where the APIs are being hosted, which is localhost 8000. Okay, at the GraphQL endpoint. How GraphQL is being used here is using something called Django Graphene. Django-Graphene is the library that I'm using from Django side to serve the APIs. Right, and here I have all the components. So all of these elements is something that I picked up while learning what little view I needed for this project, right? So here I'm writing simple graph APIs to say that because I'm querying by author, the elements for this author are his bio, his website, his or her bio, website, user, and everything that is specific to the user. This is a graph query. Okay, and it is as simple as something that you would expect from a JSON structure minus the values. This is just the keys, right? So this becomes very simple, and it's very intuitive as well. That is why people prefer this as opposed to writing long URIs. Author link. Typically, every sort of this hello world is just a relic of what came with the spawning of the Node.js components, but this doesn't matter. Basically, every page that is here is to say that there is an endpoint. Whatever link you click, there is an endpoint to display the relevant details from the database. And the database here is a SQLite database. So the bifurcation of the front end and the back end is what I wanted to highlight here. And finally, when you serve it, there are two things to serve. There is again a distinction over here from the normal Django app. In a normal Django app, all you would have had to do would be to serve the Django app itself. I've done a bunch of Git pushes. Now, if you're not following along the code, right, it's fine. I've put up all of this code in my GitHub repo that I'll be making public later on. I've made it public. I'll just make it accessible. Where is this? I'm making a mistake here. Run server. It says I have one unapplied migration. That's fine because I'm not doing any authentication here anyway. This is the normal Django. And this is on my local right now. But what I'm showing here is all I had to do was run the Django app because it does not depend on anything external. But if I'm doing it via the Vue.js component, there are two things here. One is I have to start the Node.js server, and the other thing is I have to start the Django server. So both of them are in play here. Both of them are necessary. Okay, so how do I start the Django server is the same way. Python manage .py run server. And then I'll start the Node server as well. Now this will be available at localhost 8080. You see the difference here. The difference is I am not using the URL of the Django app. I'm using the URL of my Vue app. Okay, because the Django app, all I'm using it for is to serve the APIs. I'm using the Vue URL as my front end. So if you had opened the, this is the GraphQL. Yeah. This is port 8080, sorry, 8000. This is where the Django app is being served. Okay, that is it. The Django app is being served at 8000. And that is where I can access my admin at, because it is a Django's admin. And I have the graph query API that is being listed here. Okay, that is also from Django. The Vue.js is coming here. Okay, it's a not so awesome blog. And I have a couple of posts here already. How do I add a new post? Right now, I don't have a UI to add new posts, so I can add it from Django. Okay, so you see all of these models over here. They are all from Django. And when I add it over here, it will be reflected here. So first thing is I'll add a post. We already have a user called Kendall. We'll add one more user. Let's call it, I don't know, we'll call it Sandy. Password will be Sandy1234. Don't use passwords like this in production. And save. What is the character? Oh my God. See, the password is too similar to username. So there are some Django constraints that are enforced readily. So that is pretty good. I'll use the reverse of Sandy. YD. Let's make it simple. Welcome. 1, 2, 3. Welcome. 1, 2, 3. What happened? Huh. Oh, the password is too common. Okay. Welco. Wow. So more time in the industry, and I've spent 10 years right now, is wasted in stuff like this. It's sad. But it's necessary. You do not take authentication lightly. Welco post 2. As you can see, a slug is being created. A slug is a link that you can use to refer to the URL. And the body, this is the body. I am still audible, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sure. So now I don't have the user here yet. Why not? Because a profile for him was not created. So I'll create a profile for him. Sandy. Save. I'm putting the time as IST now. Author is Sandy and save. Now this will not appear. And I could have asked you why if it was a live conference, but we'll have to make do here. It is because it's not published. These are things I miss about an online conference. Hopefully we'll have Cityjs 2023 live. So this is Welco 222. If I click on this, I get welcome content. How did I get here? Via the graph API, right? So every link is linking somewhere. It is not a dead link, right? And that is what you can really ensure using graph APIs. So you should really get into that and check it out. So that is one full life cycle of what this, how JavaScript can be used here. Now, could I not have accomplished the same thing in Django templating? Probably I could have. But now the biggest advantage I have is this complete separation. Okay, and in a small project like this, maybe it doesn't make much sense. But if you're working across teams, and you mostly are, you might want to separate the two out and say that, I'll give you my APIs, you develop the front end, and you just have to serve them. You don't have to work on the same code base. There won't be conflicts all the time. You can save a lot of unnecessary headaches by separation of these two components, which don't really need to be joined, right? And you get the additional benefit of being able to add more components if for someone who is more savvy with JavaScript, right? So all of those things are something that you can take a lot of advantage of. So now the next thing, I had so much fun with this, I forgot what the next thing was, so we have achieved a couple of things here. We have separated the views and the logic. We have made it easier to interface with GraphQL. I kept calling it Graph Query. It's GraphQL. I blanked out on the last two letters. And adding new views and templating is very easy and more flexible than Jinja templating. Now, the second thing I'm going to demo is a Streamlit app. Okay, so now what is Streamlit? Now, Streamlit, I said, is one of the more recent challengers of Django and React and stuff like that. Not to the same extent, because the latter are a lot more robust and they are very mature. But you can get a lot of things done with Streamlit, and they are consistently iterating. If you follow them on Twitter, you'll see how active that team is, how friendly they are. So all of this is important. I'm going to digress just a little bit here. The biggest thing that is important to a language is not the language. Okay, it is the community. Someone spoke about the community just 2 talks back. It is very important, because if you get a problem, who are you going to go to, right? Like, the documentation can take you only so far. But if you have any problems, you need someone to talk to someone to answer your queries, right? So that's where the mailing list, the Twitter handles, conferences like Cityjs and JSFoo and all of that, they make it easy for people to come together and talk about languages that they're using, problems that they're facing. It is not just a showcase platform, right? It is also to clarify doubts and meet people who are better than you in languages that you can learn from, right? So Streamlit is one of those new up and coming communities that you should leverage. So here I've made use of React, and I'll show you how the Streamlit app is. First of all, again, I'm going to follow the same sort of paradigm where I show you the code base, and then we'll go to the execution, right? So the code base is very simple. For every, unlike Django, all you need is an app.py or an init.py, and everything is, a lot of components are abstracted. And it does use the component paradigm in that every element is a component. You can start with a blank slate, so to speak, a blank canvas, and add elements one on top of each other, not necessarily top of each other, but one after another, one next to each other. And you can make very nice dashboards. Okay, so for rapid prototyping, for rapid dashboarding, if you're familiar with R, then you know R Shiny, right? And if you in Python, there is Plotly dash, right? So this is an equivalent of that. So you can make quick dashboards, and here I'm going to show you one such dashboard with 2 sliders. So here what I've done is I've added 2 custom sliders with the title Hello World, and they range from 0 to 100, and their default value is 50, and they have keys called slider 1 and slider 2. Simple enough, right? But just putting this will not get them on the screen. There needs to be some sort of UI interaction that is to be done, because this is a custom slider. I'm not using any native slider application. The native slider would look something like this. Okay, and now that is what we are going to mimic. First, I'll show you the native slider. I'm going to comment all of this out, show you the native slider. How do you run Streamlit app? It's like this. It's a lot of green. You just have to run Streamlit, run app.py. Now, I know that most of you are JavaScript developers. Maybe that assumption is wrong. But when you are using Python, make sure to do everything within virtual environment so that you don't break any of your global packages, right? So it is equivalent of running npm, not globally, but locally for the project, right? So similarly, you run installation of packages only within a virtual environment, and that is how Streamlit is running within Cityjs, an environment that I've created for this purpose. So this is running over here. Let's see if it runs. I don't know. Maybe it will. It is, right? It is running because there is no custom UI requirement right now. There is no dependency on the custom UI. And this is what a default slider looks like. Okay. Now I'm going to show you how to make the same thing with custom elements. Now you may be like, Abhiram, why are you doing all this extra work when a default slider is already given? Why are you doing this? That is a legit question. But the aim here is not to demonstrate fancy sliders. It is to demonstrate how Streamlit works with UI that is using JavaScript, right? So I'm going to mimic the same thing, but I'm going to go one step further. This slider only gives you the sort of a basic approach where you can go from 0 to a particular range. I can go one step further, and you'll see how now. So I'm going to comment this out again, and this is also, it will refresh on its own. So you'll see that the UI is gone. Okay, the slider is gone. Now we'll uncomment what we did. I'll show you the UI for it. The UI is over here, and I said that I used React for this. And I didn't know React. So the only two things I learned are two hooks. Okay, I learned only two hooks. One of them was use effect, and the other one was, where is the other one? Use state. These are the only two hooks I learned. Use state is, use effect is for demonstrating side effects. Okay. And use state is to propagate changes, like whatever state has been generated, it is to propagate that. Now, I'm sure I'm butchering the definition, but this is my understanding of it. I hope to learn more. And it will do the job right now. And what state I want to propagate is the value that I'm setting when I move the slider. Okay, that is what I'm saying use state for. And you will see that I have a min and a max value over here. And this is the slider component. And the way it is communicating with Streamlit is using, where is this? Sorry, the way Streamlit is communicating with the React Node.js component is using this init.py, where I have said that I'm going to declare a component called custom slider, and the URL to look for is localhost 3001. Okay, this is where I will be running it on. Okay, so now I'll run it. So I'm already running the Streamlit app. All I have to run is the Node.js app. I've already done all the npm installs and stuff. By the way, none of this is hidden details. All of the details are in the code, and the code is going to be public. So don't worry about it. This is just in the interest of time. So now I have hosted it. Let's come back and see if we have our two sliders. We have two sliders. So if you see, one of them actually will bring back the original slider also. So you can see the contrast. See, now you'll see that I had space only for two sliders, right? But I have just introduced a third slider. So these will get pushed down because it is just adding one component on top of another, right? So if you look at this, this is doing a sliding motion, and it is setting a value here and is showing the value here. And this is the same thing we have mimicked, except with some markers and a little bit more, like a different color and all of that. And what is not possible with the default slider is this setting a range, right? This is the simplest, most possible way of demonstrating what you can do with a custom addition. But you get the gist of it, and you should expand on top of this. You can add other components as well. You can add maps, you can add sidebars, you can do all sorts of dashboarding, and it's a lot of fun. So this is the second app. The third app will look similar, but the difference will be in the setup. It will be in the structure. Okay, here I'll just show you the structure again so that you can notice the difference when I show you the next one. So here I've separated out this app.py and the init.py, which has two different sliders. The next one is something called Streamlit discrete slider. Okay, there is a difference in behavior as well. So here, this is a continuous slider. Okay, the values are continuous. The next one is a discrete slider, in that it will have specific markers. Like in YouTube, you must have seen chapters, right? Chapters, what are they called? Time splits, time annotations, something. So time, I forget the term, but you'll have time labels here. Okay, so that is what would be an example of discrete bars, sliders. Okay, and that is what I'm going to show you now. So I'm starting the front end and the Streamlit app for the discrete slider. I've started both of them, but I'll show you the code now. So here again, we'll start from like inner to outer to inner. You have the discrete slider which has the front end, and you have the init.py. The front end is separate. Okay, the front end is separate, and the init.py houses all the elements that I want to get on screen. I'm calling it a letter slider, and I have one discrete slider. This discrete slider is again a custom component. Okay, it's a custom component I've created in the front end. Here in the SRC, it is a TypeScript file, and I've created everything that I want. I've set a vertical margin for it, a horizontal margin. I've set the min and max, and I'm saying that on change committed is when you lift this mouse pointer, the value will be set. Okay, let me show you how it works. So it's already loaded up. Let me refresh just to make sure it's not a stale. So it snaps into place, right? Actually, there is a bug here. It did not snap into place, but the value got persisted. Okay, for some reason, this thing keeps going back. I think it is because I have not put the state here as well, as in like I should have set a state value here somewhere, but I didn't get the syntax correctly. Okay, I should fix it. But yeah, I managed to load up the state here and like get the value for whatever I'm selecting. So that is what is different in this particular Streamlit app. So that is how you can use React.js separately with the Python app. You can use Vue.js separately with the Django app, right? So that is two different use cases, but they are extrapolatable to all sorts of other applications like Flask, more robust Django apps and all of that. So yeah, Streamlit 2 demo was this thing. Oops. So in Jupyter Hub notebooks, how can you do this? For creating new extensions, I said I'd show you a Jupyter Hub notebook. For those of you who already know it, you should please bear with me. So I'll just activate a different environment because I haven't installed Jupyter Lab in this. This is coming because I'm using WSL and it can't launch a browser. Whoops. I already started a instance somewhere. That's all right. Start a new instance. So this is a Jupyter notebook, and you see this Git. This is an extension. This is an extension, Git extension that has been built using TypeScript. All right, and you can build a lot more using that. I'm not going to build one now, but I will provide the link for where you can create extensions for Jupyter Hub. Not Jupyter Hub, Jupyter Lab. Jupyter Hub is the RBAC supported version of Jupyter Lab. So this link is where it will tell you how you can use cookie cutters to create Jupyter Lab extensions in TypeScript and JavaScript, and all of this. Like we have done it for our work, at work, but it is pretty involved depending on the scale of, it can be involved depending on the scale of the extension, or it can be very tiny. Sometimes you don't even need TypeScript, all right, or JavaScript. You can just do CSS and you can modify, you can make changes over here. So, I mean, like I've done a small experiment. I'll just show you that. Forgot to put it in the slide, but. So this thing is another extension. All I needed was CSS to do this, or not this. This. I mentioned this because it is in the UI realm, but a little bit of an extension to this and it can become a kick-ass JavaScript extension as well, right? So you can do something as cool as this. Like normally all you get is a boring little, this, I mean, I don't think pandas is there in this, but let's see. Oh, it is. This, you get this blue little bar, right? Or if you are in light mode, you get something, a different color. It's the same blue, but if you want something different, you can you can be a little bit more playful and get your job done. So that's how you can leverage Jupyter Hub extensions using JavaScript while within Python, right? And finally, these are the references. So this realpython.com article helped me a lot for creating the Django app. You should definitely check it out. And like I said, the Streamlit community is robust. You should look for more examples to work with it, right? Regardless of how amazing you are at JavaScript, I'm sure you can always learn something in Python. So what I said about Python developers learning JavaScript also translates to every other language user learning any other language, because ultimately these are all tools. We are not at war with each other. We are collaborating and making applications for the real world or for fun, right? And finally, I'm Abhiram. Thank you to the Cityjs team. If I gather many of you are students, you can.
Hi everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there.
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro front ends. I'd seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies, and I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company, is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at the Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the Zone, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined the Zone was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen, so you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
The Zone is a tech-focused company, so even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro, so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. So we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely, and you can never ask a stupid questions. And I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it,
own it,
ship it.
For the wonderful talk, and you nailed it on the part where it is not a battle between the two languages, but it is somewhere it comes along to build something greater to a greater extent, not just with advantage of Python, and you also use JavaScript as a front end to accomplish stuff. So we have a few questions that you might want to kind of give us some insights on. So how do you think this goes in hand with maybe other frameworks that runs purely on JavaScript? So will this, it has been adopted, or there are few use cases that you can point out so that others can look up to it and build on that?
When you say purely JavaScript, can you give me an example?
When you have Express and you have like a React on the front end, with just JavaScript.
Oh, okay. Only a mean stack.
Yeah,
you have talking about complete mean stack. Yeah. So see, now everything we build, you shouldn't have to induce components just because you want to use the technology. All right. You should look for the technology that does the job best. Okay. For example, if I want to do some queuing, I will not go for a database. I'll go for a message broker or something. Right? I'll go for RabbitMQ, MQ, something like that. But similarly, if mean stack is doing the job, you don't have to retrofit Python into that. Okay. So, but where it can help you is if you want to do some sort of D3JS visualization for something that you've developed in Python, as in you've done some amount of analysis in Python, but then you want to use that, the end result of the CSVs, and put like very good D3JS like visualizations, then you should use it like that. Okay, so the workflow needs to fit your use case, and more so when it is from a business point of view. For a student project, the capability, the avenues are endless. Okay, you can do any sort of chaining and it will be acceptable. So go wild with it, right? If you are a student, if you're lucky enough to do some projects, go wild with it, experiment with a lot of like chains, but justify them, right? Justify what you're doing and see if each of them are the best suited tools for the job. And the same thing transfers to business. In business, choose the most stable like applications, the most stable frameworks, right? That's why I don't know, this is probably my personal opinion, but Streamlit is not yet ready for production applications, right? Not for large scale production. Some people still use it, but it has a way to go. But Django is already supporting like so many companies. I think Instagram runs on Django, right? And Flask supports a lot of applications, a lot of companies. So choose robust frameworks, choose dependable frameworks, choose frameworks with communities backings, and ultimately choose the integrations that will get your job done. You don't have to retrofit. That said, to answer your question about can you use it in isolate with pure JS components, you can find a way. Okay, I'm sure you can find a way, but you wouldn't need to.
Okay, I think that clears up that part of the question. So, and how do you think on when it kind of used, or maybe it comes into picture maybe in 5 years of time, like how front end using JavaScript and back end you use Django REST framework or GraphQL, for example, that you have showed, just really beautiful. Right. So, how do you think that this would be adopted in mainstream?
See, now technology has been difficult to predict in the last 5 years itself. Okay, like all of this rapid prototyping that's happened so far, I don't think we've seen it in, like when I left college, 2011 to 2015, there was very little stuff that was happening. Okay, like I remember, like even Django, we weren't able to learn properly in 2014. Okay, but now everything has become so easy, and all companies are also moving towards making life easier for developers. Okay, so I am not going to like very heavily bank on this low code, no code thing. No, because I believe developers should have a lot of flexibility in what they're doing. But I think people who are making these frameworks are being cognizant of extension-based development. Okay, like right now in Streamlit, you have the components, but you also have the capability to add extensions to with React. Okay, with Vue. So I think that's how people will go. Like they will give you a set of things that you can do, then they will give you add-ons on top of that. Even Jupyter Lab, for example, it is a place where you can run Python, Python scripts for debugging and stuff. But even that has extensions that you can add and do more stuff. Right? So I think extension-based development will be something that you should look out for. That way, I don't see the integration between these two languages dying out. It will probably become a lot more tighter, and people who are flexible in learning multiple languages will rule the earth, so to speak. Right? Don't be rigid. don't be specialized, but don't stick. Okay, don't become labeled as a Python developer or a Java developer. No, you're a developer. Okay, even if you're testing, you're a developer. You're developing to break code, right? So you're not bottled into any label. So I think this sort of a distinction is more important than any language, right? Because who is using the language? We are, right? So I think that's how the approach should be.
Yeah, that's great. So again, it doesn't have to do anything with sticking to one thing. So whatever we do, or whatever the things that it comes up, just pick it up and implement it. And if the use case is right, and your application or your production is ready for it, or you are ready to shift to it, then you can definitely adopt that and utilize it to the most, right? So when you have something that is more flexible and more easier to use, more easier to build stuff, then you can definitely adopt it.
Absolutely. And multiple companies have this framework. I'm just going to take a little bit more time on this. Have different frameworks, all right? And they focus on different things based on how much time they have, what is the time to ship, time to market, or deadlines and all of these things. So they focus on multiple things. How difficult is some technology to learn? How much money is it going to cost? How easy is it to ship? How robust is it to scale? How secure is it to use? Right? So all of these components in different proportions will play an important role. Security is probably very paramount because you don't want to be hacked, right? What is the use of a great UI if some user can just inject some code in and put some SQL injection and just trash your entire system, right? What use is it, right? A fancy UI is not going to do that. Similarly, what uses multiple APIs if it goes to dead links, right? So all of these criteria that I've mentioned, and I'm glad it's being recorded, so you can revisit it, right? All of these criteria are important in various proportions. It will differ from application to application, from business to business.
I think that is a great way to put it out there, so that when people want to refer to it, and if they want to utilize that, these are the things out there. And Streamlit, again, it is not like full-fledged, and it is still in the prototype phase at least. And conferences, people talk about it, but not in the production ready side, as you said.
It is rapidly getting out there. You should follow the Twitter handle. Even if you don't follow me, you should follow them, right? Because the developer advocates, the development team, they are doing a robust job and they're shipping out feature after feature. So I think it will be big. You should bank on Streamlit and Hugging Face. Okay. These two companies are companies to look out for soon.
I think that is something that we can look up to. And Hugging Face, as you said, machine learning models rapidly being deployed, and widely people are using it to create crazy animations with just upload your image and get a real-time output from that. So even people are started deploying their machine learning samples and prototypes where public can use it. Maybe they can work out different things. It is very easy to use. Just upload an image or a video and then you get the transformation as an output. Maybe the time depends on the fact that what is the kind of processing that you take.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm an independent Node.js consultant and educator. I'll be hosting an online workshop as part of Cityjs London 2022. In my workshop, you'll learn how to confidently apply reliable validation tools and techniques in your Node.js applications. Request validation can help make your applications more stable, secure, and reliable, but implementing it can often feel messy and overwhelming. In my workshop, you'll learn why validation is an essential part of every Node.js application, how to create flexible validation rules, and make your applications more robust with schema-generated types. You'll also learn how to send back validation errors with an effective and standardized response format. And finally, you'll learn how to integrate all these validation techniques with any Node.js framework. It's going to be hands-on with live coding, exercises, and plenty of time for questions and discussion. Make sure you sign up for my workshop at the Cityjs conference on March 24th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself. Because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow. Until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors, and supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic CodeStream, where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
It's already afternoon in India, so good afternoon. And we hope you guys have enjoyed the first half of the day. And we had really good, interesting talks in the first half. And don't miss it. We do have many more interesting talks, almost 3+ talks for the second half of the day, which are lined up. And our speakers are very excited and ready to meet you all. But I would like to give you some more heads up regarding the competitions that are going on around. You guys were very great audience to us. Your response, the questions that you have given us, and everything was awesome. So there is also some other opportunities or some other things that is happening along with the conference. So I would like to give you all a heads up about all those things. And let me share my screen and take you around. So yes, so in first thing what I want you all, I want to share is in our main conference page, we do have a lot of competitions that are listed for you. So take some time, go around our website and see what are things that are going on. There are chances to win a MacBook Air, which is given away by Vonage. Cloudinary is giving $100 as an Amazon gift card. Pact is also giving away its gifts. And many of our sponsors are actually giving away many things for the attendees with some very small tasks that you need to do. Very special mention to the hackathon that is happening in the month of March, a 48 hours long hackathon. And our sponsor, BenQ, is giving away 3 monitors and 2 light bars for the winners. So please do take a look around the competitions page and see what all are happening and what are the competitions that are going on. And hope you all would get, few of you would get a chance to win few of these giveaways. One more thing which I would like to mention over here is about the sponsors hub in the veto. So please do go around over there also and look into what are the things our sponsors are doing. And I can give a special mention to the Vonage. So Vonage is actually hiring. So please go around and have a look into the sponsors page in Veto also, so that many of you can get many gifts from our sponsors. So enjoy the rest of the day with us. Join with us for the next few talks that are coming up, and see you soon. We would also like to give a very big thanks once again to all our sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Storyblock, our gold sponsors, Vonage, Twilio, Auth0, AWS, New Relic, and Dheerajal Gandhi College of Technology. Our silver sponsors, Bank and Cloudinary. Our bronze sponsors, Cooper Press, Pact, Manon, JavaScript Weekly, DAZN, GitHub Swag, GitHub India. We do have a community partners, Women Who Code, JS Monthly London, JavaScript League, Halfstack, DevPost, Madrid.js, Angular Kenya, GDG, Young African Devs Community, CodeBar, EddieHub, Mozilla Tamil Nadu, Elastic, JS Bangalore, Turing Community, Cloud Artisans, and Women in Tech Collectives. Once again, thanks to all our sponsors. Stay tuned to our next talks. Thank you.
Hi, hello, and welcome to the Cityjs conference. I really thank the organizers and everyone for giving me an opportunity to speak at the conference. I believe this is the first instance of Cityjs conference happening in India, and I hope to see more events happening in India in different parts and for the JavaScript community. Now, that being said, let us quickly get into the session today. So today we'll be talking about how to build a search app using Tailwind CSS, Next.js, and then Elasticsearch. So the entire presentation would be only demo, and there wouldn't be anything specifically like a slideshow or something. You could get everything from this GitHub repo that I'll share you as a link, and then also the blog post where we talk about. I wrote everything about the specific talk in the text format so that you could go and take a look at it. So before getting started, let us quickly create a Elasticsearch deployment on the Elastic Cloud, so that you could help create this search app using Next.js and Tailwind CSS. So basically, you should have an account to create Elastic Cloud, Elasticsearch deployment on Elastic Cloud. So what you could do is just go to cloud.elastic.co and create an account. You could alternatively, if you don't want to get it on cloud, you could go to elastic.co/downloads and download Elasticsearch directly, and then start running the Elasticsearch on your machine as such. But nevertheless, I would always recommend you to start with cloud, because most of the technologies are cloud native now. Even the app that we develop can be deployed on the Vercel, the Next.js platform. So here, let me create a deployment instance, and then let us choose something that is nearer to our place, and the latest is 8.0 Elasticsearch, and then you could create a deployment. I just want to give a heads up that if you are doing a trial here, you don't need to worry about the costing, because it will come with 30 days of free trial, so you don't need to worry about putting a credit card or something. So just copy this username and password, or else we would create another one. Don't worry about it. So it will take some 3 to 5 minutes to see this deployment come live. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and git clone the app and prepare our platform, so that by the time we come back, and we'll give you more details about how do you get started with this UI, etc. Now this is the backend of your app. So Elasticsearch is a data store through which is a search engine, essentially NoSQL data store, which works like a search engine, and it is a host for a lot of different sort of use cases, namely observability, I mean monitoring, application traces. That's an entire DevOps related area. And then you also have security, which is upcoming, and a lot of use cases are there. And then obviously today we are talking about search. So let us quickly clone this specific Git repo. So I have the command console here, and then we'll simply git clone. Okay, it's already there, and then I'll just git clone into this particular page, cd next.js tailwind search, and then it automatically gets started with one initial. So, but let us not use everything here, because I use VS Code for most of the things. And let us quickly go to the VS Code and open the VS Code, and then to do everything from there, so that I could walk you through the code, as well as I could simply show you what's in there. So let us simply go to the code, and it'll open us the entire thing here. Great. So basically here, I have cloned the same GitHub repo, and it initiated with one initial branch, which is the default branch for that specific repo. Then I have index.js, app.js, and some SVGs which are important for our index.js page. And then I have a package.json where I'm mentioning what are the scripts to be triggered when I say npm run dev, etc. And then the dependencies that are there. And then I have some Tailwind related information. So I am just using JIT method of Tailwind, wherein I just compile, and then the results are shown automatically. If you are confused, or if you are seeing that this is a bit fast paced, you could always go to this step-by-step procedure of this blog, and then go look at what I'm really talking about. So I'm just building a web application with these three different components, and using this Elastic Cloud, etc. So I also have given detailed information about what is Tailwind, what I'm trying to do here, etc. Because it would be difficult for us to walk through each one of these framework specificalities, like say SWR of Next.js, or utility classes concepts of Tailwind CSS, or JIT compilation mode of the Tailwind CSS. All of them are very interesting to know, and you could go deep and learn more about it. But I'm not really discussing more deeply into that, but I'll explain you a bit so that you could get started without really worrying about all of these really. So the entire code is already in GitHub. It's in working progress. It's completely working code, so that you could simply clone it, and you could go to the last step also and build that. So now that Now that we have all of this present, let me also show you Post.js. It's empty right now, and also Tailwind config, and there's nothing much that we are doing here. So let us quickly open a terminal console, and we will simply get started with npm install, so that it installs all the necessary packages and stuff, modules that is needed for the app to get started. So npm run dev will start the app on 3000 port. So let us quickly open localhost 3000. So you should see a simple Next.js app saying welcome to Next.js with Elasticsearch. So this I have made it with a hover on Tailwind. It's very simple CSS trick that you could do. There is a utility class for that in Tailwind CSS that you could do, and says for search multiple links. If I click on this link, there is an error that pops up because we don't have that right away coded in our app. It's a page, and we are gonna do it in the upcoming branches in the upcoming sessions. So and there are multiple links, and also as I showed you, two SVGs, Elastic and Vercel, are two SVGs that are there. Now let us also quickly go through the index.js. So app.js is an backbone or the encompassing layout, but then index.js is the place where you write all this JavaScript code. I have a function which is home, and which has basically all these things coded into. I don't have anything extra specifically. It's simple, plain, and it has few links. Like say, if I click on learn more, it will go to there. If I click on this, it goes to elastic.co. If I want to click on learn, it goes to the JavaScript API of Node.js client of Elasticsearch, etc. So that's it. Nothing crazy here. So now that we have basic setup, let us quickly go to the next branch and see what that has to offer for us. So I have the initial branch checked out by default, but I'll now go to the to connect ES, which is we are connecting the Elasticsearch area. So let me quickly show you what's there, what's specially added here. So we have the env.local.example file where we need to give the ESS cloud ID, username, and password. Now what are these? These are the things that we have created in the first place. Like we have the deployment and deployment credentials. Let me quickly copy that and say Elastic. So you always have various different sorts of authentication methodologies. So you don't need to just go with this. I'm just using it for the demo. Also make sure that when you're giving passwords on any place, make sure it is a secure, or make sure that you have proper access methodologies so that your environment is secure. Now this particular deployment is created, and we are being taken to Kibana, which is the UI for Elasticsearch, which is a UI layer on top of Elasticsearch. But then what we need is Elastic Cloud ID, the deployment identifier that we have created. So if you click on this three bar and say manage my deployment, it will take you to that particular place, and there's one big long base64 string which is called cloud ID, and click on that, and then I could give this cloud ID and save this. Now this is an example file. We need to have it as a local file, so that when I restart the process, or when I say npm run dev, the credentials will be picked up, and the library will be booted up. So now let me show you what I'm exactly talking about here. Say, as I showed you previously, there is there is more information now. We want to check whether we are connected to Elasticsearch or not, etc., to index sample data and to create the search experience. So I have created a API class, simple API class, where it will use the Elasticsearch library that we are importing right now. Say connect to Elasticsearch. If you see that I'm importing Elasticsearch library, and then I'm just pulling up those environment from variables, and then I'm just trying to kind of invoke a simple function which says what is the server info from that particular Elasticsearch instance that we are connecting. So let me quickly do an npm install. Remember, we are importing Elasticsearch library from this particular JS place, and then I think we need to definitely kind of do an npm install, so that the library module and everything is pulled up. So let me simply do npm run dev, and then you will see the environment. And now let us refresh this page. You see, everything is as simple as it is. Now let us say API hello, and it should return us the instance details, cluster name, everything that we have created. As you see that we are saying all of this information clearly. So if you're not able to see this, this is how you could take a look at that. Great. So let me quickly go back to, now that we have connected to the Elasticsearch instance and everything, the next step is to obviously create a UI around it, ingest some sample data and create a search UI. So there are again, what we are exactly using is simply nothing but the JavaScript API that is provided from the Node.js, I mean the JavaScript client that we have. So you could have all of these API reference configuration, how to connect to this particular the library as well, and in different authentication options. I'm using the username and password. You could use a private key or a different other or a token kind of a system. You could also go and take a look at say there is an 8.0, so always remember that you choose the right the version. And then you also have an API reference through which you will be able to find out different APIs, like how to delete, how to say, for example, if I want to do cat aliases or cat indices, so find out what are the various indexes available in Elasticsearch. You could call this API, and then there are different documentation options that are already available. Now, while this is there, let us quickly move to the next branch and see how do we create different page, like in the ingest to ingest the data, and then also search page. So again, coming back to connect CS, let us stop this process. I hope you are able to see this. If not, I'm just increasing the font size. So let me close this. So I have some new additions to the files. I've removed some things so that you are able to take a look at that. So now you have 3 pages, and then again run an npm install so that we install all the necessary information again, modules, etc. So here there is one specific difference. I have added an ingest data API using the same library that we have in the lib, the same connection function. And then here also we are trying to read from a specific file called movies.json, which is our data set. And then through that data set we are ingesting data into a specific index name using the API. And then, later we will create a search UI and through which you will fire a search query to create the search app. So now we have this library, and then you have movies.json, and you see all these movies. I have a bunch of movies, like from different English movies taken from IMDb dataset. And then I have similar sort of a package JSON which has the specific functions that are needed, dependencies that are needed. I've just done npm install to catch all of that. And then obviously I have a page ingest.js, and then I'm just calling the data that API, and just showing the relevant information based on the request, etc. So now that I have 3 pages, I'll just go npm run dev again to run the app. Remember, I'm always using the run dev. If you want to create a production build, you need to generate the build differently, and thereby you are not enabling all the dev related flags actually. So npm run dev, let us click on that, and then see what's up, whether it successfully compiles or whether you have everything or not. So let us refresh the page, and then click on ingest data. As you could see, you are already connected to Elastic Cloud, and hit the it says hit below button to ingest sample data. Let me quickly show you the Kibana, and then so that you could figure out what sort of indices are already available, and how we can differentiate, how we can start ingesting data into it. So click command dev tools, and I'm just searching for a API console where I could execute commands and show you things what's happening in the Elasticsearch. So always remember this is the UI, and there is an instance, server-based instance, which is called Elasticsearch, through which on which the queries are run, and this is a UI for Elasticsearch. So the console lets you execute API queries. So let us say cat indices, and say if I say question mark where both, so that all the headings are displayed. So as you could see, there is only one system index called .dslogs, etc., with a timestamp. We don't have any other indices. I have just shown everything that is there. Now let us quickly ingest our data and see what happens. So I have clicked on ingesting the data. So now the thing is running. See, it says you have ingested 1507 documents. I think it should be like around 5,000, but probably it depends on the API and what is the result that has been given. So let us quickly check how many documents has been ingested. As you see, my index, it says 5,000. Why it says 1507? I believe because I just fired a query and I did not wait for good enough time and just asked what's the count, and then it sent like 1507 has been ingested, but all 5,000 has been ingested and ready for searching. It takes a millisecond, but the API always returns what's exactly ready for the search. So that's why you're seeing the different sort of documents. If I go and click again, it will say 5,000 because it takes a bit of time. That's it. So now we have 5,000 documents indexed into Elasticsearch, and they are ready for searching, so that you could create a search UI. Now let us come back to the main page, and now you have indexed ingest some sample data, and that is ready for search. Now you have everything going on well. Now let's come back to the same place and see what specific code that we have written here. As you could see, it's the same ingestion logic I just showed you previously, and there are different functions that I have modularized so that it's easy for us to compare and show data. That's nothing more than that. So again, ingest data is also available as an API, so you could just simply go and click the ingest data, and that simply still ingests without a UI as well. There is a search.js which says I'm searching based on the query that I have. You could query this with a API console like Postman, but let us put a UI on top of it and then take a look at it. So let us quickly click on the change the branch again to for search UI and see what's in stock. Oh, I think I split the terminal here. Yeah, great. I got it back. So let us stop this terminal, and then now you have for search UI again. Do run install, because if I have newer dependencies that are added by any chance, I think there's a good chance that it should not be overlooked, and there should not be any errors. Now let us quickly run npm run dev, and then the data it will be compiled and shown. But meanwhile, also take a look at what specifically I have added in the search part, so that you are well acquainted of what code we are really doing it. I have a search page, and then it simply has two specific layouts. One is a search bar, which is common, and when I search, the data goes through a function, and then it fires the query, gets the data, and displays it on a below container. So that's it. That's the specific thing that I have. So as you could see, there's a one big div, there's a head bar, and there is a search bars and search results. When I click on search results, you see that I have another div where I'm just iterating over a list of results that are coming in from an API that I previously showed to you as a code is a search API. So I'm just forwarding the same thing. So if you want to go and take a look at what API we are specifically firing, you could obviously go to the library and see what specifically what API we are specifically firing. Let me quickly figure it out for you. Yeah. So you could see that I'm trying to connect to Elasticsearch as usually, and I'm trying to search. I try to give a request body, and then set the search results to search results, and then when I simply call this one, I'll be able to see that. So that is the data that we have here. Nothing fancy or nothing crazy. throughout the session, I am not talking about mostly about Tailwind and what are the components that I have used. I'll come to that in a minute, but let us quickly see the output and result, how it really looks like, so that you get to understand what I'm really speaking about. Now, refresh the app. Even if you click on search, if there is a page, it will simply shows up. But then click on search, and then as you could see, you will be greeted with a search bar with simple nothing, and then you have two specific different color schemes, which gray on top and white below. Let us quickly click on my favorite keyword, iron, and see what comes up for that in the data set that we have ingested. Remember, we have ingested 5,000 documents, again using the API. As you could see, you have different types of data. Then I say any name like John maybe, or if I say because the conference is happening in India, so let us say India. No, the dataset doesn't have anything specific like Java. It's not a technical dataset, but then I just tried it out. Or we could say Tom Cruise. I'm not sure if there is any data related to that. Oh yeah, there's some information regarding to it. So you could search all sorts of information and see what's available, and by simple easy app, and we did it in last 30 minutes or so, and I believe that you'll be able to create such experiences so easily. Now, coming back to the code, I haven't talked much about Tailwind config and post CSS config, because it's mostly same throughout the different branches. After after the third branch, there is nothing really specific. Let me quickly explain what is there in the Tailwind and how I'm trying to do things here. So Tailwind is a utility CSS based framework wherein you don't need to write CSS at all, or you can just give the class names based on a specific semantics and structure, and then it simply follows that color scheme and simply allows you to generate that massive CSS file. Now, even here, we are not even generating that file, because in the Tailwind 2.0, they have a specific way called just-in-time compilation. Because we are running in a dev mode, it will allow you to do that. If you are running a production build, you need to run a production next build, and then it will generate a CSS file according to your whatever the classes that you are used, and then it will generate a beautiful CSS file, compressed, minified, everything, and then you'll be able to deploy it into the production side. It will also it will not insert all the CSS files that are in the framework Tailwind CSS. It will only insert whatever you have used. So that is the speciality of this framework. I'm sorry, maybe some of the the versions are old here, a few months back, and probably you could upgrade it whenever you're trying to build this app, or even contribute to my repository. All sorts of contributions or new features are welcome. There is still a bit of things that you could do with all of this. Now, coming back to the Tailwind config CSS, if you go to the index.js, and I have columns like flex, call, item center, etc. So you might see many utility Tailwind CSS frameworks which does this more or less. But then Tailwind helps you to do more things like text blue 450, and you can specifically add your own coloring schemes, branding schemes, and still works. And you could throughout the project, you could create such things, and you could mention say extend a specific color, and say when I say 450, and then this is the hex one I want to do. Or you could have your own custom color point, and you could say poppy, and if I search for poppy, and then I have a specific sort of color that I have used for the button that you see whenever I clicked on ingest. So that is BG Poppy, and then you will see that. So all of these are interesting things to me, and it makes it easy for non-UI devs, but someone who has a bit of JavaScript experience but couldn't create a lot of wonderful UI experiences easy. So the developers I believe will enjoy doing that. Now, another thing that I did is a post-CS process here that I have added, wherein I kind of the post-CS plugin will take a look at all the CSS and create a better outlook. So in the package.json also post CSS version is mentioned. So you could take a look at that. When you're generating a production build, post CSS will come in really handy. So this is about how do you create a search based app, and search on top of it. I have still many things not configured. Like when I click on this particular search bar, when I click on enter, it doesn't automatically search, or I don't have a detailed view for each one of this page. I have a poster, I could display that here. So more things like that can be beautiful and make this much better. That brings us the end of the session, and I'll share this link with you. If you have any suggestions or if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the question box below, and I'm happy to answer. And I am mostly there on my Twitter. If you want to talk to me, ask me a question, I'm happy to help you. I'm available as Aravind Putrevu. I also run a small newsletter called Dev Shorts weekly, and I believe that you will enjoy this conference and have a great time. Thanks for watching, and if you have any questions, do feel free to reach me out. Thank you.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Luciano and I'm gonna be presenting a workshop at Cityjs this year called Introduction to Node.js Streams. So I don't know if you ever dealt with Node.js streams. They are one of my favorite topics, but also I found that it's one of the topics that most people tend to ignore and skip. And maybe that's just because the initial hurdle with it is just a little bit too much and it's kind of hard to understand what's going on, how to use them. There is a little bit of magic. So most people just try to get away from them and they never actually take advantage of this amazing feature of Node.js. So in this workshop, what I want to do is try to explore this topic in a very approachable way. I want to actually start from buffers and show how you can use buffer to actually deal with raw memory and binary stuff in Node.js. And then the concept that streams are just a sequence of buffer arriving to you at certain amount of time. And you can process them as you get the raw data. You don't need to get the full message. You can start to process the message as you get the small bits of data. So in this workshop, what we're going to do after that is try to explore the different types of streams. So we're going to look into writable, readable stream, transform streams, duplex streams. And then we're going to explore all the built-in streams that you can get already in the Node.js core. So from all the HTTP streams, encryption, compression. So you can actually get a feeling that even without building custom streams, you can leverage a lot of the utility that are already available in the Node core libraries. After that, we're going to actually look into how you can combine different streams. One of the main features of streams is that you can easily pipe different types of stream and build data processing pipelines that are very memory efficient and fast. And then after that, we're going to try to close the workshop by building some small custom streams, so you can also have a feeling of what it takes to actually build your own custom stream with your own business logic. And finally, we're going to explore a comparison of the stream patterns and the stream models with async iterators, which seems very close topics, and they are actually interoperable, but there are some important differences to understand. I hope that's something that is interesting for you, and I hope to see you there at the workshop on the 22nd of March, Cityjs. Bye.
My name is Roy, and I'm a developer advocate and author from the Netherlands. I'll be hosting a workshop during Cityjs London 2022. The workshop will show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API for any data source. So no matter if you have a MySQL, Postgres, or REST API that you want to connect with GraphQL, I will have you covered. During this workshop, I'll show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API using JIS GraphQL schema design language. And at the end of this workshop, you'll be able to combine multiple data sources, whether it's a database or an existing API, into one unified GraphQL API. So make sure to sign up for my workshop, and I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm an independent Node.js consultant and educator. I'll be hosting an online workshop as part of Cityjs London 2022. In my workshop, you'll learn how to confidently apply reliable validation tools and techniques in your Node.js applications. Request validation can help make your applications more stable, secure, and reliable, but implementing it can often feel messy and overwhelming. In my workshop, you'll learn why validation is an essential part of every Node.js application, how to create flexible validation rules, and make your applications more robust with schema-generated types. You'll also learn how to send back validation errors with an effective and standardized response format. And finally, you'll learn how to integrate all these validation techniques with any Node.js framework. It's going to be hands-on with live coding, exercises, and plenty of time for questions and discussion. Make sure you sign up for my workshop at the Cityjs conference on March 24th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock because maybe you may not know about a Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with the real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more about what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose Next.js, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I'm here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what this means is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name is Nathaniel and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send a text in the time it takes me to do this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code, I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event, and like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the Video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself. Because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow. Until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors, and supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic CodeStream, where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
We are Code Bar, a charity that facilitates the growth of a diverse tech community by running free programming workshops for minority group members.
We started in London in October 2013 out of pure frustration with the lack of diversity in tech. When we looked at what events were happening in London, we noticed that there were none for people who were absolutely beginners, someone who had potentially never written a line of code before but was really keen to learn it.
In 2013, we have grown the Code Bar family and now have 31 chapters around the world. We have workshops happening in London, Berlin, Barcelona, Helsinki, Oslo, New York, Sydney, and now virtual workshops, and have taught over 12,500 minority group members to learn to code.
With the virtual program that CodeBar has extended during the pandemic, you can attend a CodeBar workshop as a student or as a coach from anywhere in the world.
Our workshops are different to normal events in that it is not the teacher and class format. When students sign up, we ask what they are working on. We then pair them with a student who is working on the same thing. We then assign them a coach who has that skill set. Essentially, it's lots of small groups pair programming.
If you're looking to learn to code in a safe and collaborative environment but have never written a line of code before, that's fine. When you sign up, you can tick a box that says, I'm a complete beginner, I don't know what to learn. An organiser will have a chat with you and figure out what you'd like to learn, and then pair you up with someone else on that same topic.
Attending Code Bar as a student provided the structure that I needed to learn and improve my skills. Now, as a coach, I'm really happy that I can share my knowledge and contribute to the community that was so supportive and valuable to me.
Being an organiser at Code Bar has brought me a lot of joy. Watching students grow and seeing them come to the realisation that their goal of becoming a developer is achievable is a wonderful thing to see.
If you're interested in signing up, please go to codebar.io and sign up for one of our many workshops.
Or if you're interested in starting a Code Bar in your city, please drop us an email at hello@codebar.io and one of our team will get back to you as soon as possible.
Bye.
Bye.
Where would you be in your engineering career if you could get actionable career advice at every stage of your career, 10x your network of peers and mentors, and have a supportive community that had your back? At Turing, we believe developers are the foundation of technology. That's why we're building the Turing community, to bring developers like you together and eliminate barriers to growth. The Turing community offers a host of experiences, all organized for developers by developers. So in this remote-first world, you can improve your technical skills, English language, soft skills, leadership skills, and more.
I joined a soft skill workshop at Turing community, which has helped me communicate with my peers more effectively, and this would help me grow more quicker at my job.
Head to community.turing.com. Sign up and join our developer community to connect with others, grow your network, expand your skill set, and help each other build your dream careers. It's open to all, free, and takes less than a minute to get started. Let's build the most career-centric developer community in the world. Because when great minds come together, we can change the world.
Hi everybody, I'm Brandon. I'm founder and CEO of DevPost. We're fortunate to power the vast majority of software competitions, hackathons, that happen around the globe. There are two kinds: in-person software competitions when we're not in a pandemic, and virtual software competitions that usually last 6 to 8 weeks. And the value behind them, it's all about learning and improving your craft. Anything that you build, the intellectual property stays with you. It is not transferred to the sponsor of the competition. And you can earn really big prizes, many hundreds of thousands of dollars often. And in addition to that, exposure, meeting people, and again, having a time-boxed period where you can learn, improve your craft, and build something that you've been wanting to build. So when you get a chance, hope you go to devpost.com, check around, see what you can find. I would say the vast majority of competitions encourage and allow JavaScript, so it's a great opportunity to mess around with that. Thanks a lot. Have a great conference.
So, guys, hope you're staying live and watching this throughout the day. And for the next talk, we'll have the feel of Web3, which is the next phase of what you see as Web2 now. So, we have Pratham. He will discuss on how third web SDK makes it easier for existing Web2 developers to develop and ship Web3 app with their existing Python, JavaScript, Go on C++ skills. And Pratham is a 17-year-old student, so we are really excited to have him on board. And as a self-taught programmer, currently working in Web3 space, as a developer and advocate at a San Francisco-based startup called Third Web. So we are delighted to have you on stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. I hope I'm audible.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So, yeah, hey everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. I guess a few things weren't communicated, but recently I had left Third Web, and the talk will be still on Web3. But yeah, we'll get started with it. I'll start sharing my screen. I hope you can see my screen. Just a second.
Yeah,
okay, awesome. So, hey everyone, good evening, and thanks for coming to this talk. And thank you, Cityjs Conference, for having me here. And today I'll be talking about Web3, what it is, what it means for developers, and how you can get started with it. And we'll go through all the details together. And you can find me on Twitter at @Prasoon And as mentioned before, I'm a 17-year-old high school student, and I'm currently working in the Web3 and machine learning space. So yeah, let's get started with the talk. This entire presentation is about Web3 and what it means for developers. So it makes sense that we first look at what Web3 actually is. I'm sure you must have, already seen lots of guides and articles on what this is, but I'll go over a short version of what Web3 is for those who don't know what it is all about. And yeah, we'll just take a look at that. So this is a quote by Chris Dixon, who is one of the very big names in Web3, in the Web3 space. And according to this quote, it says that Web3 is the internet that is owned by builders. So let's try to break this down and understand what it means. So let's get going. So to categorize it, we have had three versions of the internet, so to speak, three generations, if we say so. So back in 1995, we had the very first. We had the inception of the internet with the Netscape browser that came into the picture, and we had the very first basic websites where users could go and they could read information. So they could read magazines, they could read newspapers, they could read articles. Those sorts of things were in Web 1, when the web just got started. And after that, we had sort of like the second generation of the internet, which is termed as Web 2, where you can not only read, but you can also write information. So this is the age of the internet where social media came into play. We had big companies like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all these companies where they came up with Web 2 services, websites where you could not only read information, but you could also write information to it. You could make your own content. And Web 2 is basically the internet that I know as today. That is sort of like called Web 2. And then Web 3 is the next generation of the internet after that, where you can not only read and write information, but you can also own a piece of the entire internet. So what does that mean? Previously in Web 2, all the power was sort of vested in the hands of these big Web 2 companies. It was all in one centralized place. Like Facebook has all the power over its users and what they can do, what they cannot do. But that's not true in Web 3. And how is that sort of power taken away from these big corporations and given to the builders and the creators who actually use the internet? We'll see how that works. And this is all powered by blockchain technology, which we'll also look in further slides. So let's continue. So I mentioned blockchain, right? Blockchain is what sort of powers Web3. And I think most people know what blockchain is, but I'll do my best to explain it for those who don't know what it is. So in very simple terms, a blockchain is simply a database that holds all the list of transactions that have happened on a network on a decentralized network, so to speak. So it's a database that's present on lots of different computers, and it basically lists all the transactions that have happened on the network. So that those transactions can either be of money, which is cryptocurrency in this case, and it can also be digital assets. So it can be anything like tokens, NFTs, things like that. And if you want to define blockchain more formally, it is a shared immutable ledger that facilitates the process of recording transactions and tracking assets. So so a shared immutable ledger is basically, it's a distributed database. That means it's not on one centralized source. The database is present on many different computers, and it is immutable, meaning that it cannot, like, values in that cannot be changed. Like, let's say you cannot just magically, change a transaction on the blockchain. So once something's written to the blockchain, it cannot be reversed. It stays on the blockchain. So there's like this saying that goes by something like this. It's like whatever goes on the blockchain stays on the blockchain. So that's sort of what blockchain is. And this is the core fundamental technology that powers Web3 and allows us to build decentralized applications. We'll look more into that in a further slide. So how is this done? How is this decentralization, and how is this ownership given to the actual people? So in the Web2 world, you have this company over here, and they have a centralized server, and they run their applications through there. And they can, at any given point in time, they have the authority to do whatever it is that they like with whatever users that are using the internet. So let's say one day a platform decides to kick you off their website or something, they totally have the power to do that. But in the Web3 world, all the transactions and everything is done on the blockchain. No central organization owns the server per se, so to speak. So all the things happen on the blockchain. So it's decentralized. It's also immutable. You cannot change anything on it, and nobody can be just randomly kicked off a platform or something. So Web3 uses blockchain technology, and users have wallets. So these are, think of them as your bank account, and these wallets store your cryptocurrency, and they store your digital assets, which you can use on the blockchain to make transactions and whatnot. And this allows for a whole different host of applications that we'll see. So these tokens that you hold, that the users that they can hold in their wallet, can be used for lots of different things. So you must have heard about NFTs, non-fungible tokens. So non-fungible tokens are a type of token only that show your ownership of something, ownership on the blockchain. So these NFTs can be used for in-game items in games. So let's say you have a game, and in that game you get a car, or you get a new skin or something. That can be an NFT. So right now, let's say if there is a game and you own a skin on that particular game, at any given point in time, the company can decide that that they don't want you to have the skin or whatever anymore, and they can just kick you off. In the Web3 world, if you own that as an NFT, that in-game item as an NFT in your wallet, nobody can steal it from you. So it will always be there like a collectible for you. And that ties into the point where NFTs can make perfect collectible items. So just like in real world, you have, baseball cards and Pokemon cards. In the Web3 world, you can basically have NFTs as sort of this is like the digital equivalent of a baseball card, so to speak. And then NFTs can also represent art, which can help support artists and whatever they're doing. And the last point along with that is NFTs can be used for gated membership. So let's say if you own a particular NFT, then only you get access to like a website, or NFTs. Basically, it's like a ticket. You can use NFTs as tickets and whatnot, and you can also use it as an entry that shows your ownership in a DAO. And DAOs are very DAOs. So these are very interesting concepts where DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, which basically is a company that lives on a blockchain. So you do all the transactions, or everything that happens in the sort of organization happens on the blockchain. And an NFT can be used to show ownership in that particular organization, to so to speak. So these are like sort of like the use cases of tokens. These show your ownership in a particular organization or whatever, and that is how users have the power to own a part of the internet. Moving ahead. Now, you must have heard about NFTs being sold for millions and millions of dollars as digital art. So these NFTs have been sold for millions and millions of dollars. So yeah, that is let's move on. And like you might be asking, why would we even want to decentralize the web? Like, what's the need for even doing all of going through this hassle? So we know that the web is broken, right? There is too much power in the hands of these corporations, and they can decide to do whatever they like. And their main business model of the Web 2 world is advertising. So they store your data and they use that data and sell it to other companies, which is how they make a profit. And this is a breach of this is a breach of privacy. This should something that should not be happening. And this is one of the main fundamental flaws of the internet right now. Corporations have too much power, and all the data that they have about us is something that should not be happening. And this is one of the main fundamental flaws of the internet right now. Corporations have too much power, and all the data that they have about us is something that's concerning. And other than that, centralization, because since the internet is just in one concentrated place, it's all these big corporations that have the power to do whatever they like. So this is why decentralization is very important, and this is why we're seeing the advent of all these decentralized applications built on the blockchain right now. And so that all sounds cool. You can have an internet that's more open, that's more transparent, and that's more immutable. But what does all of this even mean for developers like us? So let's go over that. So in a typical web application that we build right now, we have basically three main parts to it. We have the front end of the application, which can be any JavaScript framework like React, Vue, or Svelte. And then you have a backend server typically. So you have things like you can have a Django server or .NET server, something like that, and that connects to a database. So this is, and then the backend and the database can be stored on a platform like AWS or something like that. So this is how a typical Web 2 application would work. But now let's see how that changes in the Web 3 world. So the tools for Web 3 are slightly different. So the front end largely remains the same. You still have React, Vue, or Svelte, or whatever framework that you're using. And then along with that, you have a backend server. So this is a choice that you can make. Either you can have all the data on the blockchain and solely operate on the blockchain, or you can choose to have some part of it on the backend, like a centralized server, and some part of it can be on the blockchain. So that's a choice that you have to make. And other than that, I remember how I mentioned there are users which have wallets which store their cryptocurrency and their digital assets or tokens that they have. So the two most popular wallets that there are right now is MetaMask and Phantom. And and other than that, we will look at the coding languages that you'll have to learn. These are new coding languages that you'll have to learn. Will either be Solidity. Solidity is for the Ethereum ecosystem and the blockchains that are on the Ethereum, that are based on the Ethereum chain. And you'll have to learn Rust for the Solana ecosystem. So these are two separate blockchains that you can develop your decentralized applications on. I won't go into detail what the Ethereum ecosystem and its differences from the from the Solana ecosystem, but these are two different paths that you can take. And then other than that, you'll also have to learn JavaScript frameworks like Hardhat, Ethers.js, OpenZeppelin, Waffle, and Typechain. There are also Python counterparts for these JavaScript frameworks that you can use to deploy your smart contracts and make decentralized applications. And lastly, you will also need a node provider. This makes it easier to deploy your applications and monitor them. So something like Alchemy, Infura, or QuickNode, and even Cloudflare can be used to set up a node and use your decentralized applications. And lastly, there are also other tools which drastically simplify the process of building decentralized applications without having the need to learn the new programming languages. But so this was kind of like, the entire ecosystem and what differences are there. So to just recap, the front end is the same. There's only like a change in the back end where you have to learn how to make something called a smart contract, and which you'll do using Solidity and a few JavaScript frameworks so that you can actually deploy it to the Ethereum blockchain or whatever blockchain that you want. Now I mentioned something called a smart. Okay, we'll get to that in a bit. But this photo again, it shows you all the things that you would need. So remember how I mentioned that there are the blockchains. So there is the Ethereum blockchain, Solana blockchain. There are all these blockchains that you can develop your apps on. And then there is Hardhat, Truffle. These are all frameworks that you can use to speed up your development process. And then you have file storage. So remember that file storage also has to be decentralized. So you can use things like IPFS, which stands for Interplanetary File System, where you can upload your images or whatever files to a decentralized place. So you have that for file storage, and you have other things like using your wallet, and you also have the client Ethers.js and Web3.js that you can use. So this is sort of like the Web3 stack. There's only a change on the backend. The front end mainly remains the same from a Web2 application. Now I remember how I mentioned about something called a smart contract. So a smart contract is essentially code that runs on the blockchain. This can be done using Solidity, as I mentioned before, on the Ethereum ecosystem, and Rust on the ecosystem. And this code, once it is deployed to the blockchain, it cannot be altered. So it is set in stone, as we put it. And this so a smart contract code allows you to make transactions between two people based on given conditions or given agreements. And so let's say let's say we have an application where it's a fundraiser application like GoFundMe. If it reaches a certain threshold amount of funds that have been transferred to it, we can write a smart contract that says that, hey, if this particular wallet address gets like $100,000 in donation money, it has to be sent to this organization or whatever. So basically, it's a way of doing transactions between two people without having the need of an intermediary. And you can also mint NFTs and other sorts of tokens using smart contracts. So you can mint NFTs, you can mint other ERC-1155 tokens or ERC-20 tokens, and these are various types of tokens for various purposes that you can make using these smart contracts. And as mentioned before, there is the Ethereum ecosystem, which uses Solidity. So along with Ethereum, there is Polygon, Avalanche, and Phantom. So these are blockchains that are based on Ethereum, which use the Solidity language to make smart contracts, and Solana obviously uses Rust. Now, writing Solidity can be a bit of a challenge if you've never done it before. Now, here I'm not exaggerating, but this total image shows you at least 50 to 60 lines of code that allow you to mint an NFT. And not everyone wants to learn Solidity, and you just want to build decentralized applications. And learning a new language can be a huge challenge. So I would just there is something that I have been working on with my team with Polygon, which is the 14th largest blockchain right now that there is. And we have built a tool that allows you to very easily mint NFTs and do other sorts of things and build decentralized applications. So I'd just like to show you that entire thing here. And our project is called Saturn. And with just these 7 or 8 lines of code, you can mint your own NFTs without the hassle of knowing Solidity or knowing another programming language, or even being acquainted to the Web3 ecosystem. So I'll give a demo of this right now. So I'll just open my text editor right now, which is VS Code. And so this is currently a project that's in the alpha stages right now. So so this is not publicly available, but I would like to show how, in theory, this would work once we launch it. So we have the entire SDK like installed over here, and all the dependencies, everything is installed. So there are two parts to this. So what we're going to achieve is we're going to mint this logo as an NFT on the blockchain, and we'll even be able to see this show up on the blockchain, which I'll show it to you in just a second. So first thing is we have a deploy script over here that allows us to deploy an NFT on the blockchain. Deploy a smart contract on the blockchain. And using that smart contract, we can make our NFT, make our token. So in these 17 or so lines of code, we can basically run this with Node. So in the testing folder, deploy.js. So we're importing the library that I have built here, and we're using something called ethers. So this is a Web3 library that allows you to do certain things. So we're just having that here. And let's deploy the smart contract. So I can put this here. This is going to go on the Polygon test network. So it's a test blockchain network where we can just use where we're using this to develop our application. So this is not, so typically when you deploy on the real network, like the main network, you would have to pay some amount of processing fee from your wallet because you're doing some computation on the blockchain. But since we're not going to use this application in production, this is just for demo purposes. I'm putting this on a test network so that we can do all of this for free. And that's what we're going to do. So this is going on the Mumbai Polygon network. So we have deployed a smart contract, and this is the smart contract address. And under the hood, this entire library is using lots of Solidity code and all that, which I showed you before. And it's basically deploying the smart contract for now. So I think we're done with that. We'll move on to the next piece of code that we'll be running. And this is actually going to mint our NFT. So we're importing a few libraries, but this is the main function here where we're basically giving a name to our token. We're giving it a description, and we're also going to be passing in the exact file that we're going to be minting. So let's run this script. And once the script is done, the NFT, non-fungible token, will be minted on the blockchain. And I'll show you where this will show up. So we'll just wait a second. So here you can see it gives us a transaction hash, which basically allows us to track our token, and this will show up on the blockchain. So I think everything is done here. Now I can open something called, this is a blockchain scanner. So this allows you to see transactions and everything that's going on to the blockchain. So remember that address that I took from there, I can put that here, and I search for it. And as you can see, we get details of our entire transaction. You can see when the transaction took place. It took place 31 seconds ago, and the smart contract has been deployed, and you can see an ERC721 token has been made. So yep, as you can see, it's totally working. And typically if you were to do this without all that JavaScript, all just this library, you would have to write your own Solidity code. You would have to set up your own configuration file. You would have to make sure you deploy it correctly, and you have to do loads of other things. But with just this one library, you're able to do it in less than 30 to 40 lines of code, which is incredible. And this is all in JavaScript. You don't even have to learn a new programming language, and you can make NFTs, deploy them to the blockchain and whatnot. So yeah, that's basically it. And that's basically all I wanted to show for this presentation. I hope you got a taste of what Web3 is like, what Web3 is all about, and the tools you'll be using and how everything works. And I hope you enjoyed our demo as well. I would also like to give a shout out to my friends Sunrit, who is at the Jana Sunrise, and my friend Mudrang, at the Mudrang Gupta on Twitter, who helped me build this, who helped me in this presentation, and who helped me with the library that I showed you. So yeah, thank you so much, and that's it for my talk.
Hello everyone, my name is Luciano and I'm going to be presenting a workshop at Cityjs this year called Introduction to Node.js Streams. So I don't know if you ever dealt with Node.js streams. They are one of my favorite topics, but also I found that it's one of the topics that most people tend to ignore and skip. And maybe that's just because the initial hurdle with it is just a little bit too much and it's kind of hard to understand what's going on, how to use them. There is a little bit of magic. So most people just try to get away from them and they never actually take advantage of this amazing feature of Node.js. So in this workshop, what I want to do is try to explore this topic in a very approachable way. I want to actually start from buffers and show how you can use buffer to actually deal with raw memory and binary stuff in Node.js. And then the concept that streams are just a sequence of buffer arriving to you at a certain amount of time. And you can process them as you get the raw data. You don't need to get the full message. You can start to process the message as you get the small bits of data. So in this workshop, what we're going to do after that is try to explore the different types of streams. So we're going to look into writable, readable stream, transform streams, duplex streams. And then we're going to explore all the built-in streams that you can get already in the Node.js core. So from all the HTTP streams, encryption, compression. So you can actually get a feeling that even without building custom streams, you can leverage a lot of the utility that are already available in the Node core libraries. After that, we're going to actually look into how you can combine different streams. One of the main features of streams is that you can easily pipe different types of stream and build data processing pipelines that are very memory efficient and fast. And then after that, we're going to try to close the workshop by building some small custom streams, so you can also have a feeling of what it takes to actually build your own custom stream with your own business logic. And finally, we're going to explore a comparison of the stream patterns and the stream models with async iterators, which seems very close topics, and they are actually interoperable, but there are some important differences to understand. I hope that's something that is interesting for you, and I hope to see you there at the workshop on the 22nd of March, Cityjs. Bye.
My name is Roy, and I'm a developer advocate and author from the Netherlands. I'll be hosting a workshop during Cityjs London 2022. The workshop will show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API for any data source. So no matter if you have a MySQL, Postgres, or REST API that you want to connect with GraphQL, I will have you covered. During this workshop, I'll show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API using just GraphQL schema design language. And at the end of this workshop, you'll be able to combine multiple data sources, whether it's a database or an existing API, into one unified GraphQL API. So make sure to sign up for my workshop, and I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm an independent Node.js consultant and educator. I'll be hosting an online workshop as part of Cityjs London 2022. In my workshop, you'll learn how to confidently apply reliable validation tools and techniques in your Node.js applications. Request validation can help make your applications more stable, secure, and reliable, but implementing it can often feel messy and overwhelming. In my workshop, you'll learn why validation is an essential part of every Node.js application, how to create flexible validation rules, and make your applications more robust with schema-generated types. You'll also learn how to send back validation errors with an effective and standardized response format. And finally, you'll learn how to integrate all these validation techniques with any Node.js framework. It's going to be hands-on with live coding, exercises, and plenty of time for questions and discussion. Make sure you sign up for my workshop at the Cityjs conference on March 24th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow. Until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors, and supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic CodeStream, where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
quick Q&A after the session. So as we have seen, you have shown us a demo of how things work. So just want to break down a few of the myths that revolve around the Web3 in the space. So if you have any thoughts on a few of the myths that you want to break down to us, you can feel free to do it now.
Sure. So, I mean, there's a lot of, again, it's a very hot space right now. It's very new. There are a lot of misconceptions, but some of the more notable ones are that Web3 consumes a lot of energy and it's harmful for the environment. So, we're making, a lot of progress has been made in the last couple of years where we are using more efficient blockchains which use far lesser energy, and there are more better, like we've come up with better techniques like proof of stake, which it reduces the cost of running the blockchain and also reduce the energy emissions. So I guess the environmental effects, it's something that's still being worked on, but I guess that's a myth that's been going around. And other than that, some of the myths I hear are that NFTs or this technology is a scam. Like, I mean, these, like you can use anything for it's a powerful technology. You can use it for good or for bad, but that itself does not make the technology bad. Like NFTs and these things are not a scam. It's just that people who are using it maliciously can use it for wrong things. And as a community, we're progressing in a way where we're starting to reduce all these crypto scams and whatnot. So there's more awareness being raised around. So yeah, I guess these are sort of the myths that in Web3 that you have that come to my mind, at least right now. And I guess another myth that comes to my mind is that some people say the blockchain is not scalable. You cannot use blockchain for very large applications. But again, in the last couple of years, we've had so much advancement and better blockchains. We are having blockchains like Solana, which have very low gas fees and are incredibly fast. So that has also been proven wrong. So yeah, these are the myths that sort of come to my mind when I talk to most people.
Yeah, thanks a lot for breaking down a few of the things. And just want to know that why the hype now, since Web has been, Web 2 has been here for at least some time, right? So that these data companies are there and they are doing their business model, as you said, lies on their data. So why the hype now and not before that, or at least point where we know that there is something out and people are using their data to make a ton of millions of in cash around the world. So why the hype now and not before, or why it is the case? Any thoughts on that?
So obviously Web3 heavily relies on blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies as a whole, and the cryptocurrency market has seen it's really blown up. It's blown out of proportion in the last year or so, last 2 years, let's say, and that's really what has led to the growth in Web3. And not only that, we're seeing a lot more developers and a lot more use cases for Web3 that have been coming up. So yeah, I guess it's just we've had Ethereum and all these cryptocurrencies since a long time on which you can build decentralized applications, but only recently we've had like good enough blockchains per se, and to enable builders to actually build really big applications on the blockchain. And other than that, I mentioned how the cryptocurrency market has been rising. So yeah, that's why the rise in Web3 right now.
That's great. So final question. So what do you see the future of Web3? So is it going to take over the entire stuff since from the Web 1, as you see, just consume the data. You don't have to kind of give out data in any form, which was really nice to some extent. And Web 2 came out and you started giving out data to the website. So it's not from a read-only perspective. You are also writing to something, you're storing it, they're using the data. So what do you see as the future for Web3? Will it take over like what we see now, the entire Web 2, and every company would move to Web3, or equivalent products would come out? So how do you see the future of Web3?
So the way how I see it right now is most companies like Twitter or YouTube, they're making small steps in order to implement Web3 features. So like I think Twitter recently allowed you to have your profile picture as from an NFT collection that you might have had. And YouTube is also allowing its creators to use NFTs. So I feel like it's going to be a very gradual path towards Web3. We're going to be improving, we're going to be fixing all of the issues that we're having with Web3 right now, like all the scams and all that stuff. And along with that, all these companies will be adopting Web3, and I feel like it's going to take some, like it's going to gradually, we're going to shift over to that phase where users can use cryptocurrencies in their applications like fully, and they can use tokens for their ownership and whatnot. So I think it's going to be a gradual process. Step by step features are going to be added in order to get to that decentralized Web3 future that we imagine of.
I think that is all we had for you on the Q&A part. Thanks a lot for being here and for your valuable thoughts and your time. Thanks a lot.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences, and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, so give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock, because maybe you may not know about a Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with a real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more about what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose Next.js, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I'm here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what this means is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send a text in the time it takes me to do this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code. I have imported the Twilio library and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event. And like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the Video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Luciano and I'm gonna be presenting a workshop at Cityjs this year called Introduction to Node.js Streams. So I don't know if you ever dealt with Node.js streams. They are one of my favorite topics, but also I found that it's one of the topics that most people tend to ignore and skip. And maybe that's just because the initial hurdle with it is just a little bit too much and it's kind of hard to understand what's going on, how to use them. There is a little bit of magic. So most people just try to get away from them and they never actually take advantage of this amazing feature of Node.js. So in this workshop, what I want to do is try to explore this topic in a very approachable way. I want to actually start from buffers and show how you can use buffer to actually deal with raw memory and binary stuff in Node.js. And then the concept that streams are just a sequence of buffer arriving to you at a certain amount of time. And you can process them as you get the raw data. You don't need to get the full message. You can start to process the message as you get the small bits of data. So in this workshop, what we're going to do after that is try to explore the different types of streams. So we're going to look into writable, readable stream, transform streams, duplex streams. And then we're going to explore all the built-in streams that you can get already in the Node.js core. So from all the HTTP streams, encryption, compression. So you can actually get a feeling that even without building custom streams, you can leverage a lot of the utilities that are already available in the Node core libraries. After that, we're going to actually look into how you can combine different streams. One of the main features of streams is that you can easily pipe different types of stream and build data processing pipelines that are very memory efficient and fast. And then after that, we're going to try to close the workshop by building some small custom streams, so you can also have a feeling of what it takes to actually build your own custom stream with your own business logic. And finally, we're going to explore a comparison of the stream patterns and the stream models with async iterators, which seems very close topics, and they are actually interoperable, but there are some important differences to understand. I hope that's something that is interesting for you, and I hope to see you there at the workshop on the 22nd of March, Cityjs. Bye.
My name is Roy, and I'm a developer advocate and author from the Netherlands. I'll be hosting a workshop during Cityjs London 2022. The workshop will show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API for any data source. So no matter if you have a MySQL, Postgres, or REST API that you want to connect with GraphQL, I will have you covered. During this workshop, I'll show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API using JIS GraphQL schema design language. And at the end of this workshop, you'll be able to combine multiple data sources, whether it's a database or an existing API, into one unified GraphQL API. So make sure to sign up for my workshop, and I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm an independent Node.js consultant and educator. I'll be hosting an online workshop as part of Cityjs London 2022. In my workshop, you'll learn how to confidently apply reliable validation tools and techniques in your Node.js applications. Request validation can help make your applications more stable, secure, and reliable, but implementing it can often feel messy and overwhelming. In my workshop, you'll learn why validation is an essential part of every Node.js application, how to create flexible validation rules, and make your applications more robust with schema-generated types. You'll also learn how to send back validation errors with an effective and standardized response format. And finally, you'll learn how to integrate all these validation techniques with any Node.js framework. It's going to be hands-on with live coding, exercises, and plenty of time for questions and discussion. Make sure you sign up for my workshop at the Cityjs conference on March 24th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Hi everyone! Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there!
I love sport. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro front ends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies, and I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company, is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at the Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users
across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the Zone, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined the Zone was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen, so you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
The Zone is a tech-focused company, so even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro, so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. And so we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely, and you can never ask a stupid question. And I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it.
Own it.
Ship it.
I'm back. And so before moving on to the next talk, did you check the competition yet? If you didn't, then the MacBook Air Vonage is giving is going to be mine. So make sure you check out the booth of our sponsor on Vito for exciting raffles and jobs. Next up, we have Suprabha, who is a front-end engineer at Gojek. She's a self-taught front-end engineer and has been passionate about CSS since 2015. She shares a lot about front-end on Twitter. She will be talking about legacy code bases and a special skill set required to maintain, improve, and refactor a legacy code base. It's an honor to welcome Suprabha on stage.
On Twitter and Instagram as well. Let's jump into the topic now. What is legacy JavaScript code base? So first, understand what is legacy code, right? Why actually, and what are the things will come under the legacy code and how we actually understand that we are dealing with it. So if you are founding like the code which doesn't have the test coverage, or maybe that code which has just written by someone else, or maybe by you or by us also. So that will become, that can be actually our legacy code, or the APIs or the framework which has been outdated, and if we are using it, that will also become a legacy code. Let's let me tell you like how actually I started it, and how like when I started working on the project, how I deal with it, and when I have to understand that yes, I'm dealing with a legacy JavaScript code base, and then I have to come up with some solution so that I will be able to refactor the code whole. So I'm going to share my problem, what are the resources which would be helpful over there, and the solution which I actually decided and took over there. Uh, the legacy code base, when I said it was like hard to understand the code base or adding new feature was taking a lot of time over there. So when I joined a team and I got a feature like, okay, it was a shuffle card and there were already 5 or 6 cards were there. I had to add one more card. The requirement was just for adding one more new card, which would be helpful in terms of the business perspective. So when I started looking towards the code base, I started, definitely I have to set up the code. So I started going through the README, and I wasn't able to find proper, solution for it. So I took help from my colleagues, and they helped us in terms of setting up the whole code base. And once we set it up properly, I tried to find documentation, like because there were few plugins which wasn't making any sense. Like example, like why we are using it, right? So it wasn't adding any value over there. So when I actually looking towards, then let's say we are using a CSS modules to generate the class name, right? Now we also have a plugin called CLSX, which will generate a class name. I wasn't able to find any difference over there because it wasn't adding any value. Either if you are using class module like CSS modules, then why do we have to use a CLX? Or if we are using CLX, then why the CSS module comes into the picture? So those things were still bothering me a lot because there was no proper documentation to find out like why we actually took a decision over there. Plus, when something comes right, as I said, like I had to create a card over there. So when I started looking through the code base, it was really getting hectic because the code wasn't recursion fully, and I wasn't able to understand like how should I make the changes over there that so that it should not impact the rest of the changes, because there was no test cases. And it was hard for me to understand like if I'm going to do that, definitely it is going to take a lot of time for me also, because the implementation will definitely going to take time. And even not implementation, but even you do the dev testing, that is also going to take more time, because now you don't have to test only the one card which you are going to create it. You have to test the whole 6 cards which you have already created previously, because that component is going to impact everywhere. So that was the use case over there. And when I found it, it was, I got that feeling that yes, I'm dealing with the legacy code base. I have to fix it. There were 2 solutions. Either if the project or the feature which came, if it is really on the priority, let's do that and then request for the rewriting the whole code base, and then we can go ahead. Else, rewrite the code base and then build the feature. And actually, we did the same. We actually we took the first step. We actually created the because as it was like quite higher priority, so we tried to write the project over there. That took actually 1.5 week mostly, and then we started working on writing the code base. In meanwhile, while working on that also, we got one more card to add, but we actually stopped that because as we are on the middle of the project, we don't have to actually we don't want to add a new feature, because we know that again this is gonna 1 or 2 weeks of time, and completing the feature also, it is gonna take like mostly 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, so adding this part and adding this new feature also were quite similar time frame. So we actually thought, let's skip adding new features and start with refactoring the code itself. So as you have understand, we don't have to think about what is legacy code base. We actually have to understand what makes a code a legacy. So a code which is like hard to change and it's hard to maintain, that will become a legacy code base. That was my point of view, but let's see like what other people also think about it. So first, see, when was the last time you thought of rewriting the entire project from scratch? Maybe like yesterday, last week, or last month as well, right? And if you are going ahead with this thought into your head, it means like you are actually dealing with the legacy code base, and yeah, you have to, rewrite the whole process again. But rewriting the code base from scratch, is it really helpful? And why do you think, we have to go with that? So in short, like what I explained earlier, so I'm just gonna keep a point here. There was not enough documentation and neither the test cases. So as the documentation was not there, so it was hard for me to understand what we are adding, where the deployment is happening, what are the machines we are using. So there was nothing, track over there. The test cases were not there, so I had the fear of breaking things as well. Unreadable code base, and it was really hard to understand because there were no proper comments also. As we have seen, right, writing the proper comments will definitely gonna help the devs in terms of understanding the snippet, like why we are writing it. I mean, instead of telling that what we are writing, because the developer, we will be able to see like what we are writing, right? So it should be better if you should start writing why we are writing the snippet over there and what's the function actually is it doing. I'll just give you a small example here. When I was actually creating a transform function, I had written a comments like this was the input, and I was expecting a this output. So this is the function for this is the transformation function for that. That actually gives us the idea like, okay, the input was that, and we were expecting this output. So the code was formed in that way, and it was easier to understand the code base itself that time because I had the input and output both in our mind. So that's a use case, right, in terms of writing the proper comments as well. So that was also missing. Just found like rewrite the whole change itself, or maybe like not using the coolest thing out there. So what does mean the coolest thing? So imagine you guys, working on the jQuery project or working on some cool frameworks like React or Vue or Angular. So definitely we usually pick those coolest frameworks. So that comes here like the coolest thing here. Solutions. So as I said earlier, like I'm just going to discuss the problem, the statement, what I failed, and if those points were there, then if those points were not there, then that actually made the code as a legacy code base, and how I come up with the solution so that we actually try to build the project so that it should not be a problem later on, and adding a new feature will definitely not going to take lots of time from now onwards. So we created a pre-POC. As I said, it was a dynamic form initially. So there were multiple libraries over there to actually work on use it so that that will bring more, that will be useful methods were there. Example, Formic or React Hook form, which we took. So Formic, if we say like Formic is for controlled component and React Hook form is for the uncontrolled component. So again, it's like our call, like whether we'll go with the controlled and uncontrolled component, but definitely like all libraries where have the pros and cons. So we just have written over there and just took the decision like why should we go ahead with something. And if we are going with the Formic or React Hook form, then we created a dummy project with all the small features, especially like the harder feature like creating an array component or a kind of object component, so that it would be easier to understand like how we are going to form when we comes to start writing the when we go into the code level actually. So that actually gave us the confidence when we built some kind of a demo content over there. And we took the JSON approach. So JSON approach was actually really helpful. So we created a JSON. For example, there were 6 cards. So in a single card, in a single file, we created like all the 6 cards. And using the JSON approach, we used to present a card over there. It was really great because now if anyone wants to add a new card, they just have to update the JSON and your card will be there on your browser. You don't have to, go ahead in the code base and make any changes over there and deal with anything because your components and everything was that generic. So you don't have to, take your of the lots of the things over there because everything has been taken care from the initiating point of view. We used actually Yup for validation. Yup supportable is pretty very good for Formic and React Hook form. And we used actually Yup for the validation. Initially, it was a bit tricky to use the Yup, frankly. But when we actually got quite very good hands on Yup, so then we started for the first project, it was quite tough, but later on it becomes easy, and then it's really helpful in that sense as well. Let's say like what the other devs also think about the legacy code base. I actually took a poll on Twitter where I'm just gonna tell like like what other people also think. Let's see the first. What is the most frustrating when working on legacy code base? Okay, so most voted is fear of breaking things. Yes, definitely. I also had the same fear. Second, how to deal with the legacy code base, and the most voted has gone to the refactoring. Yes, definitely like burn it down. Quitting the job doesn't like bring any solution over there. So let's just skip that. Comes to like first and second, which will be your start writing test cases or maybe refactoring. I would say both because both would be important. If you refactor your code while refactoring, also if you in the refactoring process, if you start writing the test cases, that is gonna help you in terms of not again writing the legacy code base. But refactoring the whole code base, how will you actually deal with that from the business point of view? Because you see, because the things when you build the project, it's done, right? And the features are coming, you're going to build it up. But if you actually have to refactor the whole project, and it's going to take time, it's going to take months, and then how is it actually going to impact your business? Is it really going to help the business also? So yes, definitely. From the research also, like like I found it, this one by the like consortium for IT software quality. In the 2003, it was like $70 billion, but in 2018, it is $596 billion. So you can see the differences, right? I mean, there can be multiple reasons, but there were two most important reasons were there, which was important. The first was staff costing, and the second was your technical debt. Let's talk about staff costing first here. In terms of staff costing, I would say how staff costing comes, right? So if your code or if the tech which you are using, if it becomes really older, then it will be really hard, or it will be rare to find, the devs over there for the older technology. And if the devs are also already there, then they will be like taking a very good pay over there because finding the right skill set for the older technology, it's really hard. Or if you really want, like if you're hiring a new person also, then actually training them, right? It's also gonna take up lots of amount for you. So in both ways, it's actually payment is high. So instead of, like you got, and definitely like where the payment or money comes up, the business is there. Second is the technical debt. We all devs know what is the technical debt, but in short, there are two things which I understand about the technical debt. If we miss the deadline, okay, and if we try to create a solution in a very speed way, and that solution will become a technical debt sometimes. The second, the production issue fixes, which we used to fix is on the priority, but we miss sometimes like why we are actually, what we are writing over there. So that also it becomes the same, the technical debt. Let's see like, what actually causes it. Initially, like the code has been outdated tech stack. We already discussed about, the tech stack part. Adding a new feature, you started working with some cool framework. Okay, so let me like, share one more experience here. A long time back when I was working with the team and they were using, jQuery project. I also like started using jQuery. It was really cool. And it's was working on it for like past 1 year. Then Vue, React frameworks where everything was there in the pipeline. So we were deciding like what to choose for, creating any new feature. We choose to use actually Vue over there. We started using it. We actually, created the components, and whatever the feature was coming next, we used to create the in the Vue only, not in the jQuery. So if you can see, right, the new features, whatever we are creating in the Vue framework. That is very cool. But your jQuery code, which is there in your plate, it is becoming your outdated stack, and that is actually creating a technical debt. So now you have to deal with it, because everyone loves to work on the cool stuff, but on if you talk about the jQuery stuff, we really have to understand, like, have to remove the whole code base, so that and move the whole code base, jQuery code base, to the Vue framework, so that we are removing the technical debt from our pipeline. How to overcome with tech debt? Following the JS coding standard or pattern, like what I said right now, right? If we have like both, if in a single project, if we have one cool stuff, or if we are using old technology, let's move this to native also, in a like proper way. Definitely we cannot handle everything in a single time, so in a like 10% we should deal with it. A few tools which are really helpful, if from my point of view, ESLint, in terms of linting, because while working with a big colleague, like while working in a team, and when everyone is working on the same project, it is really helpful in terms of maintaining the code base, so that everyone should be there on the same page. Even though if we miss something, to review it while doing the code review, ESLinting will mostly take care of it. Very small changes over there. Validating commit message, it's really a great plugin, I would say. I have seen a few messages like the commit message, whenever I wanted to see, like, okay, who has added this line, and why the line has been added. So in VS Code, if I saw fixed the issue, literally fixed the issue, what does it mean? I know you fixed the issue, but what was the issue? What the other files you have actually fixed it out? And when you actually fixed it, what did you think? Have you added anything over there, comments or anything? Nothing were there. It was really mess up over there, because understand, whatever the commit you write, it should be understandable. Not for you, definitely, because you are writing it, so you definitely know. But you have to, while writing the commit message, you have to think about others also, because if some people are going to come and look into your code base or look into your commit message, they will be able to understand, like, why this code has been written previously also. So that if they are planning to change it, they will take care of it for the next time, that if I'm going to change it, then okay, if it is changing this, I should be able to check that area as well. So the valid commit message is really important. Prettier is just for prettifying your code base over there. That's good. JS doc is for documenting. If like, you'd love to create a document, but definitely like going to other platform and creating the doc on Drive or something like that, if it is really getting hard, then JS doc is a great plugin, where actually you can write your code, write your doc into a snippet kind of thing, and onto the, like, on top of the file or on top of the function, wherever you wanted to actually include, you can include that snippet, and you can add the as a code over there, your doc over there, and there will be actually script, which once you run it, it will generate a link, and once you open that link, you'll be able to see the documentation. So whatever the snippet, whatever the script, like, doc in a script, in a snippet, which you have written over across all the pages, it will actually create a single file. And in a single file, you will be able to see the whole, script, snippet, which you have added there. How to convince your product manager for technical debt. Yeah, this is also quite very, good topic. Because convincing the product manager, it's quite sometimes it becomes tough. I've seen both way. Initially, like, I've seen a few managers who used to understand the problem, and they're totally okay with if you're working with the technical debt. But a few managers mostly focus on the on terms of prioritization. It happens like you have to work on the features. Technical debt comes more later. How to deal with that, right? Because we have to convince our manager that if like how I convinced my manager in terms of, when we are actually doing the refactoring for whole shuffle cart. So that makes sense because we are going to reduce a lot of time. We are going to reduce the performance over there. And if we are putting some numbers to, in front of the manager, that actually adds a lot of value. Plus, if it is taking a lot of time, if it's not getting aggregate, then maybe we can put one more offer over there that if it is going ahead in a sprint wise, then instead of taking the whole sprint or whole month, maybe we can take, a percentage wise time in a sprint. So example, you can take 15 to 20% for the sprint, and you can work on the technical debt, and the rest of the time you can actually work on the business part. These are the few VS Code plugins for debugging, and these are like, I really love this, all the 4 plugins. Let me tell like what Quokka does. Quokka will be actually very helpful in terms, because it will definitely gonna boost your productivity. If you're doing a lot of console log to debug it, it actually will give you the output in the runtime only. You will be able to see the output, the value in the IDE tool itself. Like wherever you define the variable, you'll be able to see what will be the value output for that value in that line. So you don't have to actually do the console log every time. Turbo console is really helpful if you are actually, love to use console over there, then you can use it, this plugin. This plugin will actually help save you lots of time. Imagine you're writing 4 console log in a single file, then writing a proper message and then variable, and understanding it, like in which line you have written that, a string over there, and so into the inspect element. It's really hard to understand. Then you come back to the code and understand, okay, yeah, this is the line which we have written. Instead of that, you can actually, what you can do, you can just install this plugin. You can just do the Control Option L for all the variables which you want to do the console log. That will actually write the proper message with the line number. Like if the line is there on the 17th line, then they will put the 17th line over there and then the variable. So you will be getting the value. In that case, while seeing the value into your console tool, you'll be able to see for which line it will be what for the value were there. So that will again definitely going to help you in terms of saving a lot of time over there. And instead of adding lots of messages, you can actually add the property for the console over there. You don't have to take care regarding the variable or message. You don't have to think about it. Prettier is definitely going to help in terms of a code formatting. Code tool is also helpful in terms of recording your things. So imagine whenever some colleagues who join your team and you have to actually go ahead with the whole, explaining the structure for the portal or for even the dashboard or something like the code editor, right? Then you can actually take the help from the code tool, and you can actually re-onboard, anyone, whoever, new person, or if you wanted to share anything with others, you can definitely gonna do that or walk through from the team as well. Typing is really important because, as we know, in JavaScript, nothing we have as a called, we don't define the type over there like how we used to define in C or Java. But here in JavaScript, what we can actually do, we can use this other typing in JavaScript, TypeScript, Flow, or prop types. Prop types is actually for the React platform only, but these two you can use for any other technology which you really wanted. Why typing is really important? I mean, it really helped me in terms of when I was not using TypeScript and Flow. Also, I started using prop types because it happens sometimes, like you create the project and you actually define some variable in a string, and somehow you don't remember later on, and then you are putting the variable as a number. That will give you an error that time, so that it actually say, instead of going ahead to the browser and seeing the output, there itself you will get to like, okay, this is a prop type you're using in the wrong way. Just you have to define a string over it. Latest is not always greatest. It's a quite very good sense over there. we always, go with the latest flow, like whatever the new frameworks, new technology come, we always go with that. But just try to, like, remember one thing. If we actually have to build something for the production level, don't really jump into the new things, like, on the same time, because first learn it, research more, and then jump into it. There were few things which I noticed, like which would be really important if we take care of these two things. Uh, as I said, investing, right? Instead of investing time while building, first invest your time while researching it. Finding the proper packages, whatever you're going to use, and start writing the process in the doc, so that if once you start implementing the processes, you won't actually that will definitely gonna save a lot of time. Plus, you don't have to, suffer a lot on that time. Plus, uh, you have to, try to find out, like, whatever the technology which you are using, is it, like, supportable, or is it actually, when you're stuck somewhere, are you gonna find a solution somewhere, especially like on the Stack Overflow? So we have to take care of those things. So these are the three things which we actually have to look. Definitely, first we have to check the GitHub community as well, how it is supportable, how many issues are open, or maybe like, how frequently they used to close, they used to communicate, and uh, is it like the, like, committing or pushing are frequently. Plus, how many actually stars are there, or how often it is getting downloaded on npm or yard. Definitely, I already said about the Stack Overflow. Just definitely go and check, because Stack Overflow, as a dev perspective, it is a lifesaver. So I would say, like, uh, don't miss at least the last line as well. I mean, it's the last, but definitely not the least time. But uh, have a look, like, do a research very thoroughly before jumping anything to work on the new technology for the production level. How can you make your code base non-legacy? Definitely, like we spoke it initially, like, uh, if those things were should be there on the plate, then I would not have been, think about it, refactoring the whole code base. So the first were the documentation, which we remembered. The great documentation always helps. Either it is documentation like docs, or either it can be like, your README file also. Try to keep updated your README file as well, because instead of asking dev every time, I have seen few people who actually, even though you have updated the README, people used to come and ask you, like, how to actually, work on, and what is the setup for this. But if you can, at least you can share this, that you can actually look into the README, and if you have any question, then reach out to us. But yes, README definitely gonna help you in terms of, it will definitely save you a lot of time over there. A good test coverage, testing is really important. As I said initially also, when I was actually writing the test cases, it helps instead of just writing the test cases for the component wise, I would say write the test cases for across, for the event as well, for mock the APIs if there is a APIs, and try to figure it out in that way, so that if if anything is going to add, or if anything is going to update into the APIs, you will be from the front end also, you have the proper, testing is over there. Try to put some threshold, so that a threshold, like, imagine you are putting 85 or 90%. Just imagine, like, you have put like 90%. So if it is, coming below that, then you won't be able to push the code itself. So try to put some threshold over there, so that it will help you in terms of a good test coverage as well. Modular code base, definitely, like, it will be much easier to maintain if you are using the modular code base. And because in terms of a modular code base, you have to, like, put the architecture in your mind, and then you have to design the codes accordingly. So it's really helpful over there. Code review is also very important. It really helped a lot in terms of both way. Like, I mostly learned initially a lot while doing, while doing the code review, or maybe while getting, the comments from the team. It really helped a lot in terms of improving my skill over there. I learned a lot actually, if maybe because the code which we are writing, definitely we know that this is correct, but the solution can be greater also, right? As a developer, we know like how to write a code, but writing a proper code and writing the performance adequate kind of a code, it's really helpful as a dev or as a programmer as well. So coding review is really important. Just try, if you don't have, if you're really working alone in a project, then I would say like try to find, a front end team over the project level. I mean, try to find a code. Okay, why I'm saying this? Because in a single team, like if I am a front end developer, then I used to ask few of my colleagues from the different team who is working there and share my code review like PR to them, and they used to review. Definitely, they are not going to review it right away because they don't have that much of time, but they are going to review it later on as well. Even though if you are going to push it, then let them review so that you can fix it later on, and just try to push it. You are going to learn a lot from it. Dead code, yeah, dead code is also there. We have seen that, okay, let me tell you like what is dead code. Like the code which is not going to use into our code base, that is called dead code. I mean, maybe like you have removed some of the components, but the code is still there, so that will become a dead code. Why dead code is bad? Because there are again many reasons, I would say. Let's come with the first. It adds noise. Yeah. So if you have seen, if actually your code base has the unwanted code which is not getting used now, right? So imagine you got stuck somewhere into the problem, and while coming to the code and you are planning to debug it, it's really hard because there are lots of the code. Now it's getting hard to maintain it, right? It's really because maybe like by mistake you are looking into the same code base which is not there. In short, if I would say, when I was working in a team, then there was a checkout page. In that checkout page, there were 3 files: checkout A, checkout B, and checkout C. It was getting hard for me to understand which file actually is working. Was it a because it is a new, or was it a C, or was it a B? Right? It was really getting hard for me to understand like what file it was. So I had to do a console log and check like which file it is working. And in that case, it took a lot of the time for me to understand that also. And then I had to remove the unwanted code, because also like when removing the unwanted code, we cannot delete it easily until unless we are not sure that it's not getting used somewhere else, right? So definitely, like if you think if you're actually removing some kind of a component, if some component are getting deprioritized, delete the code itself so that you won't see the extra code over there. It definitely impacts your performance also, because definitely you're not running, you're not calling it, but while building it, your code is there. So definitely it is gonna impact your network performance also. Especially I have seen in terms of a CSS files. Even though if you remove the component and if we have only one style component, let's say like we are using a style components, or if we are using a normal style.css file where we have the whole CSS across all the project, and we haven't removed that snippet for that component, that would be there, and this is gonna increase your more memory, and in that it will definitely gonna impact your network performance over there. It can come back to life. Yes, I mean this can also actually, because you don't know. I imagine you are not using it, but by default you actually call it. Even though it is not there, you try to, you call the function because you think it is a helpful, but it's not imported somewhere. Now you're thinking like, why it is not getting called? So it can also come back to life. So try to remove the unwanted code over there. Removing the dead code elimination is also important. The first will be, we can say that a static code analysis, which can actually, which usually highlight your part of the code, which is no longer used. But definitely it won't work in terms of a dynamic part of code. But if it is a static, it helps you like, okay, this code is not getting used, so you can remove it. So if you have seen, okay, if I'm not sure like what plugin I was using, I wasn't remember, but using that plugin, even though if I import something and I created a component, but somehow like I got to know like I don't have to use this component, I don't have to use this element, just remove it from the other plugin, and then I was just creating a div over there. In that case, the imported, right, which I have imported at the top, it is still there, which is not there, which is not getting used. So actually, it will get blurred if you're not using it. So that way you can actually able to remove it over there. Code coverage tools is again there is a tool called Istanbul, which really helps in terms of you highlighting the dynamic section as well. So previously we were talking about the static code analysis. This Istanbul will take care of your dynamic code as well. Manual user flow investigation, which you have to go like one by one file. Like imagine you just open a source folder, inside just go ahead with one by one, like okay, pages are there, components are there, inside the component what components are getting used, or if it is CSS, then what CSS are getting used. So you can actually run one by one as well. That feature, like as I said, right, that feature I would say like I was taking as a component wise. So let's say like there is a feature which has been removed. You created a component, but you created a feature, but this is not in the priority. It has been removed. It has been deleted from the business point of view, and you also have deleted the button, but the code is still existing. Okay, now you really have to remove that code, because all the things which I said earlier regarding it will come back to life. You will try to debug the code again. You have to even though if you are not gonna use it, you are gonna do the you're gonna search it, like where are we using it. At least it is gonna take some time. Dev time will be definitely there if you are not gonna remove it later on. What would you choose? I mean, while coming to creating project from scratch, or maybe working on legacy code base, what would you choose? So again, I took a poll over there as well by the Twitter community. They mostly selected like created app from scratch. Definitely, like creating app from scratch, it sounds really cool, but working on legacy code base, it's also not I cannot able to say that we should actually go with that as well, because I used to choose work on legacy code base, because I have seen more of the people who used to work on something, who used to love to start writing something from scratch, but working on legacy code base, it becomes difficult. Why? I mean, for me, I doesn't feel it. Let's see why I feel it is awesome. Your debugging skills will get boosted. Yes, I mean, I totally agree with that. Once you work on the legacy code base, while debugging some issue or something comes onto your file, then while debugging, your debugger experience will getting higher over there. You really learn a lot. You understand like how you actually debug your problem properly. That is going to help if you will start building a new things also, right? It is going to help you there. Plus, even though if it is a legacy code base, it doesn't mean that you don't have to build something from scratch, right? Maybe like you found like, okay, there it is like a legacy code base, and it cannot be fixed like while just rewriting the few components. Yes. So in that case, right, you can actually work on the like with project from scratch also. So you will get the opportunity to do that also, or maybe you will get more experience on writing the working on the old code base, refactoring it, finding more issues over there, fixing it. So bug fixes is really awesome. I mean, I love to do that, because definitely it's sometimes it's a time taking, but finding a complex problem, right, in terms of a legacy code base, it's really easy, because bugs are there, we just have to fix it. And if the components are really tricky, which is, it's hard to refactor also, and refactoring the component also is unsolving, then there's an issue like we have to rewrite the whole project also. So this is both cases. Let's come to the summary now. The first thing which I always come, working with dead code needs not to be hard if we can document, follow good coding practices, or having the high code test coverage. It is really a fun, really. I mean, if you really follow the good documentation over there, very good test coverage, because using those things, you won't have the afraid of something will get break, or maybe you have to use some new feature, or maybe you have to remove some kind of outdated tech stack, and you can work on the new technologies. Right? We need to make sure that we avoid writing code which becomes legacy over time. We really imagine, even though if you are doing some production fixes, right? I would say, like, if you have done it, that is good. I mean, even though if you have created a technical debt while fixing the bug, that is not an issue. I mean, that's our job. We should do that. We have done that. Now I would say, like, take a note of it, write a proper comment over there, that is a kind of a to do, right? That you have to come back onto the same problem by tomorrow, and you have to actually fix it, and you have to find the root cause of it. So there can be two things, right? I mean, you will be able to fix the problem by the root cause on the same day, but it can happen that you're doing some kind of, you're not doing a proper fixes over there, you're just doing a depth over there. So in that case, you can actually write a to-do so that you can actually find the proper root solution over there and able to fix it, so that you will be, actually not adding the technical debt like quietly, if I would say. Code with empathy. It means, like, don't write lots of the hacks over there. If it is taking time, it's okay. Try to take time, that is fine. But don't, add lots of the hacks over there in terms of creating a solution. If you are facing some of the issue, if you think the code is becoming lengthy, or if you're writing a lots of the if conditions, I would say your approach, maybe there is some issue in your approach. Find out how can we solve it. Try to write a note, like writing the solution right properly on your paper, or properly on your comment, like kind of a comment section. It really helps you in terms of good taste, like good code over there as a good coder. Cool. I think that was pretty much from my end, guys. Thank you so much for your time. You can reach out to me, like, on Suprabha Supi as the Twitter, on Instagram as well. Or if you have any question, feel free to ask me. Thank you.
It's looking good.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, hey, Suprabha, that was an amazing talk. And now it's time for our Q&A session. So the first question is, what resources do you recommend to learn about JS coding standards or patterns?
So in terms of learning JS coding standard, I would really recommend you to use two resources. First, definitely, you can actually go through the YDK JS book by the Kyle Simpson, which is really good actually. And if you get stuck or somewhere, and if you really need help in terms of a better understanding with some snippet side, you can actually search the term into your MDN and you can get the result from it. So I would recommend to use both resources over there, but because MDN resources are pretty very helpful in terms of learning anything quite very thoroughly. And I just one more suggestion which I would really love to provide. Whatever you're learning from, either it is from Kyle Simpson book or either it is from MDN, just try to, try to practice it. So whenever you try to learn any, in example, you're understanding what is the difference between where and let. So instead of just understanding theoretically, just try to understand it practically also. Open your inspect element and then start writing it. So you will get more, hands-on experience on understanding those terms.
Okay. Yes, that is a helpful answer. So next question is how to avoid turning your code base into a legacy code base.
Yeah. Okay. So as I initially also suggested that, we have to follow few things which should not act. So imagine we got the code, we have to make something from scratch. So how should we actually take care, from the initial point of the time so that our code should not become legacy? For that, actually, we can follow few things. First, definitely, you have to document it properly so that it should not be. So imagine you are using some plugin, right? So you have to make sure you have to actually research it very thoroughly that why you are using that plugin, and whatever the document which you are thinking should be there, just try to make a note of it and use it over there in the documentation. The second thing which I would really recommend you to, write the test cases for across all the components. It's not only by the page wise, because I have seen that you can write the test cases by the page also. I recommend you to write it by the YouTube function also, so that imagine you have done it very well job. Now the code you are actually doing the handover to other teams, so the code can become legacy later on. So it will be great if you can, from the initial point of the time itself, you are providing the test cases proper, so that if other teams are also doing some kind of mistake, then it should be getting the, you'll be able to see the error that you will be not able to make this kind of mistake, or maybe kind of some ascending or prettier using that. Those kind of small chunks, will help you in terms of not writing the legacy code base. Also, I would recommend to write the proper comment as well, because that really helps another person also who's gonna come in, because it actually explains it pretty well that why you are actually writing the code. If you are using a transformation, if you are using why actually needs to that legacy, why it is there, you have to explain what is that comment, not why the comment is that, instead of what is this comment and what you are writing there. Yeah.
Okay, so one of the poll that you showed on one of your slides was that a lot of people are afraid of breaking things when working on a legacy code base. So how do people avoid breaking stuff when working on legacy code base?
Yeah, breaking stuff, I would say the component which we used to create, that is a kind of a generic component. So the experience which I got, I was using a component which was kind of a generic component and using across many of the pages. So when I have to refactor and I have to add some feature, I had a afraid of whether I will break something, because definitely I'm gonna make something which my code will work definitely, but as there was no test cases there, so I had a afraid maybe my changes will impact the past changes as well. So to make this thing not happen, we have to write the proper test cases. We have to use the prop, typing over there. Either you can use the prop types, either you can use, if you are using React, use prop types over there if you're not much fan of TypeScript, or else use the TypeScript also. That will help you in terms of, in terms of, it will save you time also, and you will not face those issues.
Okay, that was an excellent answer. So there are multiple things that are needed to be refactored in a legacy code base. So how do you prioritize what what someone should refactor first and what someone should refactor later?
Yeah. So frankly, I think it depends, how your component has been designed. I would really go ahead with the small chunks, instead of going through the page itself, I would pick, I will ask them to pick utils function or the component. Because picking the small chunk of the task will give you very good hands-on experience and understand the project very thoroughly. So that once you have the confidence according to your project, and once you have completed, refactored your component also, and then you can come back to your pages, it would be really straightforward to actually refactor the whole code base. So yeah,
okay, that
so
was yeah. Okay,
sorry.
Feel free to
Yes, I was just saying that, start with the very small chunk instead of jumping into the directly page itself. That will help you a lot of the time. Yeah, that will save a lot of the time. Yeah.
Okay, that was an amazing talk and amazing answers to a lot of questions that we had. And so yeah, that's all the questions that we had for you.
Cool.
So if anyone have any other questions, then make sure to go and follow Suprabha on Twitter, and you can ask questions there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there!
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the Zone is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro front ends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies, and I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at the Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the Zone, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined the Zone was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen. So you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
The Zone is a tech-focused company, so even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro, so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. So we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely. And you can never ask a stupid questions. And I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it,
own it,
ship it.
In various countries. So the next speaker on the queue is Karan Ganeshan. He is a part of Flipkart camera team where he builds 3D and augmented reality for Flipkart. Having been an XR enthusiast from the earliest days, he has been part of different teams like VR, Geometry and Scapic, the later being the startup that got acquired by Flipkart and now called Flipkart Camera. Karan today will be giving a talk about the state of 3D AR on the web and beyond. Over to Karan.
Hey, thanks a lot for the intro. Is everything live? Can someone confirm?
It's all good.
Got it. Hey folks, Karan here. Hello everyone. Hope everyone is doing good. It's been a long time I gave one of these talks. It's been a couple of years I gave the in-person talks back in my college days, and I think this is my first online talk that I'm like giving virtually. So thanks to Cityjs for this opportunity, and like looking forward to sort of share some of the insights from my side. Before we start, I guess feel free to take a screenshot or just scan this code to sort of access this deck. I've linked a lot of videos, links, documentations, and a lot of things. So anytime if you want to go and sort of open that up, feel free to use this short link or the QR code. A little bit about me. I am Karan. I work at Flipkart, part of the camera engineering team. I sort of work on a lot of 3D and AR features for the Flipkart app across a lot of categories. And I work on the web graphics things, React Native, Android, iOS, and stuff like that. Used to go to a lot of hackathons and meetups like Cityjs conferences and stuff back in the day. Now since COVID, like it's been less. And I also dabble with a lot of VR games and experiences on the Quest 2. And I'm pretty active on Twitter. Feel free to sort of ping me on any sort of questions that you might have from this talk or anything in VR AR in general. Moving forward. So before we start, right, let's just understand what is the difference between sort of virtual reality and augmented reality is. And this is like a picture that I shared to a lot of people that to understand what VR and AR is, right? So virtual reality is completely a new sort of reality where you go inside and sort of experience the whole simulation. But whereas in AR, you sort of have digital things that come to the real world and sort of coordinate with our system. So that's sort of a main difference between AR and VR, just to give some, just to draw some line between what we are talking about today. Today, we'll be talking a lot more on the AR and 3D side and not on the VR side. Moving forward, about the talk today, right? So what is 3D and what is AR, right? 3D is a representation of a physical thing or a digital thing as an image or a real-time render on a 2D screen is what 3D is. On AR means like if you want to show something digital or virtual on your room or on your place or wherever the place you are with respect to the real world coordinate system, right? That's what AR is. And typically you sort of see these via like HMDs and glasses and holographic projectors and stuff like that. And mostly also smartphones, because everyone has smartphones and a camera with it, right? So that's where a lot of people sort of see AR through today. And everyone also knows about web, right? So web is, most people should be knowing about it. In fact, you're watching this live stream on the YouTube channel or Twitter or like the Vito platform. So you know what web is, right? It's a bunch of documents linked together and a bunch of people talking to each other. And it's near instant. You just need to URL to open it. There is no apps to open, like it's cheap access and stuff like that. That's why the web is so cool, right? Now, coming to what 3D and AR is for the web, right? So you might be wondering why even we have to do this, or what does it even mean, right? So basically what it means is like running 3D and AR on the browsers like Chrome, Safari, Firefox, and stuff like that. That's what we'll be sort of talking through today, and understand what are the things that you can use to make this possible and stuff like that. A couple of examples, right? On the left is something called the Sketchfab 3D Viewer. It's a Epic Games company where they have 3D viewers to sort of render 3D models on websites and stuff. On the right is something from Google. Google made a lot of WebXR experiments where they just showed what is possible with sort of AR in Chrome and stuff like that. So that's just to give some understanding, and we'll go deeper under each one of these also moving forward. So now let's talk about the things that you can use to do 3D on web, right? So one of the major things to sort of look out for is this web component called Model Viewer. It's from the Google team and a lot of open source contributors also. It's pretty small, like 211 KB, and it's also based on Three.js. And today, where you can see Model Viewer is like on Google search, right? If you search for a element like oxygen or like tiger or like some animal name, right, you sort of get this 3D viewer that Google has integrated with the Google search. That is here, if you see on the oxygen center card, right? So that 3D, the thing with the atoms, electrons, and neutrons are like a 3D element that you can rotate and see and understand what other parts are like. And on the right is an immersive ad that Google has done with the thing called swirl ads, where you can sort of have immersive 3D ads also shown with this Model Viewer component that you can see. That was partnered from Adidas also. So Model Viewer is sort of a go-to solution today for rendering 3D on the web. It is super feature complete. It has a lot of features like hotspots, variants, and stuff. Hotspots are like highlighting a part of a 3D model. Variants are like if you have a different colors and different textures on a shoe, right? You can just switch between them with some UI and easily sort of see a lot of 3D models over there. So that's like model viewer in short. And just to give some examples of things that I built in the past, right? So on the left, the two videos that you see, the photos that you see are an interactive 3D skeleton example where I was part of a team building this for a company called Vedantu, where we sort of made a interactive experience where you can just explore the parts of a body and skeleton and stuff like that. And it got some like 3,000, 4,000 views, concurrent users back in the time, and a lot of students got excited and sort of learned a lot of things on these. And on the right is something called 3D Previewer. Basically, it was a no-code tool where you can just drop a 3D model and get a link from it and sort of view it in 3D and AR and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a couple of examples that what I've been part of. Yeah, and moving to 3JS, right? So 3JS is like the internet's most loved 3D framework. As you can see, it has like more than like 500k active monthly users sort of thing per month on the npm trends thing. And if you want to learn 3JS, right, it's a JavaScript-based 3D engine, 3D library. If you want to learn, right, so basically you can, I would suggest this course by Bruno. It's called 3JS Journey. It's a really cool and really amazing tutorial where he has made how to get started from the scratch. If you just know JavaScript and HTML, you can sort of get started and understand these things also. Yeah, that's like 3JS, and like let's go through some of the examples, right? Apple, 1 or 2 years back, sort of when they launched the iPhone 12, they sort of had this 3D customizer of sorts where you can just switch between like colors, accessories, and cases, and you sort of just see what the variant of the iPhone that you're going to buy, and just go to add to cart and sort of buy it just from there itself. So that's an interesting thing that Apple did a couple of years back, and like it's also based on like 3JS. Yeah, and you can also do some pretty complex things with 3JS. Like Spline is one example where it's a 3D design tool that you can use to make interactive things. Like it's a no-code sort of tool. Like you don't need to write any sort of code to sort of do any of these 3JS based things, and they have made a no-code layer on top of 3JS and sort of made this really cool design tool. And if you are sort of entering into this 3D space and the web space, right, I would highly suggest to sort of try out Spline and create a bunch of things and understand what things are in the like 3JS world. So yeah, that's about Spline. Yeah, when we talk about 3JS, and right now we are in a web conference by Cityjs, and I know a lot of people know React.js also, right? So I can't miss talking about this framework called React 3 Fiber. It's a React renderer for 3JS. We all love React because of the declarative nature, right? So basically, React 3 Fiber sort of gives a declarative way to sort of write 3D AR and VR sort of things with this framework, with this renderer. The best part is if a person knows React or React Native already, right, you can sort of get started in writing React 3 Fiber like apps and build like really cool 3D and AR things with a couple of lines, like some 50 or 70 lines of code. Like that's how simple and like declarative these React 3 Fiber constructs are. Yeah, and yeah, I'll just play this video just to show some of the things that React 3 Fiber can do, right? So React 3 Fiber has a community called PMNDRS. So basically they have some really cool community libraries also called Dre. Basically, it's a bunch of helper tools to sort of do all kinds of things. It's not just 2D, like 3D and AR. It can also do 3D, and it can also do VR also. And you can see some of the simulations that they do, and then a couple of games, right? So this is like an interactive game, like with so much graphics and lights and stuff. And this is like an image parallax thing, and this is also another game. So yeah, so basically you can do a lot of things, and you can build interactive websites also like these. Build your own Minecraft. Build some really interactive websites with like photo carousels and 3D things and stuff like that. So yeah, that's like also this is a VR example where you can just use like a couple of lines of code to sort of build this out. Yeah, that's React 3 Fiber in short. And moving forward, right, talking about A-Frame. A-Frame got started back in 2015 or 2016. So it was the first, it was a precursor to what React 3 Fiber is. So basically it was based on web components, and it was the A-Frame was the one that I used to sort of get into this industry of what is VR and what is AR. They sort of had a really declarative way back in the day with some like web components, pre-release web component APIs and stuff. It is also still being maintained today. and is super beginner friendly. Like I would highly suggest to sort of, if you sort of want to try and build without knowing anything, you can just use A-Frame to sort of build some things and try and understand the tech. So yeah, that's A-Frame. Coming to talking about Babylon.js, right? So Babylon.js is a framework. It's a library from Microsoft. It has like a really good materials. It has like 100% spec coverage, like GLTF spec coverage. It has a React Native platform, and like after a long time, there is a version 5 also coming very soon, like couple of months, and we are going to see a lot of very good improvements from the Babylon team from Microsoft and the wider open source community, and they also support both WebGL and WebGPU, the latest spec that can be used for rendering graphics on the web. So yeah, that's Babylon.js in the short. And just to talk about the things that you can do with Babylon, right? So Flask is recently like announced thing where people in the games industry sort of use this mocap systems, right? Where you can sort of map your users users pose into a 3D model and sort of do virtual things, right? So basically, like there is a company who made this whole thing on the web. That is, you can just capture a video, upload the video to their platform, and then you get a mocap system on the web, and you can animate a 3D model with it. Like for example, right, Mowgli in the movie, right, the tiger or something, right? So basically, that can be sort of mocap from a person and sort of translated to a animal, and sort of you can sort of use that in a movie or like a recording or a video. So that's something that is pretty complex in terms of what it can do, but things like these are also possible in Babylon.js based applications and stuff. Yeah. One more thing I would like to highlight is FrameVR. FrameVR is like a 3D world for hosting education events and like parties and stuff like that. It's a really cool place to sort of, let's say you want to build, it's like Zoom or Meet in 3D. So if you want to sort of create a space and then maybe recreate your whole office, right? You can recreate your whole office, put there and bring people into the space and sort of interact and talk and like host events and do parties. So that's one other applications of like FrameVR. And also there are a couple of more things. I'll just touch base on them. That is this thing called Play Canvas. It's a fully featured web integrated development environment where the engine is open source, and it's similar to what Unity is, the game engine that's very popular in the world. And yeah, that's Play Canvas. And talking about OGL, right? So if you know like all sort of shaders, and if you want something that's very small, like 50 MB or so, right, or 30 MB or so, you can use this framework called OGL and sort of do really cool effects with like GLTF, like JavaScript and stuff like that. So yeah, that's an interesting thing that's a good to have sort of thing if you want to do things at very small scale. So yeah, that's OGL. And also talking about Unity, right? I mentioned before that Play Canvas is a Unity-like engine. Recently, also Unity also sort of started to support WebGL export, where you can make 3D apps or WebXR apps and sort of like export it out for a web page and sort of like play it on the web. But the thing is, it's really sort of high in size, and you need to have some sort of downloads and stuff like that also. So yeah, that's Unity for like WebGL. I guess until now, I've been speaking like WebGL, WebXR, WebGPU. Let's just go through what these are, right? So the first one that came was WebGL, and right now also a lot of frameworks and libraries use WebGL. And WebGPU is the upcoming like rendering thing that you can use to make some really good like experiences. Today, Babylon.js, Cityjs, all those sort of have like beta support for WebGPU. One of the reasons to use WebGPU is it gives some advanced features in the way in which you interact with the GPU, and also some really good performance benefits when you sort of use WebGPU. To be honest, you don't need to understand all these things when you're building an app or like application. If you want to sort of go deep into the like optimizations and performance sort of things, you would need these to understand these and sort of dive deeper and optimize. But if you're not doing those and you're trying it out and sort of building a good general application, you don't need to sort of go deep dive into these things. Yeah, so I guess until now we talked about what 3D things are in the web, right? So now let's talk about AR on the web, right? So what can you use today to do AR on the web? Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about how the evolution was, right? So we started with 2D screens on computers, and then the iPhone, and then the Android phones, and a lot of phones now where we even play 3D games today, right? It's normal as it is, and even on websites you have 3D things on the thing. And then we sort of like when the Oculus sort of came in 2015 and 2016, we sort of started to see a lot of wearable headsets like Oculus Quest 2, HTC Vive, and stuff like that, right? So that's the in-between stage. And since a lot of people have smartphones and there is a camera in the smartphone, you can do AR on the smartphone like as an handheld AR device. So, and the next couple of slides that I'm going to talk about is mostly going to cover into the handheld AR, and we'll talk about the wearable AR towards the end of the presentation also. Yeah, that's the little bit of the evolution. And now, today, if a brand or a business or a startup or you yourself want to try out anything on the space to put AR on the web, right? There are four main things that you can use today to out of the box that you can use and sort of deploy in a couple of days or so. So the one thing is WebXR. WebXR is a browser spec that a lot of companies are collaborating and building. That's the Google example that I showed earlier also. And then there is a scene viewer by Google. Like you can just open a link and sort of open the 3D experience in the Google app and sort of view it. And then you also have AR Quick Look, where it's part of the iOS OS, and you can just open up links to open like 3D experiences and open it. And there are a couple of custom computer vision based like things called like 8th Wall company, and they have their own sort of rendering thing like SLAM tools and like AR thing. So that's the custom CV part. So let's go through each one of them, right? I'll just play it. Yeah, so basically Google being the forefront in the WebXR, right? They sort of make experiments to understand how this technology can help, right? So a couple of experiments that Google has done is, one is this like portal sort of thing into a next world, like it is tracked on a 60-earth plane, and you can sort of go inside and see like sort of some really interactive stuff. And then there are some useful things like Measure. I guess in iOS you would have seen the Measure app. Basically that Measure app, Google has made it on a web browser and deployed it as a website. So you can also do that. And then the next one here, what you're seeing is like now COVID is happening. And now if you want to keep the distancing, right, you can just have a ring around you to sort of show where people should be like far from you and stuff like that. And then let's say you take a picture on a phone, right? Now, what if you can persist that in the location that you take, and then when you come back, you can see that picture on the exact location that you took. So that sort of persists the image on that location, and that's really cool. You guys should try it out. A lot of Android phones should support this on the latest Chrome browser. So yeah, that's the like experiment that Google has made. So yeah, now talking about WebXR, right? So WebXR today is sort of is dependent on a thing called ARCore. ARCore is like a library that Google has made for all the Android apps, Android phones in the world, and a lot of companies also do support it. There is a link in the next slide where you can just see if your phone is compatible or not also. So when the phone has like ARCore, and if you can use the Google Chrome's latest version, right, you can sort of try Google like the WebXR like based experiences. But today on iOS, it's not supported, but there is a lot of work going on from the Apple's end to sort of support this. And I guess you'll see this in a couple of months or years. So yeah, that's something that's in work in progress. And also if you have a Samsung phone, like the Samsung browser also supports it, and also the Firefox app also supports it. So yeah, that's WebXR in like what you can use and how you can use it. And WebXR is maintained by this group called Immersive Web Working Group. It's part of the World Wide Web Consortium from the W3C group, who creates and maintains the HTML, JS, and specs also. So this is part of that also, and will be added in later on when it goes stable also, and when we have support for across all platforms also. So yeah, now let's talk about a couple of things that I talked earlier, right? The scene viewer, the Google experience, right? So basically, it's by Google. It runs when you open that scene viewer link, it opens up the Google app. You can use it, you can trigger it from a link on a website or an intent on an app. It's super easy to use. It's also available as part of the model viewer that we talked earlier on the 3D side. And then you can do customizations up to a level. You can add the call to action buttons that you see here on the visit button, and you can add title, subtitle, and you can also capture videos and images. And it can also have animations inside the 3D models. And Google sort of repeatedly sort of updates and keeps this experience up to date and keeps adding features like these to the scene viewer. It's because it's the when you update the Google app on Play Store, Google might add a couple of features here and there, like on a monthly basis also. So yeah, that's scene viewer. What a scene viewer. And let's talk about AR Quick Look, right? So AR Quick Look, I know people must be like familiar with what Quick Looks are. Quick Looks are like easy to use, fast preview systems in the Apple ecosystem. So AR Quick Look is part of the iOS and iPadOS operating system itself, and it's super easy to use. It's also using links to trigger on the web. It is you can present these AR Quick Look views from the apps also. And the thing about Scene Viewer, the difference between Scene Viewer and Quick Look is Scene Viewer uses GLTF files, graphics, real-time graphics library, like 3D models, and AR Quick Look sort of uses like USDZ and sort of reality files. So Apple sort of made its own ecosystem along with Pixar. USD is a standard that Apple, Pixar, Nvidia, and a couple of other companies also made. You can use this app called Reality Composer to sort of compose interactive things, our interactions with 3D model and stuff like that. Imagine that washing machine that you see, right? What if it can open and show inside what are the features inside, what the buttons are and stuff like that. So you can use Reality Composer to do that. And then if you want, let's say you build a 3D model with an app like Blender or Maya or things, right? So you can use Reality Converter to sort of convert these traditional 3D models into like USDZ and reality files to use into the Apple ecosystem. So yeah, that's AR Quick Look in like short. Yeah, and then you might ask, there is WebXR, and why do we need to use these in your and AR Quick Looks, right? So as I told, it's built into the Google app. I mean, Android phones today come with the Google app, and you have it already. You don't need to write any native code to sort of do that, and you can just trigger it from a website with a link, a tag, and like you're done with that experience. On iOS also it's the same. Like it's part of the operating system. You don't need to do anything, and you just need to trigger it, and it sort of works like just like that. There are multiple things to be used here on Android and iOS, but it's also cross-platform if you think about it. And it's a little bit fragmented because we use two different 3D models formats to open it in Android and iOS. So that's you just need to properly convert it and then use it on the respective platforms. Yeah, and just to show some of the real world examples that right. So this is something that we deployed at Flipkart. It's live on like in like 4 digits of number of like products, and like it has like similar to what I said in the Scene Viewer. We use like Scene Viewer and AR Quick Look to sort of like power these experiences. It's linked to the Flipkart app, Flipkart mobile website, iOS app, and the iOS mobile website. So yeah, it's like if you search for a coffee table or like a Samsung refrigerator or like something like that, you should be able to see this button called View in a Space, and then you can sort of open up these experiences on the Flipkart app today. So yeah, that's like a real world example of what I was part of and we are doing as a team at Flipkart also. Yeah, so we have been talking a lot about what things you can do with AR and 3D on the web, but we sort of missed one thing, right? So what is 3D models and how are they created, who creates them, and do we have standards for it? I touched upon the standards a little bit, like the GLTF and the USDZ are like from the Kronos group and the Pixar and Apple consortium, right? So traditionally you can build 3D models on softwares like Blender, Maya, Cinema 4D, Adobe Substance, and stuff like that. It sort of has like a different stage process where you sort of first model the geometry of it, and then you sort of need to do a texture sort of things like UV mapping, baking the lights and things, texturing with materials, and sort of rigging it also. And end of the day, it's rendering. The rendering part is what we have seen in the past, that is 3D and AR. The end view is the rendering part of these. So yeah, and you might wonder like, these things are pretty complex. Can this whole 3D modeling pipeline can be automated or not? The answer is yes to some level, but depends on some use cases that you're trying to do. So there is this technology called photogrammetry. It's a process where you take a bunch of images and let the AI do its magic, and you sort of get a high poly 3D model out of it. So that's as simple as it. And Apple has invested a lot in this. They have even launched this API called Object Capture. It's part of the macOS Mojave OS, and app developers can sort of use this API to sort of convert videos and images to sort of 3D models. And the 3D model that you get out of these systems are super high poly. It's really good in quality, but of course it comes with its pros and cons that you can sort of read upon in later when you research about it. And there is this reality capture app also. Reality capture is part of Epic Games now, and they also have this really cool app that you can use across all platforms, and you can sort of drop in in reality capture you can do things like capturing the whole city, capturing your whole home, or capturing a whole country probably in the future, and sort of bring those all 3D models into a 3D world and sort of experience it, right? So basically digital twins of the real world objects. So that's something you can do on a scale with reality capture also. Yeah, so we talked a lot about AR, 3D, and VR and stuff like that, right? Now let's go back one way and just understand how did we get here, right? So it started with 2D apps, and then we went to 3D on apps, and then the Google Glass came, and then during 2015 and 2016 there was WebVR, and then there was Oculus and PC VR that happened in the 2017 to 2018 era, and then now we have a lot of smartphones that have AR also. And then there are companies like Magic Leap and Apple and a couple of more companies that do wearable AR also, that we'll be seeing it in 5 or 10 years. So yeah, that's how we have been evolving from. And let's see what you can use today, near today, right? So today HoloLens and Magic Leap 2 also supports the spec called WebXR on their respective browsers. You can sort of, if you have a WebXR app on your phone that you built and deployed today, in near future, or if you buy, or when you buy this HoloLens store Magic Leap 2, those WebXR experiences will work out of the box with some minor changes or something. But yeah, so WebXR sort of leads to interoperability. So you just write once and use it in different platforms, as long as the browser company, the company's browser follow the spec of WebXR. So yeah, you can just have interoperable experiences that can run across devices. And in future also, we have been seeing some leaks and reports from Apple that Apple is implementing WebXR for their glasses and HMDs. And then Facebook also, of course, today Oculus has the Quest 2, the VR headset that supports WebXR for VR today. Probably in the future on their AR glasses, we might see WebXR AR-based experiences also on their platform. So yeah, that's the what it looks like in the future. Yeah. Yeah, so the next couple of slides are about something that starts with the word EM. I know a lot of companies are trying to figure out what this M is and what the word is. Is. So today you might have seen Facebook sort of renaming the company to Meta, and a lot of companies like Microsoft and whatnot, right? A lot of companies have started to force fit or implement what web metaverse is, right? So you might be wondering, can the metaverse also exist on the web, right? Can it? Why not, right? Metaverse is a connect. The definition for metaverse has not been set or written in stone, but everyone is trying to figure out. But it's going to be looking like a 3D environment or a AR or VR world, where a lot of people can come and talk and interact and stuff like that. That's what it looks like today. Maybe it can happen on a 2D screen or a 3D screen or a VR glass or AR glass, but that's what metaverse is today and what people are deploying today. But yeah, so coming back to the question, can metaverse exist on the web, right? So yes, there are a couple of companies who are doing this. I was just mentioned two of the companies that I was familiar with and I was researching about them. That is, one is Webaverse. So they consider themselves as the universe of 3D apps that work everywhere across all platforms, on a browser, on native app, on a AR glass, on a VR headset and stuff like that. They also support WebXR. So and also they want to become like an open world where think of it like a Fortnite, right? But open-ended and like on the web. So that's what Webaverse is, and like a lot of companies are trying to sort of come up with use cases, and like I mean, it's just like the starting time. I would say like there's a lot of things that you can do in the metaverse, but yeah, that's it. And then one more company that I would like to mention is Sogen. It's a Japanese-based startup. They are building some really cool graphics for their metaverse, and they also recently integrated with the Polygon network, and like some really cool stuff is going to come from them also. Yeah. That's all I had. Feel free to ping me on Twitter or like in the chat now to sort of ask any questions. So yeah, that's all I had. Yeah, thank you, folks.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Luciano and I'm gonna be presenting a workshop at Cityjs this year called Introduction to Node.js Streams. So I don't know if you ever dealt with Node.js streams. They are one of my favorite topics, but also I found that it's one of the topics that most people tend to ignore and skip. And maybe that's just because the initial hurdle with it is just a little bit too much and it's kind of hard to understand what's going on, how to use them. There is a little bit of magic. So most people just try to get away from them and they never actually take advantage of this amazing feature of Node.js. So in this workshop, what I want to do is try to explore this topic in a very approachable way. I want to actually start from buffers and show how you can use buffer to actually deal with raw memory and binary stuff in Node.js. And then the concept that streams are just a sequence of buffer arriving to you at certain amount of time. And you can process them as you get the raw data. You don't need to get the full message. You can start to process the message as you get the small bits of data. So in this workshop, what we're going to do after that is try to explore the different types of streams. So we're going to look into writable, readable stream, transform streams, duplex streams. And then we're going to explore all the built-in streams that you can get already in the Node.js core. So from all the HTTP streams, encryption, compression. So you can actually get a feeling that even without building custom streams, you can leverage a lot of the utilities that are already available in the Node core libraries. After that, we're going to actually look into how you can combine different streams. One of the main features of streams is that you can easily pipe different types of stream and build data processing pipelines that are very memory efficient and fast. And then after that, we're going to try to close the workshop by building some small custom streams, so you can also have a feeling of what it takes to actually build your own custom stream with your own business logic. And finally, we're going to explore a comparison of the stream patterns and the stream models with async iterators, which seems very close topics, and they are actually interoperable, but there are some important differences to understand. I hope that's something that is interesting for you, and I hope to see you there at the workshop on the 22nd of March, Cityjs. Bye.
My name is Roy, and I'm a developer advocate and author from the Netherlands. I'll be hosting a workshop during Cityjs London 2022. The workshop will show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API for any data source. So no matter if you have a MySQL, Postgres, or REST API that you want to connect with GraphQL, I will have you covered. During this workshop, I'll show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API using JIS GraphQL schema design language. And at the end of this workshop, you'll be able to combine multiple data sources, whether it's a database or an existing API, into one unified GraphQL API. So make sure to sign up for my workshop, and I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm an independent Node.js consultant and educator. I'll be hosting an online workshop as part of Cityjs London 2022. In my workshop, you'll learn how to confidently apply reliable validation tools and techniques in your Node.js applications. Request validation can help make your applications more stable, secure, and reliable, but implementing it can often feel messy and overwhelming. In my workshop, you'll learn why validation is an essential part of every Node.js application, how to create flexible validation rules, and make your applications more robust with schema-generated types. You'll also learn how to send back validation errors with an effective and standardized response format. And finally, you'll learn how to integrate all these validation techniques with any Node.js framework. It's going to be hands-on with live coding, exercises, and plenty of time for questions and discussion. Make sure you sign up for my workshop at the Cityjs conference on March 24th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Back again with QA. Karan, we have some QAs for you. So the first one will be like, what is the next biggest thing with 3D AR? Or can you share something which is really new to all?
Got it. I guess I covered this in one of the slides. That is the next generation rendering thing called WebGPU. It has a really good sort of like advancements in what you can do on a graphics layer on the web, and it has some really good performance benefits also. So yeah, so if you want to be on the cutting edge and sort of be on the edge, right? So you should sort of try and learn what WebGPU is, what GLSL shaders are, and what shaders are in general and stuff like that. So yeah, I would say that's like bleeding edge on the 3D AR space on the web. Yeah.
Okay. So what made you to pick this domain?
Yeah, so good question. I sort of came into the space building animations on Adobe Flash back in the day and Dreamweaver. I sort of picked up this web domain as such. I mean, web was really booming at the back in the time when I was exploring these things, especially on the Adobe Dreamweaver app. That's when I sort of, when I looked into what visualizations are, right? The only top three things that you can see on the internet is like 3D AR and VR are going to be the biggest. I mean, think of it, right? Today on a 2D screen, you sort of see everything on a phone or a monitor. But if you're in AR and VR, the whole world is your canvas. So that sort of inspired me to sort of try and understand what the space is. And that's what made me work into this 3D AR space. Yeah.
Okay. So do you have any open source code base that we can look up to get some hands-on practice?
Yeah, there are a couple. The same username as my Twitter account is on GitHub also. Yeah, you can feel free to sort of check out. Some of them are there.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Karan. Thanks for your answer. Bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Hi everybody, my name is Samuel Snopko and I am the head of the developer relation at Storyblock. Storyblock is not only this shiny logo right here, but it's also bringing you the Cityjs World Series. We are going to sponsor the whole year of the Cityjs conferences and we are really happy that we are able to bring you this awesome event with all the learnings that you can find out here. We also hope that you will learn a lot, you will find out a lot of new stuff, you will experience something new, and you will also give a chance to our workshops where we run the workshop between the Storyblock and your favorite front-end technology. On this conference, we have also one of our speakers, so Siddhar will talk more about the headless, but So give him a chance and listen to what he has to talk to you. But before we jump to other topics, I would like to show you the Storyblock, because maybe you may not know about a Storyblock. Storyblock is the headless CMS with a real-time visual editor, and we are the first one with a real-time visual editor. So what does it mean? If you go to the storyblock.com website, you can find out more at what is Storyblock, but also you will find this nice diagram where you can see how does it basically work. You will get the real-time editor forms where as you are typing, you see in the real-time the preview of your content, text, images, or other components. And all of this is working with all the technologies you love. So it's not strictly connected to anything. You can choose Next.js, Svelte, Vue, React, Next, and others. You can go for PHP and more. You can check out all the enterprise cases we have, and also you can find all the resources how to build a website with different technologies as a Next, Gatsby, or Nuxt. Also, even build the e-commerce solution. But I'm here not to talk about the obvious stuff, hopefully, but also about the V2. The V2 is something we are bringing, and we are also hoping that it will help us to be the best CMS out there, not only the best headless CMS out there. So what this means is like we are bringing more collaboration tools, and you bring even better UX for our users, for the editors, content creators, marketers, developers, and you will be able to use all the powers without any restrictions. Please go to the storyblock.com version 2, log in and try it yourself. Tweet about it, find out more, and keep posted. Keep your eyes on our Twitter, and you will find out more, and maybe there will be some opportunities to give you something back. So I hope you are excited about all of this news as I am, and I wish you the really cool rest of your conference, and see you somewhere in the real world very soon. Ciao.
Hi folks, it's great to see you here. My name's Nathaniel, and I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Twilio is a platform for developers like yourselves to integrate telecommunications into the applications that you are building. It's so straightforward, I can send a text in the time it takes me to do this video. You can use Twilio to send and reply to messages via SMS or WhatsApp, integrate video calls into your websites, and even verify emails and phone numbers. There are so many ways to supercharge your apps using Twilio's APIs and helpful SDKs. So, back to our code. I have imported the Twilio library, and I have my credentials stored as environment variables. Now I can easily send an SMS with just one more command. If you'd like to find out more or watch an interactive 5-minute demo, check out this link. I'll be hanging around throughout the rest of this event, and like we always say in Twilio, we can't wait to see what you build.
Hi, this is Amanda Cavallaro, a developer advocate at Vonage, and today I'll talk about generating and assigning token roles. To authenticate a user connecting to a video API session, we must use a unique authentication key called token. There are 3 possible token roles: subscriber, publisher, and moderator. Let's generate a token using the Video API Node.js server-side library. We first install OpenTalk from the terminal. In your coding editor, you set the constants with the API key and the API secret that you receive when you sign up to use the Video API. You can create or use an existing session ID. Next, we call the generate token method that will return a token in the string format. You can generate tokens for clients to use when connecting to the session. In this example, we are creating a username Amanda of role publisher. The options parameter is an optional object used to set the role, expire time, and connection data of the token. We then add the token options to the generated token, run node and the name of the file we created, and in your terminal you can see your token. There are a number of things you can do with your generated token, depending on its role. You have additional permissions if you receive a moderator token. You can, for instance, disconnect, mute other users, or even stop publishing their streams. In this video, you saw how to generate and assign a token. You can learn further from the links below.
Amplify Studio is a new visual development environment in AWS Amplify that makes creating a full-stack web or mobile app, both a front-end UI and back-end, fast and easy. Instead of writing front-end component code from scratch, you can quickly choose from dozens of UI components for popular features. These UI components are also available within Figma, so your designer can create and customize them, and they can be imported into Studio as code. Use the Studio console to set up an app backend and connect your UI components to backend data in clicks. Studio offers a developer-friendly approach to low-code. It automatically translates visual changes into clean React code, letting you focus on the business logic and building a great app experience. Amplify Studio makes it easy to get started without cloud expertise and build full-stack apps that are built to scale following AWS best practices. Get to market faster and easier with Amplify Studio.
We did it! We made the app. That's only half the story. Soon, with a little luck, we'll have a ton of people using and loving our product. That means user accounts, authentication, security. You know the drill. But this part right here can be just as important as the app itself, because behind this login box is a lot of your users' information. And they're trusting you to keep it safe. It's important, but it doesn't have to be hard. That's why we use Auth0. It's an identity platform for developers that makes it easy to connect any app, like ours, to the authenticators and integrations we need. But wait, I bet you're like, we could do that ourselves. It's not that hard. We know what we're doing. First, I hear you. Second, are you sure? Users want security and flexibility. You want to give them all the newest sign-in options as soon as they're available, because they want to use your app on their terms, not yours. With Auth0, I can easily customize my login with the features my users want. I can create a custom two-factor authenticator for added security, and easily enable the multi-factor authentication methods I want. It even has breached password detection, so if someone else has a security breach, I can keep my users safe. Our security is always up to date and regulation compliant. You made an app, and Auth0 makes a better, safer experience for your users.
Developers, we know you're responsible for more of what you ship, and your observability tools aren't exactly optimized for your dev workflow. Until now. New Relic CodeStream lets you break down the silos between dev and ops, ditch the screen hopping and wasted time, and jump from New Relic 1 to your development environment in a single click. Step through the stack trace to isolate the exact lines of code causing production errors, and supercharge your workflow by connecting your IDE to all your essential dev tools like GitHub, Jira, Slack, and more. Now you can debug and collaborate as a team by discussing code where you code. Then resolve and manage errors directly from your environment. New Relic CodeStream, where you get the power to plan, instrument, review, and debug code all from your IDE.
Hi everyone. Are you a developer that works with images or videos in your web app? Did you know there's a global community on Discord to network with other developers that shares knowledge and best practices when it comes to working with media? Come join us and chat. In our Discord, you can find interesting stuff such as developer events others are participating in, resources and tips, career advice, best practices, tools and plugins, paid opportunities, content sharing, or even hanging out and sharing your pet photos and talking about video games while getting to know other developers. We will be raffling out weekly prizes for being an active community member. Join the server by going to this URL. See you there!
I love sports. One of the reasons I joined the Zoho is because I'm a huge football fan.
I'm someone that loves to problem solve and like to provide, I guess, end users or customers the best experience.
We're really invested in microservices and micro front ends. I've seen the pain points of monolithic projects at other companies. And I was really drawn to come and try this.
I think the culture is pretty much about relationship and trust, and that's how we thrive. This relationship between going global, but also keeping the essence of the very first day of the company, is what makes me very exciting.
What really motivates me working at the Zone is the unique tech challenges that the platform presents. We're using all serverless cloud technologies.
Each team is designed to own a specific subdomain. They get to choose what tech they use and help to prioritize what they think is most important.
Something that I've built is the image service. It was in use by all of the users across the world, literally millions of users. It was a very proud moment for me and my team.
Together with product, we came with a conclusion that it would be great for users to actually see what kind of content they will find in the Zone before actually signing up. There was like a massive increase of like sign-ups and users interacting with the Zone, so we were really happy with it.
The first project that I did when I joined the Zone was probably the one that I'm most proud of. It allows you to jump between different fixtures as key moments happen, so you might be told about a goal happening in another game, jump across to that, and then once you're done, come back. It's an exciting thing to see, something that you've been working on for months, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of users over the space of minutes.
The Zone is a tech-focused company, so even before COVID, we were kind of actively on Teams. We were using software like Jira and Miro, so that we could kind of collaborate in a very, very distributed way. In a sense, it's kind of made like the whole team a lot more like cohesive.
Working from home really works for me. There is no fixed time schedule.
It's all about flexibility and a good work-life balance.
It's important to know you can take care of your life and you can take care of your job.
We do a lot of activities as a team. We have a budget for like meetups and online courses.
We've agreed that every sprint, every 2 weeks, we've got a learning day within our team. And so we can use that for pretty much whatever we're interested in. We've got loads of tech guilds like front end, back end. We have monthly town halls where people share things that they're building.
What's really great is we normally have a no meeting day once a month. We can work at home with no meetings whatsoever, really get our heads down.
We're working with millions of users. We are building to scale. I'm confident on everything we build. It's not scary, it's challenging and exciting.
If you want to be challenged, and if you want to be out of your comfort zone, but also leveraging everything that you have been learning throughout your career, that's the place to be.
There's a great community here. Everyone's just really lovely. And you can never ask a stupid question. And I feel safe being able to just be myself.
Build it, own it,
ship it.
Thank you for attending Cityjs India. It's been a great honor for me, the founder and organizer of Cityjs, to host for the first time outside of UK, Cityjs in India. And I'm very grateful for everyone that has participated as an organizer, MC, volunteer. I'm very thankful to the school that hosted the event. Yeah, we will look forward to do it again in the future. And before I give it, I pass it to the people to do the closing. I would like to share my screen and invite you all in the next Cityjs, which is going to take place in London on between the 23rd and the 25th of March, with a lot of great speakers and a lot of amazing workshops. And yeah, we will keep doing our competitions, and I would like to thank the sponsors for their support. Without them, it wouldn't be possible to do all these events around the world. And yes, thanks everyone. I hope I don't miss anyone from my thanks. It has been a great experience for me and for everyone that has been involved. I'm gonna now pass it to the principal of the university, and I would like to thank him for his support. Thank you.
Thank you, Aris. It was equally excited for us to do it from our own country for the very first time. And we are equally excited to host all the further conferences along with you. Thanks a lot. We know you worked really hard. There were very big difference in the time zones. You stayed up very late for us to make it happen. You were like a good mentor, guider, and you are everything for us, which helped us or which made this happen today. So thanks a lot, Aris, once again from the entire organizing committee of Cityjs India. Thank you, Aris. Now, I really remember the day when Buona called me and said, "Hey, Ashley, we are having Cityjs India this year." I also remember when she went and attended the conference in London last year, she was super excited in sharing all her memories and her learnings with me. The same excitement was seen in her faces when she told me that we are going to do Cityjs India this year. And with all her hard work for past 2 to 3 months, this was her dream day, making a success with this international conference, Cityjs India International Conference 2022. So Buona, I know your heart would be very heavy now with all the memories and hard work that you did for the past 2 to 3 months. We would like to hear from you how you feel. Please, Buona.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. So in first place, I wanted to thank the inner me for gathering the courage to initiate this Cityjs India. I knew that taking up the role as a founder is definitely a pile of responsibilities. But then with the help of this fantabulous team who shared these responsibilities and worked tirelessly throughout the conference days and since the beginning of the planning and all the phases that they've gone through with me was very, very helpful. I want to extend my countless thanks to my co-organizers, MC and the AV team, volunteers, audience, both online and offline, and to our venue partners. A special note of thanks and always to Eris for trusting us and giving this splendid opportunity. I feel very, very contented because we made Cityjs in our home pitch in India. I believe this will give inspiration for other international conferences and events to decentralize as localized ones from India. We made a history in the JavaScript and open source worlds and communities in different countries and how this could be initiated from various 2-tier and 3-tier cities as well. Thus, by bringing together enormous and diverse participants. I thank all the speakers for your valuable time and great presentation of talks. As it's the first time of Cityjs in India, we wanted to take it beyond JS. I personally didn't miss watching all the talks amidst taking care of the other stuff to run the show smooth and well. I would like to also mention few takeaways that I took from these presentations and talks. I like watching the creative AR experiences, engaging open source communities in localized languages, and the presentation by a Pythonista, connecting Django API with JS, web extensions, Jamstack, and almost everything very interesting. Thanks a ton to all for making Cityjs India unique and great. Finally, also thanking my parents for coordinating with me for a lot of works. I hear from a lot of the speakers that you received the packages from BenQ and other goodies very well, safe and neat. Thanks to my parents for those extra efforts in packing and just ensuring that everything ran smoothly so that I could focus on the main points. Loads of thanks to all for making this historic event. And we have started our plans already for the Cityjs India 2023. So see you all soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhuwana. The energy you saw in her, though it is post 6 o'clock Indian time, was always spread in the hall where we gathered. So that energy kept us running with equal spirit to make this happen and to make such a good success for the event. Once again, thanks a lot, Bhuwana, for bringing up this initiative. And we all personally believe this is going to create a good, remarkable success in the career of many people who attended with us. Now we have the secretary of the college, Srimati Archana Manoj Kumar, who holds experience both in industrial as well as teaching. She has guided her students in a very defined way that they are excelling themselves in many fields. We would like to hear from you, ma'am, how you felt with this conference. Let's have the secretary on the spotlight, please.
Thank you, Ashley. A good evening and good afternoon to everybody who's on the online for this valedictory function, the closing ceremony of this wonderful event. Congratulations to the entire team. Biggest greetings and a very big thank you to Eris, who is the brain behind this whole event. And we are so grateful at DGCT, myself and the entire team at DGCT, the computer science department, and all the students for having hosted this, given us the opportunity to host this international conference. Look forward for many more like this. And yes, as Bhuwana said, we're looking forward for Cityjs 2023. Hopefully, it would be a offline mode, and we would have a lot of delegates come here and visit the college and inspire many more students in person. And look forward for a lot of hands-on sessions that would happen and which would be more beneficial to students. One word to the team that handled this entire conference in India, Bhumna, Ashley, and their team. Absolutely amazing. I really like the energy, and I'm so proud that you have finished this conference so successfully. I'm sure the technology talks and the ideas that were shared on this platform will inspire a lot many to participate in the forthcoming events and also in the other international conferences that Cityjs is going to handle. And we are proud that they could do this event so seamlessly and without any major hitch, and during this pandemic time with so many hurdles on way of gathering pair students or arranging so many things for the conference. It has been a roller coaster ride for Buna, but then she has taken it very sportively and she's completed the assignment so wonderfully. I'm sure she's going to be hosting many more such conferences. And at DGCT, we believe that only such events actually bring out more skills in students. It's like they see Mona and Ashley doing it today. I'm sure many students in DGCT would be inspired to take up this kind of event and get connected to Cityjs. And we promise from DGCT there will be a very vibrant Cityjs chapter in DGCT, and it'll be working 12 months all year round to do some fabulous work. Looking forward to a lot of cooperation from ARIS, and do visit India and do visit DGCT. We would welcome you to one of the events, and it would be a great honor to have you here. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Thanks to my team, the faculty members at DGCT, and the students, volunteer students. Thank you, Team Bhuvna, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we too look forward for all our further collaborations. And as you said, let's hope that next year we will have a bigger round of conference with more people offline. Now we just have 20 to 30% of people offline, but next year let's hope 50% plus people will be offline with us. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Now I would like to request the principal of DGCT, Dr. A. Selvaraj, who holds 17 years of teaching experience and 3 years of industrial experience. He has a patent and an engineering consultant for Indian Army-based workshops. He has guided 70 plus projects at different levels. Sir, we would like to hear from you. Please.
Thank you, Ashley. On behalf of Drijulal Gandhi College of Technology, I congratulate all the team members of Cityjs for organizing this 2 days conference and paper presentation program in a very good, successful manner. And I heard from the students, those who are attending the paper presentation, really this program is very, very initiative and ignition program for our students also. So our students are very much interested to attend this kind of international programs, conferences, symposium like that. Here, I would like to share the path of DGCT and how our alumni are doing well in our DGCT. DGCT is established in the year 2011 by our great visionary, the legend and father of technical education in Tamil Nadu, Professor Drijulal A. Gandhi, with 3 UG courses And within 10 years of short duration, our institute now having 7 UG courses and 4 PG courses and 1 PhD degree program with Anna University. We are performing well in students' education, academics, as per our founder chairman vision and mission. I can just tell these two alumni of our students, Bhuvana and Ashley, are not simply performing during their academics also. I can remember they were do extraordinary success in anything, even it is academic, even it is a project, even it is a contest, even it is a symposium, even it is a conference, anything. The both girls were done a very excellent jobs. So likely this program is also initiated by them and organizing with the DGCT. Really, we are very, very proud of our alumni, our students, really our founder chairman, vision and mission, because he is very keen on to promote the students not only in academics. He wants to make the students as a good entrepreneur, as a good innovator, as a good competent engineers, and as a good organizers like this. So these two alumni are one of the example making our founder chairman dream as a true, and I wish all the team involved in this Cityjs conference make the success. And another thing, our institute is located in a rural place of Salem, Tamil Nadu in India. Really, it is a very good opportunity to us for getting an international recognition. And for the past 2 years, we are organizing 3 international conferences. This is one of out, and another 2 are the international conference joined partner with Springer Journal. With this, our journey is continue to get great success in engineering education, technical achievements of our all students, not only getting our placement of our students, promoting our students to participate in more such a kind of technical international programs. With these few words, I thank you all the team members of Cityjs and our participants, speakers of this program, and our DGCT coordinators, staff members, faculties involved in this. I thank you all for getting this program as a great success. And we are eagerly awaiting for hackathon program in the month of March. Definitely our DG students will prove their skills in that hackathon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. When we were planning for a valedictory event, we had a volunteer from our offline audience who was interested to share her experience with you all. So we decided it is always happy to see the outcome of your hard work, or at least to hear it. Let's hear it together from Preeti.
Hello everyone, I am Preeti and I was one among the offline attender for Cityjs India 2022. First of all, I would like to thank Cityjs for giving me this wonderful opportunity to learn about many open source platforms and other technicals. I am also grateful to be a recipient of Diversity Scholarship. This helped me to take part in this event. This conference, being my first ever international conference on JS, has given a wide range experience over past 2 days by learning and gaining knowledge. As a student developer, I loved being part of this conference and also the team, which introduced me to many global communities. I'm sure this has impact in my building career. Thanks to all the organizers for bringing Cityjs to India. Looking forward Cityjs 2023.
Thank you, Preeti. It was great to hear from you how much excited you were. It's time for our last formal thanks. I would like to thank everyone who were with us during the entire journey. Thanks to the MC team for their scripts. Thanks to the AV team for making sure everything is in place. Thanks to our student coordinators as well as faculty coordinators for making this event happen. Thanks to all our sponsors who supported us in all means. A special mention to our sponsors, Platinum sponsor, Storyblock. Thanks to our gold sponsor, Vonage, Twilio, Auth0, AWS, New Relic, and Dheeraj Lal Gandhi College of Technology. Thanks to our silver sponsors, BenQ and Cloudinary. Thanks to our bronze sponsors, Cooper Press, PAC, Manning, JavaScript Weekly, DAZN, GitHub Swag, and GitHub India. Thanks to our community sponsors, Women Who Code, JS Monthly London, JavaScript League, Hopstack, DevPost, Madrid JS, Angular Kenya, GDG, Young African Devs Community, Codebar, EdiHub, Mozilla Tamil Nadu, Elastic, JS Bangalore, Turing Community, Cloud Artisans, Women in Tech Collectives. Thanks a lot to all our sponsors and community partners for making this happen. So, with such an excitement and complete satisfaction, here we are signing off. This is Ashley Rose Matthew with the entire team of Cityjs India organizers. See you all soon in Cityjs India 2023 conference. Thanks a lot for being a lively audience. Thank you.
And a big Nandri to all. Nandri is in Tamil we say thanks. So thanks everyone. Bye-bye.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Luciano and I'm gonna be presenting a workshop at Cityjs this year called Introduction to Node.js Streams. So I don't know if you ever dealt with Node.js streams. They are one of my favorite topics, but also I found that it's one of the topics that most people tend to ignore and skip. And maybe that's just because the initial hurdle with it is just a little bit too much and it's kind of hard to understand what's going on, how to use them. There is a little bit of magic. So most people just try to get away from them and they never actually take advantage of this amazing feature of Node.js. So in this workshop, what I want to do is try to explore this topic in a very approachable way. I want to actually start from buffers and show how you can use buffer to actually deal with raw memory and binary stuff in Node.js. And then the concept that streams are just a sequence of buffer arriving to you at certain amount of time. And you can process them as you get the raw data. You don't need to get the full message. You can start to process the message as you get the small bits of data. So in this workshop, what we're going to do after that is try to explore the different types of streams. So we're going to look into writable, readable stream, transform streams, duplex streams. And then we're going to explore all the built-in streams that you can get already in the Node.js core. So from all the HTTP streams, encryption, compression. So you can actually get a feeling that even without building custom streams, you can leverage a lot of the utility that are already available in the Node core libraries. After that, we're going to actually look into how you can combine different streams. One of the main features of streams is that you can easily pipe different types of stream and build data processing pipelines that are very memory efficient and fast. And then after that, we're going to try to close the workshop by building some small custom streams, so you can also have a feeling of what it takes to actually build your own custom stream with your own business logic. And finally, we're going to explore a comparison of the stream patterns and the stream models with async iterators, which seems very close topics, and they are actually interoperable, but there are some important differences to understand. I hope that's something that is interesting for you, and I hope to see you there at the workshop on the 22nd of March, Cityjs. Bye.
My name is Roy, and I'm a developer advocate and author from the Netherlands. I'll be hosting a workshop during Cityjs London 2022. The workshop will show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API for any data source. So no matter if you have a MySQL, Postgres, or REST API that you want to connect with GraphQL, I will have you covered. During this workshop, I'll show you how you can build a serverless GraphQL API using JIS GraphQL Schema Design Language. And at the end of this workshop, you'll be able to combine multiple data sources, whether it's a database or an existing API, into one unified GraphQL API. So make sure to sign up for my workshop, and I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm an independent Node.js consultant and educator. I'll be hosting an online workshop as part of Cityjs London 2022. In my workshop, you'll learn how to confidently apply reliable validation tools and techniques in your Node.js applications. Request validation can help make your applications more stable, secure, and reliable, but implementing it can often feel messy and overwhelming. In my workshop, you'll learn why validation is an essential part of every Node.js application, how to create flexible validation rules, and make your applications more robust with schema-generated types. You'll also learn how to send back validation errors with an effective and standardized response format. And finally, you'll learn how to integrate all these validation techniques with any Node.js framework. It's going to be hands-on with live coding, exercises, and plenty of time for questions and discussion. Make sure you sign up for my workshop at the Cityjs conference on March 24th. I look forward to seeing you there.